The group of warriors found themselves in the middle of empty rocks, and some sort of conflict seemed to be brewing between them. The protagonist clung to his shoulder and kept on his feet with the last bit of strength he could spare after facing his enemies. The knight didn't wait long as their target was almost defeated and swung his sword to finally end this fight. The other fighters also followed their leader's example and prepared to deliver the final blow. The next second, there was a sharp sound in the air, and the sword struck the ground with an incredible force. The protagonist continued to stand bravely in place, preparing to take on several attacks from different directions. He wasn't going to just give up, so he rushed forward to make a difference. In the end, with a few and strong blows, our hero was able to deal with all the attacks to his side. But then a priestess intervened in the fight, praying to give their knight even more strength. At this moment, a blessing did indeed descend upon the warrior. So he swung with renewed vigor to attack their enemy. Now the knight was able to strike such a blow that the protagonist could hardly stand against it in any way. He didn't even have time to do anything, so he continued to stand right in the path of this powerful attack. There were only seconds left before the collision, but our hero already realized that any decisions would be pointless. At the same time, his face showed no emotion, as if he was not threatened by death itself. The guy's gaze went completely blank, as it became obvious that there was no way he could block that punch. A few seconds later, a very strong explosion sounded at the place of their collision, after which hardly anything living could survive. The protagonist flew far to the side and thought that thus was his end. He looked up at the sky and was now sure that this was a rather fitting ending for the Demon King. Sometime later, he landed among the same desert rocks and hit his head hard after such an explosion. Our hero opened his eyes because he heard some noise nearby, and meanwhile his enemies were about to finally get rid of their target. The knight spoke of it being a demon lord of might, so they can't waste time before he has time to recover his strength. The Demon King was surprised that he was still alive, but felt that he was definitely not in a state to harm his opponents in any way. Meanwhile, the warrior who had done all this to our hero was watching him closely, keeping his sword at the ready. This young man, besides his strength, had perfect looks like a real prince from fairy tales. The protagonist only smirked and agreed that this daring little guy was truly handsome. The knight then declared that he would list all of the Demon King's atrocities before finally punishing him. He recalled that the demon had taken the lives of hundreds of Grail Knights of the Order of Carwoodmen, caused innocent casualties, but our hero didn't care, because he felt only nostalgia. The Demon King noticed that the young man had decided to push a whole speech and thought that he had memorized it beforehand. Finally, the warrior of the knightly order finished his speech and said that his hand of justice would punish our hero for all the listed sins. It was all true, but our hero was a little pissed off that he heard it all from some kid. In fact, the Demon King was miserable to die like this, but he had managed to keep the fate-distorting key that would be able to help him. Thanks to this item, he will still be able to stab the hated knight one last time before he dies. In fact, our hero didn't even know what would happen because of this decision of his. But he made the decision anyway to use a blade that warps the fate of the target and changes the future. At the same time, a knight who was completely unsuspecting swung his sword to give the Demon King a death sentence. He hoped that in his next life, the demon would be someone who would do exceptionally good. The warrior was able to fulfill his duty, but as expected, the protagonist was not going to pass away so quickly. The Demon King, holding his hand behind his back with the fate-distorting key, informed him that he had something he needed to do quickly. He realized that it was already time to act, so he used this thing he had prepared in case he died. The protagonist was so mean-spirited that he tried to make time to get hurt, even though he was well aware of his death. The noble knight didn't even expect such a turn of events, so he only watched the action of the key-distorting fate. The magical power was able to pierce through the young man's armor, so now a small tree grew in that spot. The warrior became very angry after this change of circumstances, and with fury in his voice asked where our hero was able to get this thing from. The Demon King was glad that his plan had worked after all, and he had managed to piss off his rival. The knight was not going to tolerate such antics from the protagonist, so he swung his sword again to finally deal with him. Now, because of the rage that clouded his eyes, he did not even pay attention to the fact that blood was flowing from his chest. Meanwhile, the Demon King's head flew off his shoulders, and his life was cut short in just a second, leaving behind only a lifeless body. He didn't plan to die so early, but he had no regrets because he was able to piss off his rival before he died. Suddenly, the main character realized that he woke up in some unfamiliar place, due to the fact that loud bird song could be heard outside the window. The guy got really pissed off about it because he couldn't sleep with all the chirping. Coming to his senses after his nap, he realized that something was definitely wrong, and it made him a little uneasy. Our hero sat down on his bed and tried to realize that now He was not among the desert rocks at all. He looked at his hands in amazement and tried to realize that he had somehow managed to survive. The demon lord panicked and began to touch his body to see if the wounds the knight had left were on it. He finally decided to get out of bed after all, to look around and realize where he was. The protagonist looked in the mirror and saw that at some point he had managed to get younger. He began to reconstruct the events in his head and remembered being defeated by his rivals. Then he listened to the nonsensical speech of that defiant boy. After all of this, the demon lord had used the fate-distorting key, and now he suspected that all of this was because of this thing. Only now the problem was that our hero couldn't even remember where he got that key. Whatever the turn of events, the guy was sure he was definitely back in time and was in his room, which meant he was still living with his parents. Now the protagonist didn't even know what to do and decided that first, it was worth trying to find the key that distorts fate. He had a feeling that his memories were tangled in a ball because he couldn't recall the reason why he left his family. At this moment, a servant burst into the young man's room, who, in a disrespectful tone, was not satisfied that the young gentleman was still in his room. The main character didn't remember the guy, but was glad that he at least addressed him properly. The servant recalled that the young gentleman always left at dawn, but began to suspect that he had given up on it. He hoped our hero wouldn't let himself get lazy, and he wasn't about to let him just rest. The former demon lord did not react in any way and simply pointed his finger for the servant to come closer to him. The young servant was skeptical and immediately asked what it was all for. The protagonist remained silent and only smiled softly, which added even more mystery to his request. The servant was starting to get nervous, so he asked the young master to finally tell him what he needed. As a result, the demon lord's patience could not stand it. So with all his might, he struck the young man to teach him a lesson for his behavior. The servant was very frightened and did not understand why the young master had suddenly behaved so rudely. The protagonist continued to remain silent, and only threw an intimidating look at his subordinate that explained everything without any words. The young man realized that the situation was heating up, so he wanted to leave the room as quickly as possible and not anger his master any further. He turned around and tried to run away, but the demon lord wasn't going to let his servant go. So he kicked him in the leg. This caused the guy to just plop down on the ground. Our hero kept stepping on him, which further frightened the defenseless subordinate. The demon lord was not ceremonious and began to beat the servant with his feet. He desperately tried to escape from these strong blows. But the young master was not going to stop at just one blow. So the young man only had to lie there and take this punishment. After a while, the protagonist did stop, and the beaten servant tried to get up from the floor in tears and began to apologize to his master. Finally, someone heard the strange noises coming from the room and came to wonder what was going on here. It turned out to be the knight Mr. Biner, who became a hope for the servant, so the latter immediately rushed to him to escape our hero. The man once again seriously asked the young master what was going on here, and meanwhile the servant was already teasing and showing obscene gestures to the lad. The demon lord immediately noticed that this knight was also a bit rough towards him. The protagonist didn't answer anything to Mr. Biner's question and only took a deep breath. Then the knight, not hiding his displeasure, irritably inquired why the young master continued to remain silent. Eventually, the demon lord asked his subordinate if he should talk to his master like that. Mr. Binar was not afraid of such a question on the part of our hero, for he understood that he could not beat him as well as Hans. After such words from the knight, a sinister smirk immediately appeared on the protagonist's face, which didn't mean anything good. The protagonist, taking his subordinate firmly by the shoulder, called him a small mutt who does not recognize his master. He also whispered threats to the knight that such an unobedient servant deserved a flogging to dampen his ardor. The knight was still not afraid of the young master and asked if he really believed that he could handle such an opponent. Still, our hero stepped away from Mr. Biner and accepted that with his current body and abilities, he could not defeat the strong knight. But anyway, the guy didn't know what to do about this situation because he was the knight master in his words, so he couldn't allow such behavior from his subordinates. Mr. Binor really disliked this attitude on the part of the young gentleman, for he was not the last man in the mansion. Suddenly, the man turned around and saw that the protagonist was about to throw the tablecloth from the table over him. He definitely didn't expect this turn of events, so he tried to get out of this trap. The servant was at once more than a little frightened for Mr. Biner, who was the only defense against the young master. The young man tried to warn the knight that he was being attacked from behind by our hero, who decided to use the flower pot as a weapon. Eventually, the guy managed to execute his plan and rasped the pot over his subordinate's head. The protagonist explained to the foolish knight that strength was far from the only aspect, emphasizing the importance of strategy and intelligence. After dealing with Mr. Biner, The demon lord turned around and decided to return to Hans. The young gentleman was about to finish what he had started with, teaching a lesson to his subordinate. The young man couldn't do anything, so all he had to do was watch as the protagonist swung for another strike. At the last second, Hans could only see that the fist was already a few centimeters away from his face. Immediately afterward, a loud cry came from the room from a young man who was begging for help. After all the fighting with his subordinates, the protagonist was finally able to leave his room. Long, long ago in the past, the lad had been terribly afraid to go through this door before which he now stood. But by now, he didn't care at all about what was behind it. So he confidently grabbed the handles and pulled them toward him. The family council was already gathered outside the door, as well as Hans and Mr. Biner, whom our hero had managed to offend since the morning. The knight did not take his angry gaze off the young lord, who was not at all worried after his terrible actions. He tried with all his might to hold back his annoyance and anger, so he wouldn't say anything to the protagonist. His father had already heard all about it, and was disappointed that Mr. Biner had been put to the floor so easily, and had disgraced the Knights of Fortressdale by doing so. Regardless, even Greg Krepostl, Zeke's half-brother, dared himself to raise his hand against the knight. He gave Mr. Biner a light slap and hoped he hadn't had time to do anything wrong. Guy asked the knight to remember that his main opponent was Zeke, and to keep his cool. Meanwhile, the head of the family was unhappy that our hero was late for their meeting. That man turned out to be Count Vordo Krepostl, who was also Zeke's father. The young man merely inquired indifferently why his father had chosen to summon him to his office. The father was very unhappy that his son did not even react in any way to the fact that he could be punished for such cruel acts. The man emphasized that I think Zeke had already forgotten how to greet other people in this room. The protagonist didn't see this as a problem because he was sure that his father wouldn't respond to this greeting anyway. Vordo Krepostl believed that Zeke's rotten mind was to blame for everything, and believed that with such behavior, he would not be able to inherit slavery. The guy didn't care at all about the fact that he was the main heir to the Krepostl name, so he wasn't going to even try to behave better. Finally, our hero inquired whether his father had seriously thought of passing on the title of Earl to him after all. The father could not tolerate such an attitude from his son, but at this point his wife intervened and tried to calm him down. Floral Krepostl, Zeke's stepmother, had said from the beginning that the guy would act like this time after time. The woman thought that this boy, Zeke, was completely uneducated, and meanwhile Greg couldn't bear to look at this too pathetic a sight. The protagonist clenched his fists hard with anger, because he remembered these two individuals very well. His memories still held all those desperate attempts to beat him in the race for the title of Earl. Zeke eventually decided to play his role as a decent son and stated that he couldn't afford such arrogance and disrespect. So it was as if there had been some misunderstanding. He separately emphasized that he was addressing his mother, who kept trying to tarnish his reputation. Such defiant behavior from the protagonist made the woman very angry, but she also understood that she needed to keep her cool. Zeke also admitted that it was because of these two that he was even invited into his father's office. He finally turned around, ending this conversation and emphasizing that he was truly sorry for the situation. The protagonist seemed to be up to something, so he reached for the sword that had been hanging on the wall all this time. Hans and Mr. Biner were frightened when they saw their abuser taking such risky steps after their conflict. Count Vordo Krepostl also tensed up because he realized that his son had too unpredictable a temperament. Greg Krepostl also couldn't contain his surprise, because he couldn't even guess what decision his half-brother would make. After a second, the protagonist pointed his sword at Hans and stated that he would take the chance to end things right now. The servant of the Krepostl family immediately appealed to Miss Floral to intervene in the situation and save him from the unpredictable young man. Count Vordo Krepostl was unhappy that his son had pointed a sword at someone in his house, and his half-brother gloated that the hero had once again shown his bad side in front of his father. The lad explained that the head of the man who insulted the rightful heir of the Grand Count of Krepostl should fly off his shoulders, and believed that his father had called him here for that very purpose. Floral Krepostl tried to stop our hero, and emphasized that the servant would certainly not dare to insult the young master. Then the protagonist decided to stop after all, and lowered his sword, turning to his stepmother. Zeke hinted skeptically that it all sounded like the woman was trying to prove and accuse the Earl's heir of lying. For his part, Hans realized that if he chose his words poorly, he would indeed be nailed, so not even Miss Floral could defend him. Now the protagonist was residually certain that this servant was the Countess's man, but he couldn't guess why the woman would go so far for this guy. Eventually, Mr. Biner intervened and confirmed what Floral Krepostl had said. The first-class swordmaster of the Order of Knights of the Krepostl family sword order stated that the Count's son had indeed been taking all this time. Zeke was very surprised that the knight allowed himself to make such a loud statement, but he still remained calm. The stepmother immediately asked Sir Byner hopefully if he was telling the truth. The man directly told him that Mr. Zeke had beaten him and servant Hans with his own hands. The protagonist immediately laughed off how he was able to so easily single-handedly defeat a strong knight to shame his subordinate. He hinted that Byner wasn't going to admit his sins, which caused the warrior to get very embarrassed and say that he had never told a lie in his life, though even that was an absolute untruth. Zeke now realized that the knight would feign innocence until the very end. Guy suggested Sir Byner ask the warrior to stop talking and prove his honor with skills in battle. The knight thought that the young lord was already out of his mind if he offered such a solution to the dispute. Our hero immediately pointed his sword at his new rival and emphasized that this would be a good thing even for his father. Zeke thought the Earl could use this chance to finally get rid of his annoying son if he did lose in a duel with the knight. For a few seconds, Count Vordo Krepostal thought about this proposal, but finally authorized this fight. Sir Byner immediately gained confidence, so he was not averse to carrying out his Earl's orders. Afterward, the protagonist, with a strained smile on her face, thanked her father for this decision. The boy was about to leave the office and lastly said that his father could set the place and time of the duel himself. In fact, Count Vordo Krepostal didn't even expect this development because he was just going to give a little reprimand and send his son away. He realized that this situation would be a good excuse to pass the title to Earl Greg, who was much better suited for the role. Zeke put the weapon back in its original place and turned to his father, stating that now he too wanted to change. It was as if the guy realized that he couldn't achieve everything he wanted if he stayed the same as he was in the past. Count Vordo Krepostal suspected that it was the title of Count that his son had in mind beneath his desire. The protagonist replied that his father still wouldn't understand no matter what he said now, so he just promised to see him already on the day of the duel. After this serious conversation, he immediately went outside and began training to hold on to win this important battle. Zeke, after the path he traveled, thought about how weak and naive he was in his 18 years, because he only thought about his father's attention, and because of that, he couldn't even master the blade. The problem was that from the beginning, his father was against the guy learning swordsmanship skills. At such an age, our hero didn't even know in the essence sleeping within him that was so majestic and destructive. Usually, the amount of mana available to a person is determined at birth, and with his skills, Zeke differed greatly from other people. The young man's abilities exceeded any ordinary people's, so he could use it effectively in battle. But at the same time, while using his abilities, the guy felt pain in his heart due to the release of such a powerful force. Other than that, there was the problem of the main character having a hard time controlling his abilities, so things didn't always work out. From the beginning, he knew that it would be too difficult to return to the level when he was a demonic lord, because such enormous mana would definitely not awaken in him that quickly. The guy looked at the sky and thought about the fact that he had even managed to obtain the title of Demonic Lord of Might. But before that, he had to go through a lot of hardships and trials. Sometimes it even got to the point where it seemed as if someone had planned all these events one after another. Zeke realized he couldn't waste any time resting, so he quickly got up off the ground to continue his training. It turned out that he had already sensed that his half-brother was nearby, so he asked him to stop hiding and finally come out of the shadows. Greg's stronghold was surprised that our hero was able to notice him, and immediately swept up what looked like he was finally able to awaken his mana. He immediately hinted that Zeke wouldn't be able to handle his opponent, with only such a low level of ability. The protagonist's brother asked why he was doing something that was uncharacteristic of him, trying to win and inherit the title of Count. The guy suggested that Zeke just move on with his life and think hard about what's going on, so he doesn't risk his life. Greg winked at our hero and emphasized that he would keep an eye on his half-brother the whole time, in a way that he wouldn't even feel. The former demon lord wasn't intimidated at all, so he looked at his brother with a murderous look, making it clear that he wasn't afraid of anything. Now the protagonist understood perfectly well that Greg was too afraid of having the title of Earl taken away from him. Greg Krepostal continued to keep his mask on and stated that his assumption was not true. He realized that it would be right of him to give up the title of Count if he couldn't defeat the pitiful Zeke Krepostal. Zeke grabbed his half-brother sharply by the shoulder and now understood perfectly well everything on his intentions. He confidently declared that in such a case he was simply obliged to grant his favorite sibling's wish. The protagonist was going to do as Greg said and just inherit his father's county to see who would win, as a driving family should. The half-brother didn't appreciate such an idea at all, because he was sure Zeke wasn't going to directly fight him. In turn, our hero did not back down from this idea and stated that it could all be true. Greg Krepostal then replied that he had no reason to refuse his brother a duel. Eventually, our hero decided to take this as an agreement to have a duel for between the brothers. In that case, Zeke wanted to determine the time and place for their fight on his own. After a while, almost the entire county gathered in one place to watch the duel between the heir and Sir Byner. The knight declared that he had diligently internalized the young master's instruction and was now about to teach him a lesson. He kept talking about how it was skills that determined the winner here, but the protagonist wasn't paying attention and noticed that his sword was slightly blunted. Only now the young man decided to listen at least a little bit to what his rival was talking about, so pathos. At that moment, another knight entered the arena and asked the duelists if they were ready to fight. Mr. Byner is the first to confidently state that he was not averse to starting this duel. He was followed by the main character, who only nodded silently in agreement. The knight didn't waste a second and immediately rushed forward to start a fight with his opponent. Zeke wasn't going to stand idly by either, and made one sharp leap forward to finally face Sir Byner. Already in a fraction of a second, the rivals collided and struck their swords with all their might. The protagonist, who tried with all his might to oppose, had taken the hint that though Byner was blunt, a knight is still a knight. The guy didn't even expect the warrior's blows to be so heavy, though he was prepared for any turn of events. The knight seemed to have a plan stashed away for something, so he smirked smugly and was about to move to execute it. He swung his sharp sword sharply and was about to finally massacre the young master. Sir Byner started throwing more and more punches and was going to win this fight fair and square. He was sure that Zeke definitely couldn't win in a fair fight, so he confidently continued to attack him. Eventually, the criminal hero could no longer block the attacks, so he had to retreat. The knight then decided to fill his sword with mana and attack the young lord with renewed vigor. At the very last moment, Zeke still managed to put his sword out to block the attack from his opponent. The protagonist was well aware that the situation was heating up, so he needed to do something to change the course of their fight. Meanwhile, Sir Byner saw that the young man could do nothing, so he became more and more confident in his abilities. The crowd of spectators immediately roared when they saw the fight getting more intense and unpredictable. The knight continued to vigorously attack the young lord, but he was still managing to stay on his feet and block any blows. Count Vordo Krepostle's aide noticed that young Master Zeke was holding his own in battle much better than they had expected. Floral Krepostale still hoped the advantage remained with their team and asked the assistant to confirm it. The old man was sure of this, because the young gentleman had not yet managed his possession of the ball properly. It seems the lady still didn't fully believe in the knight and continued to doubt the outcome of the battle. Count Vordo Krepostale did not respond to this conversation in any way, because he seemed to be completely immersed in his thoughts. At the same time, the crowd was also cheering Sir Byner on and asking him to finish this fight quickly. The knight, who was once again attacking his opponent, wondered with a smile on his face if he had heard all the shouts from the spectators. He hinted at the fact that everyone around him already wanted him to finally get this fight over with. The protagonist had to fight back because he had less and less strength left to block all the attacks. Sir Byner emphasized that it would be in the guy's best interest to give up now if he didn't want to get seriously injured. For his part, Zeke wasn't about to admit defeat because it was time to use his mana in battle. The knight was shocked to see our hero's blade light up with a magical blue light. Meanwhile, the young man himself stated that he had just started the duel. Zeke rushed forward to attack his opponent, but he still wasn't sure if his plan would definitely work. Sir Byner just froze in place because he didn't expect the guy to awaken his abilities in time at all. Meanwhile, our hero used sense expansion, so now dangerous magic projectiles flew into his opponent. The knight realized that the situation was definitely not going in his favor, so he finally came to his senses to avoid this blow. He had enough combat skills so he could easily dodge every projectile. Such powerful attacks caused the surface of the arena to distort, but Zeke never managed to damage his opponent in any way. The main character's skills weren't that advanced yet, so after such a waste of strength, he could hardly hold a sword in his hands. In fact, the young man was prepared for this because it was obvious that the mana would be out of control, causing him to not be able to control it properly. At this time, the entire arena fell silent because they didn't expect to see such strength from Zeke's stronghold at all. The shocked onlookers began to talk quietly because they couldn't even comprehend what they had just seen. The Count's aide also didn't expect to see the skill extending one's own senses that our hero used. Count Vordo Krepostale also pondered, for he knew full well that this ability united blade and body through mana. No one present could understand how the young man had learned this so powerful and rare technique. The knight also instantly recognized the skill his opponent was using, and had no idea how he was able to master it. But he also noticed that the young lord's stance when applying mana was unstable, which made him vulnerable. In any case, Sir Byner thought that his opponent was just a pathetic Zeke who couldn't control his mana anyway. The knight once again filled his sword with magic to once again attack the protagonist, who was already barely on his feet. He was absolutely certain of his success, so he flew angrily towards the already tired Zeke. The guy was well aware that continuing to stand still was not an option because his opponent was too strong. Sir Bynor's sword was getting closer with every second, so at the last moment Zeke finally reacted and jumped aside. The man was shocked to see that our hero had managed to dodge his attack after all. Then he decided to change his tactics, because his offensive against Zeke was not yet complete. Sir Bynor was able to quickly regroup and change the direction of his strike. So now he was sure the lad could not escape his fate. The knight was indeed a master of his craft, so it was difficult for the protagonist to dodge this attack. He used a powerful space dissection, after which it would be very difficult for the protagonist to survive. In the end, Zeke was unable to dodge this powerful hold, so he was sealed against the arena wall with all his might. The crowd immediately shouted with joy, because from the very beginning everyone expected Sir Bynor to show his abilities and win this fight. The knight himself was also jubilant, for he was sure that the winner had already been decided, so he proposed to end this farce at last, before the young gentleman's life was in danger. Then the audience started shouting even louder, congratulating their favorite for the win. Suddenly, Zeke still found the strength to stand up after such a blow, and recognized that with the techniques available to this body, he could not defeat his opponent. The young man was still not going to give up, so he gripped his sword tightly and declared that battles should be fought for real. The protagonist abruptly jumped up from his seat and threw himself right at Bynor to finally deal with the annoying knight. To start, Zeke made one hard kick at the ground to raise dust and blind the warrior that way. Sir Bynor had not expected such eagerness from the young lord at all, so he only managed to cover himself with his hand. Our hero instantly seized the opportunity and with his whole body fell on his opponent to knock him down. The guy's plan worked perfectly, so the knight couldn't defend against such an attack and flew far away to the side. This attack was so sudden and strong that Sir Bynor needed a few seconds to come to his senses. He held tightly to his head, which was now splitting from such a blow, and spoke of our hero acting like a coward. Everything in the man's eyes was blurring, so he could only see Zeke's silhouette coming closer and closer. After a few seconds, the knight felt his opponent step up and present his sword directly to his throat. The lad didn't like being called that at all, and said that Sir Bynor was merely trying to justify his defeat in actual combat with those words. Then the man raised his frightened gaze and looked intently at the protagonist, realizing that he had no avenues of retreat. At the same time, Zeke's face showed absolute confidence in his actions, so it was obvious that he wouldn't be ceremonious with his opponent. In the end, the knight was unable to resist our hero's murderous aura any further, and declared in shame that he was surrendering. Zeke emphasized that Bynor's insolence and recklessness was to blame, but also the fact that he feared killing the eldest son of the Crepustal family he serves played a large part. He believed that if a knight never forgot this battle, he would definitely become an even stronger warrior. Meanwhile, the referee had already approached them and was apprehensively eager to announce the winner of this duel. All the spectators held their breath and listened attentively to who had won, although it seems that everything was already obvious. Greg Crepustal also didn't expect that his half-brother could change the course of events so drastically in his direction. Eventually, the announcement was made to the entire arena that the winner was young Mr. Zeke Crepustal. The audience started screaming about how the guy had no right to throw sand in the caller's eyes because it was the ultimate in meanness and cheating. The protagonist didn't like the fact that they made so much noise, because there was already nothing to change the fact of his defeated victory. Count Vordo Crepustal himself couldn't guess when his son had time to learn magical techniques, because there was no one around to teach him. Meanwhile, his assistant hinted that his father himself should have already guessed how the guy was able to get these abilities. He stated that our hero was already born with these abilities, which made Greg Crepustal very scared because he was his brother's next opponent. The guy couldn't understand at all why the pathetic Zeke was still fine after being hit by Bynor's space dissection. In a panic, he was lost among his thoughts, and the next moment he heard that the protagonist had already challenged him to a duel. Zeke pointed his sword at his half-brother and ordered him to enter the arena for a duel right now. Our hero reminded with a smile that he was the one who determined the place and time of their duel, which made Greg start to get more and more cowardly. Then Count Vordo Crepustal irritably inquired what it was his son was talking about. Zeke was well aware that his father was only pretending to have no idea what this was about, because it was obvious that he had already authorized this fight. At the same time, the audience was tensely discussing the fact that there were rumors of a duel for the inheritance between the two young gentlemen, and realized that, as far as they were concerned, it was all true. They were surprised that the protagonist was going to bat in such a state, and couldn't understand where he got so much confidence from. Zeke could no longer watch what his cowardly brother was doing, So he ordered him to quickly enter the arena to finally settle the matter. He continued to mentally press the young man, who was indeed not at all frightened by the skills his opponent had seen. That's when Count Vordo Krepostal intervened and calmly asked his son to enter the arena. The man couldn't believe that his supposed heir was scared of Zeke when he was already in such a pathetic state, and asked his son not to embarrass himself anymore. The spectators also wanted to hurry up to see such an interesting spectacle, so they began to cheer the two opponents. In the end, Greg Krepostal finally pulled himself together and still couldn't understand why his half-brother had been so cocky about lashing out all this time. The guy noticed that his facial expression, tone of voice, demeanor, even his fighting ability, said that he was no longer the same Zeke standing in front of him. Greg was snapped out of these thoughts by the protagonist, who again wanted to say something to his brother. Zeke was actually just hoping the guy wasn't going to just stand still and wait for his opponent to attack him. In the end, our hero decided to waste no more time and, like an older brother, take the lead and start the fight. The terrified Greg Stronghold only had time to shriek and put his sword in front of him to block Zeke's attack after all. Within a second, their swords crossed and a sharp clang of iron swept across the arena. The young man did not expect the fight to develop so rapidly, but he was still able to defend himself. Eventually, he got close enough to our hero that he was able to examine something surprising in his behavior. Greg Krepostal noticed that the guy's entire body was shaking, so he couldn't even hold the sword in his hands properly. It gave the young man confidence, so he remembered that Zeke was only a pathetic weakling who could be easily dealt with. He began to wield his sword skillfully and thought only of the fact that he was Greg, the true heir to the title of Earl. The protagonist did not expect his younger brother to come to his senses so quickly, so he was unable to react to this blow. By now, Zeke was beginning to feel that the wound Biner had inflicted on him was proving to be quite tricky, so he could no longer use magic in that state. He guessed that to quickly end the match with a victory would only be possible in one single way. Greg Krepostal glared confidently at his opponent, but he wasn't scared at all, and for some reason laughed quietly. At that moment, the first blood in this fraternal fight was spilled on the ground. Zeke gripped the sword in his shoulder with all his might, and wondered with a creepy grin on his face if his brother had seen his guts falling out and blood flowing in rivers. It turned out that the protagonist still had the ability to use mana, so he began to concentrate it in his hand. Even though it was painful and difficult, the guy still wasn't going to lose this duel by any means. Eventually, Zeke was able to successfully use mana and simply break off a piece of his brother's ball. He suggested the guy admit defeat after all, because otherwise Greg would die right here and now. The protagonist was not joking at all, so he swung his weapon to prove the seriousness of his intentions. Zeke maximized his speed and struck his half-brother as hard as he could with the hilt of his sword. Of course, the frightened Greg could not defend himself against such a blow and fell helplessly to the ground. Now the young man could only groan in pain and certainly could not have given equal competition to our hero. At that moment, a few centimeters away from his head, a sharp blade that Zeke had broken apart just crashed into the ground. Fury simply hovered around the protagonist, so anyone who got in his way would fall victim to his weapon, regardless of whether it was his brother or not. Greg Krepostal still couldn't take that kind of pressure from his opponent, so he announced in tears that he was giving up. Then the referee, who not for the first time needed to announce that Zeke Krepostal was the winner of the fight, approached them. The protagonist immediately calmed down when he heard his name from the knight's lips. Viewers definitely did not expect such a development, so now they did not even know how to react to such news. Greg Krepostal only had to lower his gaze in embarrassment because he had embarrassed himself right in front of his father. Meanwhile, Zeke turned to the Count and reminded him that he had made a promise for his victory, and now it was time to fulfill his word, no matter how the situation turned out. The protagonist was already sure that the title of Count would go to the winner of the duel, that is, to him. In fact, Count Vordo Krepostal did not appreciate such behavior from his son at all. The man still wasn't going to give Zeke the title, so he angrily stated that this duel wasn't going to solve anything, which contradicted his own words. In fact, the guy expected just such an outcome. And meanwhile, the viewers began to discuss the fact that the noble family Krepostal does not know how to keep their word. Truth be told, our hero never even wanted the damn title. He took off their family's signet ring and threw it at his father, proving that he didn't need any rank. The dastardly Count Vordo Krepostal continued to sit listlessly in his seat and watch their family heirloom cower right at his feet. Eventually, the man still couldn't stand the fact that his son was allowing himself such inappropriate behavior. Floral Krepostal tried to stop her furious husband, but he wasn't going to listen to the woman. The Count shouted and asked the protagonist what he was doing now, because he was increasingly embarrassing their family in front of the public. Zeke calmly explained to his father that he had made the decision to leave the family of his own volition. He then decided to turn to his half-brother, who was already being led out of the arena. The protagonist suddenly asked him to remember that he could now win any fight if he never feared death. He emphasized that Greg must become stronger in order to protect the borderlands of the fortresses from the threat of invading foreign forces. The young man definitely didn't expect to hear admonishment from his older brother after they had fought so much, so he simply remained silent. Zeke then abruptly walked over to the aide and snatched the health restoration potion that was originally meant for the young lord from his hands. Our hero didn't care at all who the medicine was for, because he wanted to heal his wounds as quickly as possible. Now the boy hoped his family would never forget the lesson he was missing to them today. After this fight, Zeke went to the mansion to pack up all of his belongings before leaving his family. At one point, the protagonist turned around abruptly and addressed his porter. The young man immediately tensed up, because he realized that jokes were short with Zeke, and any mistake could have serious consequences for him. The next second, he was frightened because, for some unknown reason, the young gentleman loomed over him, blocking out the sun. Now the events are brought forward to a few hours earlier, when words were quietly going about their usual business. He was carrying a huge pile of laundry in his hands, so he didn't see the huge Zeke in his path and accidentally crashed. The protagonist hid in the shadows, so it was not immediately clear who was standing in front of the servant. The guy looked at his subordinate with a cold stare and replied that it was just him. Zeke had stated that he was going to take the young man as a servant, so now Hans had no choice but to listen to the young master. Our hero immediately got angry when he suspected that the guy wasn't going to do his bidding, so he threatened him with death. Eventually, Hans had to agree, so Zeke just threw the huge backpack with his stuff at him. The servant realized that he was in no position to cross him in any way, so he simply obeyed the protagonist. Zeke wondered if he had become too good-natured, because he had forgiven the footman who had dared insult him in exchange for simple labor. Still, the protagonist decided to turn around to check on his assistant. He needed her to build up his stamina, because then he would be of some use, so he planned to make Hans work out a bit. Guy ordered his subordinate to call him Sir Zeke from now on, but he was already agreeable to any terms. Hans then inquired what his plan was, but Zeke indifferently replied that there was no specific plan. The protagonist remembered events from his past life and first planned to go to the neighboring region of Porty. He couldn't forget his death, so he was just going to go wherever his eyes were, hoping that the aimless wandering would help him get rid of the memories. Zeke eventually came to the conclusion that he should try to be kinder in this life. They set off on their long journey, and Hans cautiously decided to speak to the young gentleman. The young man was worried because he thought that the chosen path was definitely not suitable for humans. But our hero was aware and deliberately went here. Zeke explained that they were going straight ahead to cut more than half the way and not look for a detour off the beaten path. Hans was afraid that they might encounter monsters roaming around if they moved away from places where humans lived. But that was what the protagonist was aiming for. The young man tensed up greatly when he heard that the young lord was pursuing the goal of finding some monsters. Suddenly he stopped because he heard some strange sounds in the neighboring bushes. Hans turned around abruptly because his nerves were already on edge due to the gloomy atmosphere that prevailed in this forest. The servant hoped he had misheard or misunderstood something because his fear was growing. He made the decision to ignore it and continued to follow the protagonist, who confidently continued on his way. Hans still couldn't calm his emotions, so he constantly looked back to make sure he didn't miss the attacks. The boy hoped they wouldn't skip through this strange place as soon as possible, lest they run into danger. Suddenly Zeke stopped and turned briefly to the servant, who was surprised at this abrupt halt. It turns out that the protagonist was about to announce that his subordinate's ordeal was starting right now and put a sword in his hands. Hans gripped his weapon tightly and looked at the young lord with consternation in his eyes, not realizing what was happening. Zeke then emotionlessly suggested the guy turn back around to see what the challenge would be. The servant obeyed the guy and was shocked when he saw what was going on behind his back. It turned out that our hero was indeed purposefully coming here so that the young man could show off his skills in a real monster fight. It was a real goblin that was also armed, so it was quite a dangerous opponent. Hans was very afraid, for he was not at all sure of his strength, and tried to beg Sir Zeke for mercy. The young man reported that he didn't even know how to hold a sword, so he was unlikely to win this fight. He asked for at least a bigger blade, but the protagonist advised him to be happy with at least that, because otherwise, he might have gotten a regular stick. Meanwhile, the goblin didn't want to wait any longer, so it jumped high to attack its victim. The big monster jumped right on Hans's head and started pounding him with a club. But our hero was not going to interfere in this fight. Zeke realized that his assistant still had a lot of work to do, and still agreed to train him. Meanwhile, the goblin, who had been preoccupied with the young man all this time, turned around because he sensed the presence of someone else. In the end, the guy decided to save his acolyte after all, and with one precise blow, he disarmed the monster. It wasn't a problem for the protagonist at all, so he calmly watched the goblin fall to the ground. Hans also fell to the ground after such a fight, so Zeke watched the two breathless bodies. Eventually, the beaten young man came to his senses, and now tried to find out why the young lord had treated him so cruelly, and he explained that the servant had been too weak. Our hero reached into a small purse and explained that the guy couldn't just carry things around while he was traveling with him. He handed Hans a healing potion and informed him that he just needed training so he could at least protect himself. Also, the guy warned that he had only knocked out the goblin, so he would wake up quite soon. The servant decided to gather his strength and drank in a lot of greens to improve his abilities before another fight. He did gather all his courage into a fist and, gripping his sword tightly, waited for his opponent to finally wake up. After a while, the goblin did come to his senses and shouted loudly, signaling his readiness for battle. The young man decided not to wait for the attack and attacked in the first, throwing himself forward at the monster. The goblin was very agile, so it had no problem dodging Hans' weak attacks. The monster quickly grouped up and successfully attacked the servant, who blocked the blow with his baton at the last moment. The young man grimaced because it was quite painful, but he wasn't about to lose to some petty monster. At that moment, the goblin just swung again to strike his opponent once more. Hans had time to react quickly to such a move by the monster and finally dodged its club. As a result, he was able to masterfully get under the goblin's arm and calmly continue this deuce without further injury. The protagonist had been watching the fight closely the whole time, so he immediately saw this successful trick from his subordinate. Zeke hadn't even expected this sapling to be able to dodge the goblin's blow after all, and now he hoped he had some talent. Meanwhile, Hans quickly moved behind his opponent's back before he could even see him change on the battlefield. It was only after a few seconds that the monster realized something was wrong and turned around to find the hustling guy. But it was too late, because the young man was able to swing his sharp sword to deal with his first enemy with no problem. Hans managed to hit right on the monster's head, so it cried out one last time in such sharp pain. After that, the goblin's breathless body just slumped to the ground, and the guy stood nearby and tried to realize his first victory. The young man looked at his hands in surprise because he couldn't believe that he had actually managed to pass the test from the young master. Eventually, he realized his victory, so he began to rejoice and shout his success. Suddenly, the guy was approached by the main character, who offered him another restorative potion. Zeke recognized with a smile on his face that his subordinate had exceeded his expectations. Hans also couldn't stop rejoicing at his victory, but he didn't forget to thank our hero for his help. At that moment, the potion bottle abruptly fell out of the young man's hands because something had startled him again. He pointed apprehensively in the other direction, so Zeke immediately turned his head there to see what had caught his subordinate's attention. It appeared that a new horde of goblins was already advancing on them from the shadows of the forest, their ominous silhouettes slowly looming among the trees. All the uninvited guests hissed angrily when they saw another victim for themselves. The protagonist absolutely calmly reacted to this development. But Hans was no longer sure that he could cope with so many enemies. Zeke didn't hesitate long and immediately turned to the rocks that lay right under his feet. The servants had no idea at all what the young gentleman was going to do with those stones, and watched his actions in shock. Our hero managed to throw these small stones so accurately that they hit the heads of all the monsters and quickly disarmed them. The monsters didn't even have time to react to all these attacks, so they just got hit by those fast homemade bullets. Hans had so not expected to see this way of fighting that he fell to the ground in surprise. But it was nothing unusual for Zeke. Guy asked his servant why he was so surprised, because this was just the beginning. The young man couldn't understand why Sir Zeke was talking about some kind of start, and the man indifferently explained that there was a whole other horde of orcs behind him. The protagonist reassured him that he had a bunch more Zellas, which would definitely help them in this difficult battle. They ended up finishing their showdown with all the monsters deep into the night. Our heroes decided not to go far from this place and set up their small camp right next to the mountain of defeated orcs and goblins. Hans was sleeping sweetly after such a hard day, and Zeke was still sitting by the fire, keeping his eyes on him. It was clear from the gaze of the protagonist that he was deeply immersed in his own thoughts. As it turned out, during their journey, Zeke had already questioned his partner about why Floral was standing up for him so fiercely. The boy wanted to know if Hans had anything to do with this woman, and he finally decided to say something. The young man explained that his grandmother had in the past been merely Madame Florel's nanny. He suspected that this was the main reason Madame had been favorable to him from an early age. Zeke was immediately reminded of the petty servant they had, who was particularly bullied by his mother because he was the grandson of the nanny who had raised Lady Floral. Then the protagonist decided to continue his interrogation and asked the servant if he knew his mom, and he immediately lied that the woman was a wonderful person, even though it wasn't true. The guy talked about how it was as if she was kind to the people under her command. even though it was the exact opposite. He also clarified that she always respected those who were above her, but in fact she went even against her husband. The young man finished by saying that it was as if Madame treated everyone kindly, but often she bullied even Floral. Zeke himself had long known about the fact that the Count's family actually hated him solely because of his mom. The main character was well aware of all the atrocities she had managed to do, so he even felt sorry for all those people. Either way, the guy tried to reassure himself that he shouldn't blame himself for this. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by the loud sound of the wheels of a carriage, which was passing somewhere quite nearby. Then Zeke didn't wait and went straight to wake up his partner, who had been sleeping sweetly and thinking about nothing the whole time. The young man couldn't understand what the problem was because it wasn't light yet, but our hero explained that someone was walking in their direction. The servants were immediately frightened because they thought they were being attacked by goblins or orcs again. In fact, it was indeed a carriage that was getting closer and closer to where they were camped. The protagonist wasn't going to go forward, so he nudged his partner to scout the situation. The young man couldn't stop worrying and asked the young gentleman if it was just the sheep being grassed. Then Zeke explained that the clatter of wheels was not as loud as the clatter of hooves. So if they were traitors, a harnessed horse would be pulling a cart behind it, and the two sounds would blend together. Hans immediately tensed up because he thought they were travelers like that. But the guy emphasized that a normal traveler wouldn't roll up in a carriage at this hour. They tensely continued to stare into the darkness, not realizing who these strangers might be. The next second, two knights appeared from the shadows of the doors to escort this thundering carriage. The protagonist continued to remain calm, but he already knew that the paladins in front of him were the real paladins. A girl then came out of the carriage who immediately apologized for her honesty, explaining that they, too, wanted to camp here for the night. Zeke was greatly surprised to see what kind of guests had come to their territory after all. The stranger, who had been hiding her face behind a hood the whole time, introduced herself as a follower of Karuna. The girl decided not to hide her identity any longer and, revealing her face, revealed that her name was Aine Lubella. The protagonist immediately began to suspect something because he remembered the Karuvimana saint, Lubella, from his past life. It was she who, with the help of her prayer, gave his rival the power to defeat the demon lord. Zeke had no idea that he would meet this man again in this place. At this point, someone from the saint's escort stepped forward and stated that it was his pleasure to meet our heroes. It was a man named Vage, who served Lady Lubella, a candidate for sainthood. And meanwhile, Zeke immediately recognized him as the Tasnian death machine. The knight didn't understand what the protagonist meant, but the man simply asked him to ignore his words. Zeke shook the man's hand firmly as a sign of introduction and tried to keep his resolution in his head that he would be kind to everyone in this life. He was sure that meeting people he didn't know in his past life certainly wouldn't hurt for his new goals. Our hero realized that the travelers wanted to camp here and asked them to make themselves at home, and Wyke thanked him for such hospitality. At this point, the guy finally remembered his assistant and suggested that he too introduce himself to these honorable men. It turns out that Hans had already gone off on his own to meet the beautiful Aine Lubella, who was embarrassed by this treatment. At this time, the paladins had already gotten to work and began setting up their camp. The knights were very quick at their errand, so in a few minutes, a large tent had already appeared among the trees. They were having some trouble, so one of the warriors asked someone to help and support the other end of the piece of cloth. Aine Lubella didn't want to stand by and was about to help her guards, but she was immediately stopped by someone. Hans really liked this girl, so he wanted to show himself in the best light in front of her. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood back and watched as his amorous assistant fluttered around the tent to prepare it perfectly for the priestess. Zeke sat down under one of the trees and thought that the young man was completely out of his mind for acting so strangely. He alone decided to watch from the shadows, as everyone around him prepared to spend the night in the middle of the forest. After observing the priestess, the boy agreed that Lubella's beauty was out of this world. Zeke was even a little offended by the fact that Glenzanard was able to gather only beauties around him. The guy laughed because of his guesses about his past enemy, and meanwhile, someone else decided to have a little chat with him. It turned out to be Aine Lubella, who gently inquired if she could sit down next to our hero. The girl thanked Zeke for the opportunity, and in the meantime, Vegi stood by her side to keep her priestess safe the entire time. She thanked the protagonist for letting them camp here for the night. But there was no problem with that for the guy. An awkward silence hung between them after that, making Zeke start to get a little nervous. But the priestess felt completely calm. Eventually, Aine Lubella noticed that something was wrong with the main character. She decided to continue their conversation and asked what brought Zeke to this place, explaining that she was traveling in search of the history of all sorts of people. What the girl said about herself was that she bestows a prayer of blessing when she meets people in need of help. And our hero commented that it was just an amazing skill. The priestess immediately excitedly emphasized that it was in fact the duty of every member of the Keruviman order. Then Zeke decided to reveal that he was here after all, because he was now trying to figure out how to live a righteous life. Only now did the boy realize that all this time, the key to a question that had been plaguing him for a long time had been sitting right next to him. He decided to ask the holy priestess directly to explain to him how to become a good person. Aina Lubella was greatly surprised to hear such an interesting question from the protagonist, one she definitely needed to think about. The young man, recalling his past life, explained that someone had told him that he should do more good deeds, so he thought that of all people, it was the saint who would be best to consult. The girl understood everything and started talking about how there are many ways to be a kind person. First, she decided to ask if our hero was good at something, and he replied that he was managerial in things that required strength. Aine Lubella suggested that the guy use this power to help those in need, so he immediately thought of the idea. Eventually, the protagonist came to the decision that he would start looking for those he could help as early as tomorrow. After our heroes waited out the night with their new companions, they headed to the nearest town. The priestess's companions traveled to the main square, and Vage immediately noted that the vendor rows were just being set up. The man warned the lady that he needed to be away for a while to fulfill an order, and the lady simply asked him to be careful. The girl wanted to turn to her attendants and suggest that they go on, but she suddenly stammered, startled by someone's terrifying scream that came from a nearby dark alley. Ain Lubella couldn't leave someone in trouble, so she immediately went in the direction where the sound was coming from. She reported the strange sounds to her paladins, who immediately went there to check the situation. The girl was shocked as she walked behind her warriors and saw what was happening to the screaming man. It turned out some group of people were dealing with a man whose face was already badly battered. The paladins instantly intervened in this conflict and ordered everyone to stop. The priestess tried to look more closely into the crowd and saw a familiar face among these guys. It turned out that the man who had beaten the defenseless man was Sir Zeke, whom she had managed to meet tonight. After this meeting, they went straight to the tavern, and an angry Aina Lubella reprimanded the lad for not following her words at all. She cringed at the reminder that the protagonist actually shouldn't be helping bad people. Zeke didn't see it as a problem because those people also needed help. But the girl emphasized that from now on, he should try to help only those who were infirm themselves. She also added that a guy should not resort to violence against good people. The priestess felt that our hero should apologize for his act, but the battered man replied that it was all right. He introduced himself as Sud and thanked the saint for saving him from the protagonist. After listening to him, the girl decided to inquire about what had happened to Suda that he was in such a situation. Turns out these bad people from the Siren Trading Company wanted the man to give them his shop, which meant too much to him. He explained that the place is filled with memories of his beloved grandfather. It was for this reason that Sud immediately told the villains that he would never in his life give away the rights to that shop. The man was upset about this situation, so he cried because he didn't even know what he should do about it now. Aine Lubella gently took his hand to express her support in this way, and asked him not to worry about the situation. She stated with the confidence of a boss that she could schedule a meeting with Mayor Port right now. One of the knights tried to object because Lady Lubella can't get involved in politics, but the girl couldn't just ignore the situation. In the end, Aine Lubella promised that she would handle everything and asked Suda to just rely on her. She immediately ran for the exit to deal with the situation as soon as possible, causing the paladins to have to run after her lady. The protagonist still just remained silent and watched the priestess who wanted so badly to help some ordinary stranger. The events shifted to the next morning as the townspeople dispersed to go about their business. Hans noticed that the young gentleman looked tense, so he decided to ask him what he was thinking about. Guy explained that he had been thinking about what Lubella had said yesterday, namely about helping the infirm, and thought the girl might have been mistaken in her views on life. Zeke suddenly grabbed his acolyte and informed him that he was also worried because the priestess and her team never returned yesterday. At this moment, they were just passing near a crowd of people who had gathered near some sort of placard on which was written an urgent search order. Frightened residents spoke of this wanted man allegedly killing the deputy mayor. The protagonist took a closer look at this poster and was shocked when he saw who was depicted on it. It turned out that the wanted woman was Aine Lubella, who was suspected of murdering the deputy mayor and attempting to curse the town of Porty. Hans immediately freaked out because he couldn't understand what was even going on, and Zeke began to suspect that something wasn't right here. The residents began to fear that a real witch from Keruviman had come to visit them, and thought that it was because of the witch's curse that the town was such a shambles. At this moment, Zeke heard the residents also talking about how the sun was already setting, so they wanted to get home quickly so they wouldn't run into any other people. The guy continued to stand still and watch as people just sorted themselves out in different directions, wanting to get to their homes as quickly as possible. It was so serious that the residents even closed their windows tightly because of their unknown fear. Frightened mothers were pulling their small children who didn't even realize what was even happening. Hans, seeing such panic among the people of the town, was even more frightened and asked Sir Zeke why everyone was acting so strangely. Obviously, something fishy was going on here, so the protagonist offered to leave too, so as not to run into trouble. The boys had traveled to their lodging place after the sun had set over the horizon, so there was a chance that they would meet the ones they were all so afraid of. Zeke continued to remain calm, but his assistant was succumbing to this oppressive atmosphere and kept looking around. The boy recalled that something like this had already happened in his past life. He was sure Lubella was innocent because it had never happened before, and no one had cursed Porty. The protagonist realized that something had changed in this world because he happened to meet a saint. At that moment, Hans grabbed his arm and, in a trembling voice, asked him to pay attention to one detail. The young man reported that the whole time he had the feeling that someone was following them. It turned out that someone who looked very strange and made ominous noises had been following them the whole time. When this stranger came closer to them, it could be seen that it was a real walking dead man. Hans instantly hid behind the main character's back, because he didn't expect to see the undead in the city at all. Zeke realized that there was no time to waste and immediately cut off the creature's head, completely disarming it. The young man didn't expect the young master to act so bravely, so he just stood back and watched his attack. Watching the gruesome sight of a zombie's head falling to the ground, he wondered where the undead could have come from. Zeke turned around and looked at his companion and gravely informed him that he had a bad feeling about the whole thing. After a while, they were approached by the city guards, who were glad that no one was hurt and promised to deal with the undead bodies. Now the man asked our heroes to return home so as not to run into any more danger. He also handed him a torch so the boys could reach their home more safely. The guard emphasized that they must reach before the witch's curse catches up with them. After that, they just turned around and walked off in an unknown direction with the body of the walking dead in a bag. After waiting a bit, Hans asked the protagonist what he thought about the fact that Lady Lubella might have really been a witch. The guy was sure it was simply impossible, and the culprit in this incident was simply putting Lubella down. The servant immediately inquired why the young gentleman was so sure that the girl had just been placed. The protagonist tried to explain his thought, but then realized he might be saying a little too much. Hans immediately suspected that he might know something interesting about the priestess, and tried to ferret out the information. Zeke tried to lie that the girl just had it written all over her face that she was an innocent and good person, which upset the curious young man. At that second, our hero's attention was drawn to some strange sounds that were somewhere quite close by. The guy immediately turned around and saw some strange shadow behind his back that was moving very fast. Hans noticed that the young gentleman was somehow tense, so he inquired as to what had happened. Suddenly, the main character, without explaining anything, snapped out of his seat and ran towards those sounds. He seemed to sense something very important, because he didn't stop for a second and ran quite fast. Eventually, the guy stopped near some alleyway where Lubella, who was not at her best, appeared to be sitting. Hans was shocked because he hadn't expected to see this particular girl here at all. It was indeed Lady Lubella who was trying to hide here from all her pursuers. After this sudden encounter, they went straight to the tavern where they had taken a room. The girl had to change into the clothes of the protagonist, so the latter immediately asked if she was comfortable in this form, but the priestess did not complain at all. Our hero, who was waiting for Lubella at the table, explained that Hans had gone out to buy them food for dinner and was due back very soon. He immediately inquired where all the paladins who had accompanied their saint had disappeared to. Guy guessed that the knights had simply left on another mission, but it was clear from Lubella's reaction that this was not the reason. Zeke immediately noticed the change in the expression on the girl's face as she blamed herself for the whole situation. She couldn't hold back her tears because she was sure she was the only reason other people were hurt. The protagonist was of a completely different opinion, so he decided to question the injured priestess a bit. He handed her the wanted poster and wondered if all these events could have been related. The girl was frightened when she saw the inscription and immediately began to prove that she was not a witch. Zeke calmly replied that he had been aware of this fact for a long time and absolutely trusted the saint. Aine Lubella was very surprised when she realized that our hero trusted her without any further explanation. Our hero simply believed that this girl could not have done something so evil. He asked the girl to just tell the whole truth about what happened to her after they broke up. It was actually very hard for Saint to remember about the day they had missed each other. Then she did go to the mayor, and the conversation went pretty well from the start. Unlike the greedy-eyed mayor, the deputy in charge said he would take the matter into his own hands. After the conversation, this hospitable man whispered in his boss's ear that they should invite their guests to dinner. For his part, the mayor didn't seem particularly happy about the decision, but he couldn't refuse his employee. Apparently, the world had realized how inhospitable it had been before, and had prepared dinner for the priestess's team after all. The girl wanted to refuse, but in an instant she heard the bellies of her paladins saying that they were already hungry. Finally, she thought of her knights and replied that it would be wonderful if they could have dinner together. The warriors were very hungry, so they greedily gorged themselves on the food and wine they were served at dinner. Aine Lubella blamed herself for everything, because it was because of her desire that they had made such an unexpected visit to the mayor. After the meal, they wanted to go to the mayor to thank him, so they walked the long corridors of his mansion together. The girl carefully opened the doors of his office, not realizing that all this would change the course of events. What the saint saw before her immediately shocked her. The paladins immediately stood up for their priestess because they saw that the deputy mayor was dead. It turns out that the mayor was the one doing the dark magic for which he was killing his employees. The knights took a closer look at the room and saw another horrifying detail here. It turns out that right in the middle of the office was a statue of the demon Belu, whom the mayor worshipped. The priestess now realized that the man was only Beled's puppet. The mayor laughed with a disheartened look at the fact that the girl had only now guessed the connection. She tensely wondered what the man was trying to accomplish with all these rituals. A follower of Beled believed that the saint could see with his own eyes what he was doing. What was obvious was that the man was going to take the opportunity to sacrifice his guests to the Great Bell. He decided to use his employees, whom he turned into the Walking Dead, to attack his next victims. The paladins immediately swarmed to defend Aine Lubel and quickly dispatched every enemy in their way. Aine Lubella also did not stand idly by and used prayer to put extra armor on her warriors. At the same time, the girl realized that there were too many enemies, so it was obvious that she wouldn't be able to handle them all. The priestess was sure she was superfluous here and was only tangling under the Palladian's feet. One of the knights turned around to see if Lady Lubella was all right. Only now did they see that one of the dead men had decided to attack them from the back, so it was necessary to protect Aine Lubel as soon as possible. The girl was too scared, so she couldn't even move to avoid the undead's attack. The paladin realized he had to act quickly and grabbed the priestess by the shoulder to push her away from the monster. He threw himself forward at the Walking Dead to protect the saint, because that was his primary concern. For a few seconds, Aine Lubella interrupted her story about that night, because it was too difficult for her to remember what happened next. Zeke then decided to wonder if she was talking about the very same Beled he'd been thinking about all along. The girl suspected that their thoughts about this demon were the same, so she confirmed our hero's guess. Everyone had heard of a cult that desired destruction and chaos, whose members worshipped the evil god Bel. The boy asked Lubella what these sectarians were trying to accomplish in this town, but she had only a hunch that they wanted to hold a large-scale ritual here. She had time to see the inscription on the statue behind the mayor, which only confirmed her assumptions. The inscription said that the sectarians were going to make an offering to Belid in the form of an entire city. The protagonist wondered how to solve such a serious problem, and the saint wondered if he knew anything more about the situation. Turns out the guy was still aware that this ritual involved erecting idols to Bel. The demonic statues then filled the townspeople with life force, which was a pretty creepy sight. And the book the mayor was holding was most likely the catalyst for the statue's power to manifest. Aine Lubella also added that after escaping from the mansion, she tried to ask for help at Karuviman Temple. It didn't work out in the end since the city is completely isolated from the outside world, but she was going to stop the ritual anyway. The girl had some hope when the main character stated that he would help her save the city from this disaster. Zeke realized that this just might be his first good thing on his way to becoming a good man. Saint was worried that the lad might be in danger if he took the case, but he was absolutely confident in his abilities. Our hero confidently declared that tomorrow night they would go straight to the mayor's mansion. He, unaware that Hans had been eavesdropping on them all this time, was about to rest, so he went to the door and suggested that Lubella go back to her room and rest. Eventually, Zeke saw his lurking servant behind the open doors, who had no time to react to the footsteps and hide. The guy wasn't angry at his subordinate at all, because he just had a new assignment for Hans. Aine Lubella watched from the sidelines as the protagonist quietly whispered instructions to his servant. Zeke seemed to have said something shocking to the young man, because afterward he shouted loudly to the entire tavern. The next night they went, as planned, to the mayor's mansion, where they were immediately met by the master of the house, who did not even suspect that the guests would return here a second time. What was surprising was that the deputy mayor, who was known to be supposed to be dead, walked out on them. The protagonist immediately asked the priestess why this person was still alive, but even Aine Lubella herself didn't understand what was going on here. Eventually, the girl began to worry even more because she began to guess why the deputy was standing in front of them. She saw that he was holding the very book filled with Belu's energy. The man himself turned to Ms. Lubella and explained that she was officially called the Key of the Sacrifice Ritual and asked how she knew this information. Meanwhile, the main character stated that he finally understood what was going on in the place, and suggested that the mayor must have unwittingly followed someone else's orders until he died. In fact, the man was not Belu's servant, but merely a common puppet. Zeke looked closely at the deputy and assumed he was the one who had been running the mayor all this time. After our hero gave away all his assumptions, a sinister smirk appeared on the sectarian's face. Aine Lubella had no idea that this pleasant and hospitable man could turn out to be such a despicable person. Then she decided to ask what the fate of her paladins was, hoping to hear something reassuring. But the deputy only laughed and told her not to worry. He coldly reported that he had ground the bodies of each of them into mincemeat and then fed it all to the fish. Such news shocked Aina Lubella because it was hard for her to hear such terrible things about her people. The deputy didn't really care much about the issue, so he decided to move on to another topic. He inquired about the man who had come with the girl, assuming it was some sort of Karuvaiman's secret security service. Our hero immediately dismissed the sectarian's assumptions because he was in no way connected with Karuvaiman. The deputy then inquired as to why the guy decided to come here, because he didn't seem to have an obvious reason for doing so. Zeke defiantly replied that a man who believes in some strange fish needs to know the reasons for his actions. The man was, of course, very angry that the protagonist was being so disrespectful to his god. He supposed the protagonist just couldn't wait to experience Bella's real punishment. The guy continued to get the sectarian emotional and stated that he wasn't crazy enough to take punishment from some stupid fish. In the end, the man could not take the abuse any longer and decided to teach the protagonist a lesson. He was going to make Zeke repent to Bella in agony, and then just finish him off in cold blood. In the next second, the sectarian summoned the dead, ordering the man to be killed. But the woman was left alive because there might still be a use for her. The dead puppets immediately threw themselves into the fight, but Zeke was completely calm and had already prepared for this fight. Aine Lubella was also going to assist in the battle with the blessing, asking our hero to be careful. Her power immediately reached the guy's heart, which was besides enveloped by the power of the sleeping demon. In the next moment, Zeke felt his level of his power greatly increased, giving him even more confidence. He immediately rushed forward, showing tremendous agility and speed, swiftly covering the distance between himself and the enemy. It only took him a few seconds to disarm each sectarian puppet, leaving behind only fallen, lifeless bodies. Zeke managed to wield his sword skillfully, so no undead could block his path. The deputy mayor was shocked and couldn't believe that some ordinary kid had such powerful skills. He couldn't understand how Zeke was able to take down all these rather strong undead so easily. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself still has enough strength left to continue the fight without any problems. Zeke was beginning to feel that finally, some of his magic had returned after he had spent all of his supplies on the duel. He asked with a cheeky smile if that was all his opponent was capable of, and suggested that he still summon a few more useless puppets. The sectarian let the guy have as much sass as he wanted because it wouldn't save him from God's punishment anyway. He was sure that all preparations for the ritual had already been completed, but Zeke confidently stated that was far from the case. The guy reported that the problem was that he found and destroyed all the statues of Belu that were hidden in Porty. The deputy was not frightened by this, because everything would work without it. But our hero did not let him finish, and told him that the priestess of the Karuviman order could perform a special rite over the statue. Zeke hinted that the effectiveness of the ritual might drop to a minimum after that. The sectarian was finding it increasingly difficult to contain his anger, and the lenses on his glasses were beginning to crack due to the incredible tension. Even Aina Lubella herself wasn't sure if it was true, but the protagonist once again confirmed his words. The guy explained that since he had destroyed all the statues in town, all they had to do was sneak in and destroy the last one. The man was beginning to shake more and more with anger, because he realized that the ritual might indeed fail. Eventually, he decided to summon more puppets to use them to capture our heroes. It wasn't a problem for Zeke, because he had no problem chopping up a few more brainless dead people. The deputy watched with his mouth open as all of his puppets were destroyed in such a short time. Aine Lubella had also not expected her companion to be such a strong warrior. In turn, the protagonist himself was smiling contentedly, because it felt good to feel all that power. After that quick fight, the guy walked over to Lubella and gently took her by the shoulder. Picking the girl up in his arms, he girded the girl about the fact that she might hurt herself now, so he asked her not to move much. Zeke said that right now they were leaving the place, but Saint couldn't figure out how he was going to do that if the entrance was already blocked. The girl tried to stop the protagonist, but he was not going to listen to her and followed his plan. Turns out Zeke decided to take a radical approach and just jumped out the window with Lady Lubella in his arms. The sectarian couldn't understand what was the point of the guy deciding to just run away from him. He finally came to the conclusion that it was worth revisiting their plan to prepare for the ritual. The next day, news had already spread through the city that the witch Lubella had killed the mayor himself. Residents were shocked by such news and looked at flyers showing the new suspect. People just couldn't believe that this girl had managed to kill the mayor of their town as well. They picked up the flyers and couldn't figure out what kind of man was pictured on them. The locals began to suspect that they depicted a witch's henchman who was assisting her in her murders. The main character didn't care at all that he was wanted, and only marveled with that he was as handsome as he was drawn. But at the same time, the guy thought it was odd that his face was all a bit distorted. Lubella agreed with that too, because the deputy could clearly see our hero's face. But Zeke assumed the man was just lazy and hadn't made an effort for those flyers. Our hero suggested to stop worrying about all these details and asked his companion to have a little snack, because very soon they need to go on the road. The girl took her time eating because she wanted to wonder where Zeke had managed to get so much food. It became obvious that the guy had just stolen it from one of the shops. But he explained that given their current situation, he couldn't afford to just buy all those groceries. It was all against the priestess's principles. But Zeke asked her not to feel bad about it, emphasizing that he wasn't a thief. The girl couldn't understand what the main character was talking about, so she looked at him carefully to get some explanation. Zeke explained that he had written down all the places he had taken something from. So, it was a sort of extended loan, but the priestess still thought it required the seller's consent. Our hero realized that such strict obedience to the letter of the social contract was rather unrealistic. But the guy was going to pay back the war victims to make up for all the damage done. At that moment, Aine Lubella remembered that Hans had disappeared somewhere, and the main character explained that he had gone on his mission. The girl immediately calmed down. For all this time, she had been troubled by the thought of this young man's fate. She finally decided to grab a bite to eat and asked where they were going to go now, and Zeke told her that they needed to find the idols of Belu hidden around the city. Aine Lubella asked if the protagonist knew the way to find all those statues. The guy said they would go into the slums first, because he had a rough estimate of where the idols might have been hidden. After a quick bite to eat, they went straight to the right place where the people Zeke had been helping since arriving in town were located. The guys immediately tensed up when they heard the familiar voice of the main character. On top of that, they were startled when they noticed that next to Zeke was the very witch the whole town was looking for. All those hooligans immediately ran away, because from the very beginning they suspected that the guy had been a henchman of the witch all along. Zeke wasn't going to let all these guys go so easily, so he instantly threw himself into pursuit. He jumped up with ease, and in a few moments was able to block the path of the bullies, who were so desperately trying to escape. The main character didn't understand why they were getting so cold feet, and assured the guys that he wasn't going to nail them. The bullies, seeing Zeke's grim look, were even more frightened, because now they had no way to retreat. Eventually, our hero was able to drag these guys to Lubella, who recognized them immediately with no problem. Zeke himself immediately confirmed that these were the same guys he'd helped punch that merchant named Suda in the face. At that moment, he turned around abruptly because he felt someone else's presence somewhere nearby. It turned out that a friend of these two hooligans was hiding nearby. So our hero turned to him because he was behaving disrespectfully towards his comrades, whom he had just ditched. This guy realized that now he had no choice but to reveal his location. Coming out to our heroes, he immediately inquired why the criminals were out in the open. But Zeke asked not to worry about them. The protagonist explained that he was looking for someone, so he asked the bandits to help with that. But they weren't going to mess with such a dangerous villain. He roughly threw those other two guys to the ground and emphasized that he wasn't just asking to do it. Zeke calmly explained that he was going to lavishly reward the guys if they did agree to help him, showing the bag of bounty. He promised that all this money could go to the bandits if they answered a few questions, causing the boys to immediately sit down quietly and await any instructions from our hero. For starters, Zeke decided to ask about whether the guys knew anyone who had recently gotten suddenly sick or died here at all. He emphasized that it was as if this man must have lost his zest for life, which sounded pretty terrifying. You could tell from the guys' faces that they knew something about it after all, but continued to remain silent. Eventually, the guys decided to come forward with some information, but one of them said he didn't know anything about it at all. The protagonist began to get annoyed that the bandit behaved this way, even though he was offered a considerable amount of money. He immediately grabbed this young man, who refused to speak, and began to interrogate him harshly. Aine Lubella realized that the situation was too difficult, and clutched her staff tightly to keep her emotions at bay. Our hero just turned around at that moment and saw that his companion was about to intervene in the situation. Turns out, the girl was so desperate that she fell to her knees to convince the guy to tell everything he knows because it was their last hope. Even Zeke himself didn't expect the priestess to take such a step, so he immediately let the bandit go. Lubella realized that it was hard for everyone to believe that theirs and the town was in terrible danger right now. She emphasized that at this rate, Porty could turn into a city of death, because the undead are already roaming around at night, and no one knows when something even more horrible will happen. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it and started yelling that it was because of the appearance of our heroes that all sorts of dark creatures appeared here. He was sure that if it wasn't for this witch, who he thought was Aine Lubella, you would be fine in the city. Because of his emotions, he couldn't keep the secret and gave away that his brother was seriously ill, which made our hero realize that he was the right man for them. The young bandit now realized that he had said too much and was unhappy that he couldn't hold on after all. Zeke immediately asked the guy to escort them to his house, but he was in no hurry to do so, because he was afraid they would do something bad to his brother. The protagonist found it more and more difficult to hold his anger against this young man, who did not want to get in touch with them. He ended up just grabbing the guy under pressure to guide them to his house after all, but then he was still desperately trying to break free from that dead grip. After a while, they did end up in a half-abandoned cabin that was hidden under a thick crown of trees. After Aine arrived, Lubella did her best to treat her younger brother, but he still wouldn't get better until they found the cause of the illness. Zeke immediately asked the young man if his brother had crossed paths with anyone suspicious lately. The bandit immediately replied that he had seen everything before his eyes, which surprised our heroes. Still, for some reason, he was in no hurry to tell about all these events, so the protagonist had to dig out himself. Who was this scoundrel? The young man was displeased that Zeke had forgotten about the very scum he had managed to personally meet. While they are fiddling with their younger brother, the dark night has already fallen, and events are already moving to another house in Porty. Inside the building was the same statue of the dark god before which the peddler, whom our hero had dealt with at the beginning of his journey to the city, was praying on his knees. It turned out that Sud, whom the priestess had so fiercely protected from the guy's strong fists, turned out to be a similarly turned sectarian. The young man was incredibly angry at this scumbag who had done such a despicable thing to his little brother. Aine Lubella guessed that the speech was about the very man she had saved from the hands of the protagonist. The guy was actually very angry with the saint, because if it wasn't for her intervention, he would have been able to save his brother. Zeke quickly jumped into their conversation to stop the desperate brother and asked for more details about the situation. He really wanted to know the whole story of what had happened to the boy, although it was hard for the lad to talk about this grief in their family. A few days ago, the young man returned later than usual, and his younger brother Georgie was not at home for unknown reasons. The boy was quite weak, and they live in a slum without any guards, so it was too dangerous. The young man worried that something might have happened to Georgie and panicked, looking around frantically for any sign of her. Eventually, after running around most of the slum, he came around another corner where a shocking sight awaited him. The guy saw his little brother being hovered over by some stranger with a blade, about to do something bad to his victim. Suda also instantly felt someone else's gaze on him and turned around to find that person. The young man immediately rushed forward to catch up with this non-gay who was determined to bully his little brother. He was able to catch up to this suspicious man and was almost able to grab him by his clothes. The lad wasted no opportunity and immediately tried to tear off the cape to see the villain's true face. The young man was shocked when he saw the familiar face and couldn't understand why he had done this to his little brother. He absolutely could not believe that the dastardly Sud had been hiding under the hood all this time. The protagonist now realized that it was since this incident that the younger brother had been in such a state. The guy said that he didn't find any wounds on his brother's body at the time, and he woke up immediately, so it seemed like everything was fine. But as time went on, the boy grew weaker and weaker, said he had no strength, and soon fainted, as if he were a man absolutely without vitality. Zeke concluded that the guy had asked him for help when they first met, precisely because of his brother's illness. The young man explained that he was going to steal the dagger that Sud had stabbed the boy with and then make a deal. In exchange for the weapon, he was going to learn directly from the scoundrel how to cure his brother. Only problem was, one righteous woman had caused the guy's whole plan to go awry. Aine Lubella immediately apologized because she simply misunderstood the situation and was trying to save a weak person. The young man still didn't understand the reason why the priestess did such a thing, and emphasized that one shouldn't do such a thing, just because Suda didn't resist. The girl couldn't understand what the frustrated guy was getting at all this time. He further assumed that Lubella did so because he was poor or looked like a common bully, which was enough for her to distinguish the strong from the weak. The protagonist intervened in their tense conversation because he was only escalating an already difficult situation. He explained that the priestess had always lived as an aristocrat, so she lacked experience, because of which you just had to understand her. Zeke also noticed that the young man was somehow not angry with him at all, though there were reasons for it. Our hero thought that the fact that he too had betrayed the young man when Aine Lubella appeared on the horizon was enough for that. which was a valid argument. The guy explained that this was the first time he'd ever had a situation like this, but Zeke didn't understand what he meant. All the resentment was gone because our hero was the first person who said he would just help him, without any conditions. The young man was immediately embarrassed because he had said such frank things, and Zeke was surprised at this reaction from the bully. After this conversation, our heroes went out on the porch of the cabin, and Zeke inquired what Miss Lubella was now thinking about. The girl said that she sensed Bella's disgusting energy in this child instead of life force from the beginning. After hearing this, the protagonist was convinced to start his search from this point, and the priestess asked if he had any plan of action. The guy explained that the first step was that they had to get out of here right now. Now the events shift again to the house of Suda, who was completely unaware that his identity had been revealed. At this time, the man was nonchalantly carrying some boxes inside, not feeling that he was already being watched closely. Suddenly, he heard some extraneous sounds, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Suda did turn around to see what it was, but saw nothing strange. After that, he went with all these things to his basement, lighting the way with a lamp. The man continued calmly down the stairs because nothing portended any trouble. He still kept thinking about that strange rustling, but assumed it was just rats. At that moment, the main character abruptly appeared behind his back, remarking that it had been a very long time since they had seen each other. Sudi continued to remain silent because he definitely didn't expect to see this man in his home, and he couldn't understand the reason why he had visited here. Our hero hinted that today, the man should be beaten to the very end, and emphasized that no one would be able to prevent them, as it happened last time. The guy with a smirk on his face asked Suda if he saw the same priestess in front of him that helped him last time. He explained that the heavenly protector, who had covered for him back then, had decided to return today in the form of a hell's angel. Zeke then, without ceremony, threw the scoundrel to the floor and was going to deal with him the rest of the way. The miserable man immediately began to beg for mercy from the protagonist, but the latter was serious. He began to pretend that he didn't even understand why our heroes were being so cruel to him, trying to portray sincere bewilderment and resentment on his face. The protagonist also replied that he knew nothing about it, and advised Suda to ask the question to the dumb fish statue that stood at his back. The man still refused to say anything, so Zeke came to the conclusion that he still needed a good kicking. That's when Sud tried to stop the guy and started talking about how he wasn't a follower of Belu. He talked desperately about how he wasn't a novice to the Dark God, but that still didn't stop our hero. Zeke gave the man a good pinning and stated that he already knew that Suda was not a novice of Belid. He regarded the man as nothing more than a disgusting rat pecking at the Belid boys in hopes of getting a few breadcrumbs off the table. The scoundrel didn't even know what to say to such words in his own direction, so he just quietly wheezed as the protagonist pressed his foot harder and harder on him. Aina Lubella, who had been standing on the sidelines watching this spectacle the whole time, was becoming increasingly uneasy about such bullying of Suda. Suddenly, she saw that the protagonist had decided to go to even more drastic methods. She wondered with caution and fear in her voice why Zeke was exposing his sword. The guy explained that now that they had found the stupid fish idol, they didn't need the man anymore and could just get rid of him. So they suddenly, afraid to die, declared that he knew some important information. The protagonist immediately stopped and asked what he could tell, and the man stated that he knew of the locations of the other statues. Zeke immediately grabbed the rogue to forcefully try to force this information out. Suda wasn't intimidated by this, so he gave a sly smirk and said that he just wouldn't talk about these places. The guy was very annoyed because he wasn't even a fraction afraid of his fists, but instead continued to smirk cheekily, knowing something very important. Sudi emphasized that he wasn't going to talk about those statues if our hero laid a finger on him. Zeke stared emotionlessly at his hostage, who was now certain of his superiority. Scum thought the protagonist finally realized that he was now out of favor. Now he wished he had dealt with Zeke from the beginning, so they wouldn't be in his way now. And Lubella couldn't believe the man he had saved was such a horrible person. Suda saw the priestess looking at him with fear and wondered if she still thought he was that naive dude. He called her stupid and said with cruelty that this was the reason all the residents thought she was a witch. It was hard for Aina Lubella to hear such untrue and unpleasant words in her direction, so she asked what the man was doing it for. She didn't see any reason to be treated that way, because earlier, Suda had said that he didn't even honor Bella. Obviously, Sud was doing all this for money, because he had already been offered a big reward beforehand for giving the idols life force. Because of that stupid store, the man had to spend all his time in that rotten place, because of his father and grandfather. In all this, Suda saw an opportunity to finally end his torment, which left Aina Lubella's hopes dashed. The protagonist didn't care about any of this because they had already spent a lot of time talking. Eventually, the man said that he was only going to tell Belle about all the statues when he got out of here. Zeke suddenly announced that he had changed his mind and was now going to talk to his hostage in a very different way. The guy twisted the blade in his hand and coldly informed that now Suda would simply die. The man tried to prove that Zeke couldn't find the statues without him, but our hero was confident in his abilities. Zeke lifted Suda off the ground and expressed his speculation that he wasn't even aware of the idol's location. At this point, he immediately remembered Lady Lubella and fearfully began to beg that she would save him as one of the infirm. Zeke immediately shifted his heavy gaze to his partner and watched her reaction to the whole situation. It was very hard for the girl to watch all this, because Sude's behavior was contrary to any of her principles. The man was already scared out of his wits and begged Aina Lubella to stop the protagonist who was about to finish him off. The guy had already swung his blade, causing Suda couldn't stand it and started screaming loudly. At one point, the priestess simply closed her eyes because she realized that they had no choice but to finish this scoundrel off. The next second, the screams subsided, and Aina Lubella's feet were splashed with Sude's blood. The girl covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming in horror, and kept on her feet with her last strength as she watched this cruelty. The protagonist had already turned around to leave the basement, and emphasized that Suda must never catch his eye again. Turns out Zeke only cut the man's arm deeply to teach him a lesson for all his despicable actions. Suda didn't even respond in any way to our hero's words, so he just continued to sit on the floor and shake in pain and fear. After the showdown, our heroes hid in a boarded-up shack because they still couldn't appear in public. Ain Lubella sat pensively at her desk, trying to come to her senses after all the events that had happened to her today. At that moment, Zeke approached her, bringing her a snack in the form of a loaf of bread. The protagonist was actually a little worried about his partner, so he asked if she was okay. The problem was that the girl's recent events kept making it seem like she was making the wrong judgment every time. She was worried because all this time she had only believed one side based only on what she had heard about them. But all she ended up getting was betrayal. The girl assumed that the story about the mayor was also made up, and remembered that Lady Karuna had warned her students not to have any prejudices. The protagonist guessed that the priestess was just feeling guilty, and meanwhile, the girl was so desperate that she recognized that she needed advice from Zeke himself. The guy was surprised to hear such a request from his partner and replied that he didn't even have anything to say about it. He supposed things were so difficult that Lubella was unlikely to be comforted by any simple advice. Eventually, Zeke suggested the girl deal with it herself and reassured her that time would heal all her wounds. He also added that self-eating would lead the priestess to nothing but her own misery. Hearing such wise advice from the main character made Lubella think about the fact that he could be much older than she had previously imagined. Zeke, chewing his loaf, was surprised to hear such words from the girl. But the girl quickly pretended that she hadn't said anything of the sort. She decided to change the subject as quickly as possible and asked if they would now go in search of other idols, which turned out to be true because our hero guessed at the places they might be. An upset Lady Lubella immediately apologized because she realized that there was no way she could help her partner in this case. The protagonist didn't see it as a problem at all, so he asked what the girl meant. He emphasized that the priestess would actually have the most important role during this mission. Night had fallen and the city was experiencing a heavy downpour, giving it an even more gloomy atmosphere. Our heroes sneak into the mansion, but Ain Lubella had no idea how Zeke knew the statue would be here. The guy explained that it was simple because he just found out that these guys were also hired for money, just like they did with Sude. A moment later, they were already in the right place, so the guy requested that the priestess endow the brush with her holy aura. The girl immediately complied with the protagonist's request and used her staff to transfer some energy into this instrument. After that, she exhaled with relief and announced that she had already finished the ritual. Zeke thanked his partner for her help and set about dealing with the bloody statue. He made a few brush strokes on the idol and declared that everything was ready, but the priestess didn't fully understand everything and watched the process with bewilderment. After that, it was Ain Lubella's turn because she had to finish the process of sealing the statue. She used her holy power, after which the entire paint-on glowed with a bright golden light. The girl announced that they had finished their assignment, so she suggested that Zeke finally leave the place. The protagonist also confirmed that everything was fine and the holy aura had already been absorbed, so they could safely leave this place. The priestess threw a puzzled look at the statue before leaving, because she wasn't entirely sure that they had actually succeeded. The girl still doubted that this short, simple ritual would help stop the trouble that was coming to this city. Meanwhile, a heavier downpour was already coming down, and the dark sky was illuminated by bright lightning, accompanied by rumbles of thunder that shook the ground beneath their feet. All the while, the enraged deputy mayor sat in her office and thought of her plan of revenge for our heroes. There were posters of Lubella and Zeke's wanted posters scattered everywhere, which he periodically set on fire with his dark magic. The man was sure that the priestess herself would come to his arms so that he could finally dispose of her. Meanwhile, Hans, who was on a mission for the protagonist, had already met with Vage and reported what was happening in the city. The man quickly picked up the servant in his arms to join him in quickly reaching Porty and helping Lady Lubella, who was in danger. Suddenly, the knight felt something wrong, so he didn't react in any way to Hans's indignation that he was already sick of being shaken like this. He apologized and, throwing the poor man to the ground, declared that he had to go further on his own. The young man had definitely not expected Mr. White to make such a sudden decision, and didn't even have time to object in any way. He couldn't believe that the man could just leave him here in the middle of the night, and at that moment he heard the dangerous sounds of predators behind him. Hans, feeling his life threatened, immediately took off at once and begged Mr. Wade not to run so fast and to wait for him a little while. Meanwhile, our heroes were able to go outside in peace, because it was already nightfall, in the shadow of which they could hide without problems. The priestess followed Zeke and still couldn't stop wondering if she was doing the right thing right now. She realized that all this time she was just looking for idols and doing whatever her partner said. Also, the saint was doubtful because she did not at all recognize these runes that our hero kept drawing on the statues. She was abruptly pulled out of this stream of thought by a strange sound that sounded like an animal growl. The girl picked up on the fact that this was the first time they had seen the zombie again in such a long time, but Zeke noticed that it looked a little different than the last time. If you look closely, it's slower and wobbles even more unusually than it used to. Eventually, the protagonist concluded that it looked like their efforts with the statues hadn't gone to waste after all. There were definitely fewer undead roaming the city because of the ritual. So the guy thanked Ms. Lubella, who was the main reason for this improvement. The girl thanked God for that, because they had indeed succeeded in this endeavor. The protagonist looked at his partner and smiled when he saw that she was finally getting better. He had noticed even from the beginning that the expression on her face lacked confidence when she saw the runes on the statues. So he guessed that she was quite worried about those doodles. Lubella immediately apologized because she trusted our hero. She had just never heard such methods in Karuvaman. Either way, she was glad that it had been so effective, and now considered the genius of the person who had created these runes. At this point, the main character stopped because he wanted to talk about some pretty important things. He thought it was a good time to finish up behind the main and Dal at the mayor's mansion. But Annie Lubella still wasn't sure they could make it work. The guy explained that they had disposed of all the idols in Porty in the last couple days, so the power of the ritual must have dropped significantly. The deputy mayor should be at the mansion too, and he was probably going to use that place as the center of the ritual. The protagonist gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the important battle that awaits them in the future. He suggested to his partner to waste no more time and go to this place to deal with the main evil of the city. In a very short time, they had already arrived at the familiar mansion that hid their target. Our heroes managed to stealthily pass on his territory and get inside. The girl reported that they had already gotten as close to the idol as possible, because she could clearly feel the ominous energy behind those doors. Zeke knew it was very dangerous, so he asked Miss Lubella to get behind him, and from that point on, he was going to go first. Preparing for any outcome, the protagonist carefully grasped the door handle and pushed it forward. He continued to carefully observe what was inside, so that he could react quickly in a dangerous situation. In the end, the guy still couldn't react in time to the fact that there was already some kind of trap inside. Aini Lubella managed at the last moment to jump aside from this stream of dark energy that I ended up smashing the window behind her back. Zeke agreed that it was rather sudden, and the frightened girl immediately asked if he was okay. The guy wasn't intimidated by such weak attacks, but he was highly stressed by another detail. It turned out that there were shadow demons lurking behind the door, and our hero couldn't understand why he hadn't sensed them from the start. Lubella was also shocked by this turn of events because she didn't expect such highly ranked monsters to be here. These demons looked really quite intimidating and were definitely not going to let our heroes go. One of them didn't waste any more time and rushed towards Zeke to attack him with one precise blow. The guy was able to block this attack with no problem and assumed that these monsters were only capable of stealth kills, which wasn't as dangerous. He continued to restrain his opponent with his sword and slowly began to prepare for a counterattack. Eventually, the protagonist was able to chop the dark demon to pieces and couldn't understand why they were so stupid to attack directly head-on. It turned out that it wasn't enough for complete victory, and the demon began to reassemble itself behind Zeke's back. Ain Lubella, who was standing off to the side, was able to see this and warn the guy on that an attack from the back was being prepared. The protagonist did not expect this turn of events, and at the last moment managed to turn around in time to see his enemy. He could see that the dark demon had already swung his scythe in time to deliver the fatal blow. The guy did agree that his opponent's stealth skills weren't that bad after all, but even that wasn't enough to go unnoticed. Zeke was able to quickly dodge this attack and hit his opponent again to stop his attack. After the fight was over, Lubella turned to her partner and asked how the shadow demons could have appeared here, and the latter suggested that Beled's men must have summoned them. The girl thought it was simply impossible, because according to their assumptions, the ritual should have weakened considerably. At this point, the deputy mayor appeared in the hallway and hinted that there was only one answer left to their question. He stated with ominous confidence that their ritual had not lost its power at all, and was closer than ever to its completion. The protagonist noticed that the building was collapsing and realized that this was just the starting point of the whole ritual. The girl was very frightened, because of the fact that, despite their efforts, the destruction of the statues had no effect on the situation in the city. Zeke decided to use mana to get out of this dangerous place as quickly as possible. He filled his sword with magical energy and swung his weapon hard. In the next second, he thrust his sword with all his might straight into the floor of the building, directing all his energy there. After that, the magic began to tear the concrete into pieces, which disoriented the enemy, so our heroes could escape without any problems. Zeke quickly grabbed Lady Lubella by the waist and asked her to hold on to him as tightly as possible. He then, holding the girl tightly, deftly took a few wide steps toward the exit. As a result, they were able to jump out of the publication just as it began to residually collapse. The next second, a tremendously powerful explosion sounded behind them, blowing the walls of the mansion into small pieces. The statue of Belu was not damaged in the slightest after all this destruction, and now soared above the house, gathering all the dark energy around it. After that, a strong stream abruptly rushed out from underground, filling the entire space around with water. Single drops were falling under the feet of our heroes so far, as if a little rain was coming down from the sky right now. Meanwhile, this fountain that just came out of nowhere almost flooded the entire ruined mansion. At this point, the deputy mayor, who also managed to survive, appeared and asked our heroes if the whole spectacle was beautiful. Aine Lubella was incredibly angry when she saw in front of her the person she now hated the most in her life. Though the man liked his title, he still asked our heroes to address him by his first name. Then, with a devilish smile on his face, he introduced himself as Alid Groteam. The man wondered why the priestess had made a displeased face and assumed she didn't like the view around her. The girl still couldn't believe what was happening. But Alid Groteam explained that those drawings they had smeared on the statues were going nowhere. Ain Lubella could not accept this fact, so she asked how the deputy mayor knew about it. It turned out that he had placed guards around the area on his own, so that they all deliberately led our heroes to the idols. Alid Grotem had orchestrated the whole affair to finally lure the priestess to their order. From the start, the man realized that luring the girl by force was not an easy task, so he made an effort to have her come right into his arms on her own. He managed to do all of this with the help of making Lubella believe that they had successfully prevented the ritual. The deputy mayor figured our heroes were coming to destroy the last idol because he heard the guy say he would destroy the rest of the statues and come back. The girl was shocked that things had turned out this way, so she couldn't even say a word. The protagonist was only surprised that Alid Grotim had somehow managed to overhear their conversations. Suddenly, the man said that actually they should be grateful to him, because he purposely didn't try with the wanted poster for the guy, so they could move around the city more conveniently. He planned that in just a few hours, the inhabitants of this city would be his loyal army. For this reason, the deputy suggested that Aina Lubella join their order to save her own life. Alid Grotim held out his hand to the girl and beckoned her over to him, causing some doubt to appear on her face for a second. The priestess kept the storm of emotions to herself, so she only bit her lip hard to keep from blurting out something unnecessary. In the end, she bravely declared that she would never let their order's plan come true. With this decision, the girl left no other choice to Alid Grotim but to brutally massacre our heroes, who refused to accept his terms. He summoned the entire undead army, which immediately surrounded Zeke and Lubella, not giving them the slightest chance to escape. The girl stood with her back to the protagonist and thanked him, but the guy couldn't understand what she was talking about. The priestess explained that if it wasn't for the brave Sir Zeke, she would have been dead long ago. She begged our hero to hurt from here, while she did everything she could to stop this sectarian. But what surprised the guy was that she wasn't mad because he gave her false hopes. Meanwhile, the deputy mayor asked Zeke not to pretend like he understood something when in fact he didn't. The protagonist calmly replied that he was well aware of everything and realized that the stupid magic runes he had drawn would do nothing. Plus, he confidently stated that he had guessed from the beginning that Alid Grotim had helped bring the priestess to this place. The man started to get nervous about Zeke saying that and wondered why the guy didn't do something about it then. The protagonist said with a cheeky grin on his face that he just needed to stall a bit. Alid Grotim was shocked even more because he stopped understanding anything from Zeke's words, who seemed to be absolutely certain of his actions. At that moment, a bright flash appeared behind the guy's back. signaling that the man he needed had arrived on the scene. Zeke smiled even wider and emphasized that the deputy mayor wouldn't even know who he was talking about now. There were already dozens of undead corpses lying around the mansion, which after all had failed to guard the area from the invasion of outsiders. The other mindless dead still continued to throw themselves at their opponent, even though it was a completely useless endeavor. Vage, who had finally made it to the city, skillfully dissected every zombie that appeared in his path. The protagonist was sure that a Tasnian death machine named Belry Vague could definitely take care of the problem. When a lead grow team heard that name, he couldn't believe that the old man would actually come to the rescue, because he was sure he had left town long ago. Zeke calmly explained that he had simply asked Wig to go back, which infuriated the sectarian even more. In the end, the man decided to use the maximum power of the ritual because he was sure that even a mighty knight would be powerless before this power. At that moment, at Alid Grotim's command, an even stronger stream of water burst out of the ground. It turns out that the man decided not to restrain his powers any longer and summoned a huge water serpent that could massacre our heroes in a second. Zeke continued to remain completely calm and asked his partner not to panic and just stand behind him. The girl did so, but she also decided to use the blessing to enhance the main character's skills. In addition, Aine Lubella stated that she was a candidate for Keruvim and Saints, so she was not going to back down and wanted to fight as well. Our hero liked the priestess's reaction to the difficulty and chuckled at the fact that she now had an incredible responsibility. Next, he reminded his sword with mana to enhance his abilities and prepared to face that huge water serpent. The guy quickly pointed his weapon towards the monster, which had already opened its maw to devour our heroes. Zeke aimed straight for the throat of the huge serpent, which seemed to be close to just swallowing him and Lubella. Eventually, the young man began to realize that something wasn't going according to plan, so his pupils narrowed sharply. The next moment, the water kite crashed with all its might into the place where our heroes were standing, which looked quite dangerous. Alid Grow team immediately turned around to see how his main opponents were doing. It all took quite a bit of energy, but the result was satisfying because she could hardly have anyone survive such an attack. But, as it turned out, the main character was a tough nut, so calmly came out of the stream of water, which did not hurt him in any way. Aine Lubella was also safe and sound, so the only discomfort for them was that they were now completely soaked. The deputy mayor watched the whole thing with his mouth open because he was shocked that the boys were able to survive a direct hit. The guy explained that it didn't matter how huge the fruit trunk was because if you lower the pressure, it would just become a waterfall. After that, our hero immediately looked away from his opponent because he saw that Wega had finally come to his aid. The old man was burning with anger, and all his clothes were already smeared with the blood of the undead that dared to stand in his way. Alid Grotim was incredibly angry when he saw this warrior, and now he was going to definitely sacrifice him. Wag didn't want to throw around unnecessary words, so he simply swung his sword, causing the sectarian to startle and run aside to avoid being hit. The villain was so frightened that he couldn't hold his magic book in his hands, so it fell to the floor. At that moment, a scary demonic face appeared on the cover of the book and started screaming loudly. Vague reacted quickly and pierced the cause of all the trouble with his blade. In the end, the book simply burned without being able to survive such a strong warrior attack. The man was disgusted to even just look at this nauseating artifact of Bella's. Meanwhile, the statue of the dark demon itself flew high above the place where our heroes continued their battle with evil. After that, the idol simply plopped down on the ground and spat into the stream of water that kept coming out of the ground. Everyone was very tense because no one knew what might happen next. It turns out that all this signified the successful beginning of the ritual. So Elite Grow team laughed joyfully because he was sure that Judgment Day had finally arrived. Wag didn't believe any of this, so he ordered the sectarian to stop bullying because the book was already destroyed anyway. Alid Grow team triumphantly declared that the life force was already flowing underground, so the ritual had already begun. This is why there is no way to stop the process, and it will continue until the entire city is engulfed in evil. For a second, all of our heroes were silent because they were shocked that they had suffered such a crushing failure. Suddenly, the man noticed that nothing was happening at all, and Zeke wondered if he wanted to know the reason why the ritual wasn't continuing to work. The guy explained that the whole problem lay in the magical runes he was drawing on those statues. He came close to Alid Grotham and confidently stated that all those drawings were real and worked in the end. The man did not understand at all what our hero meant, so he had to explain again that it was a real rune to prevent the ritual. Then the young man asked his defeated opponent what it was like to feel the brief, sweet taste of hope. The next day, the town continued its active life, unaware of all the events that had transpired that night. Trade was in full swing, and sincere smiles shone on people's faces because the city no longer had that tense atmosphere. All our heroes gathered to say goodbye, and Vague thanked Zeke for all this invaluable help to the city of Porty. It was thanks to the lad's note that the knight quickly learned that Miss Lubella was in danger, so he was able to return to the city in time to prevent bad consequences. Zeke didn't pay much attention to it because he just calculated how long it would take Hans to find the knight, and he wanted to do a good deed. At the same time, our hero understood that the servants had to work like horses because Mr. Wag also left him in the middle of the road. The boy shook Lubella's hand in farewell and stated that it was already time for him to go, but the girl suggested that they rest in the temple for a while longer. In any case, the protagonist was going to decline the offer because he already had to cast off. Zeke explained that his next destination had already been determined, so he didn't want to waste any time. The event then shifts to the temple where Wag and Ane Lubella went after saying goodbye to the protagonist. The girl was telling the knight what she had heard from Hans, that Mr. Zeke was the eldest son of the Kropostl family. The man was surprised when he heard this fact, for this clan were known as the Great Protectors. The priestess confirmed that she was talking about this particular family, but she wasn't entirely sure if the young man was joking or serious at the time. Wag now understood the details of Zeke's life and decided they shouldn't mention his name in the report. He realized that if Bellad found out that this was the guy who had taught them the runes that could interrupt the ritual, he would hunt him down. Ina Lubella immediately remembered the main character showing her the drawings she needed and agreed with her assistant. Eventually, the man said that he had to go to meet with the Holy Pope, so he had to leave the priestess for a while. The girl was glad that events were unfolding in a good way and had no idea that all this time someone had been watching her. When she was alone, the knight still decided to step out of the shadows and introduce himself to Miss Ain Lubella. After recent events, the priestess didn't really trust all people, so she tensely asked the stranger who he was. The guy greeted Lubella with a smile and introduced himself as Glenzenard. Then the girl noticed the badge on his armor and assumed he was one of the Grail Knights who had been sent here to help the Order. The young man bowed and stated that to be able to support Keruvimen from the outside was a great honor for him. Aine Lubella was still tense, so she inquired how the knight knew her and asked if they had met before. Glenzenard explained that people had told him about the girl, and he had wanted to introduce himself in a more public setting. But now he saw that the priestess didn't seem to be feeling well. He realized that his question might seem rude, but he asked anyway what the girl was worried about, promising to listen to all her problems. Lubella refused to help after all, and assured me that she wasn't worried about anything and seemed worried simply because she was tired. The knight was upset at the refusal and didn't want to delay the priestess any longer, who must have been tired after the journey. After that, they exchanged some more pleasantries after introductions, and the girl turned around to leave for her room. Glenzenard also seemed to remember her past life, so he immediately noticed that something had changed in Lubella's behavior. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already near the mining town of Suola. He and Hans once again encountered dangerous monsters and engaged in battle. The servant had to deal with all the opponents on his own again, because Zeke wasn't going to stop his training. The main character praised the young man for already handling even huge, strong trolls. Suddenly, the boys heard someone nearby, screaming violently and asking for help. Turns out it wasn't some kid who was being chased by a whole bunch of trolls. Zeke decided to help this stranger, and it only took one swing of his sword to cut down all the small monsters. The young man immediately stopped, because he realized that his life was no longer in danger, and looked in amazement at the work of the protagonist. He immediately thanked Zeke for saving his life, but the man didn't see it as a problem. Hans then decided to wonder why all these monsters were chasing this guy. The rescued young man awkwardly replied that it was all training so he could become an adventurer. Our heroes were surprised to hear that he was going to be an adventurer and was doing such strange training to do so. The lad then explained that for now he was a miner, but he dreamed of traveling the road of adventure and was learning the trade right now. At this moment, the victim's teacher of the young man seemed to emerge from the woods and immediately called out to him. The man was very unhappy that his apprentice couldn't finish off some goblin on his own. The guy realized that he needed to get back to training right now, so he asked the protagonist one last time what his name was, making sure to repay the help later. He decided to introduce himself first and said his name was Snoke. The protagonist also introduced himself to this guy, so the guy said goodbye and promised to see him a little later. Hans was surprised to hear about some adventurer's trainer, but Zeke wasn't going to make a big deal about it. The guy emphasized to stop wasting time on some nonsense and get back to their business. The huge troll had still not been defeated, so he asked his subordinate to try to kill this monster again. In the meantime, we had already reached evening, so Snoke and his teacher were on their way back to town. The man asked his apprentice to use mana to speed up his walking, but he found it difficult. Eventually, the young man became distracted and failed to see the rock beneath his feet. which he tripped over and fell heavily to the ground. The teacher was starting to get more and more pissed off by the kid's clumsiness, so he wondered how many more times he was going to stumble. He looked at the helpless Snoke and realized that he couldn't take it all anymore. So he decided to finish today's training. The young man was surprised to hear such a verdict from his teacher, who now didn't even want to see him. Snoke immediately tried to stop his mentor because he wanted to continue his training. At that moment, the guy felt some sort of creature crawl to his leg. So he immediately lowered his gaze to see what it was. He was greatly surprised to see that it was a mole, who was using his sniff to scout out where he was. The young man couldn't understand at all where the beast had come from in this place, and it kept rubbing against his leg. Snoke had seen that there was a collapsed mine here, so he realized that it might be too unsafe for him here. He turned to the mole and offered to go back to his family because it was too dangerous here for such a little one. After that, the guy was going to go on about his business and put the beast alone. But it turned out, the mole wasn't going to fall behind Snoke so easily and followed him step by step. The guy noticed that the beast kept up with him and began to guess that he simply had nowhere to go. He wondered what he should do with this little helpless mole. Eventually, Snoke thought about the fact that he could, in principle, take the beast with him. Events continue at the tavern, where Zeke and Hans stopped by for a bite to eat. And over dinner, the servants decided to talk about something curious that happened on the way here. The young man took a bite of the meat and asked his mentor why he had chosen Sewell as their next target. The protagonist was surprised that he still remembered their conversation. But Hans explained that it wasn't that long ago, and emphasized that he wasn't that obtuse. Zeke explained that it was all because of one day and decided that they should just wait for some events to slowly come their way. But it didn't make any sense to the guy. Then our hero emphasized that his scent would still not understand anything, even if he told all the details. He finally stated that it could be called the day Sewell was turned to ruins by Noam, the deity of destruction. At this time, Snoke was still walking down the mine shaft with the mole in his hands, and thinking about the fact that he should be given some sort of name. He contemplated naming him Marie or Nosy, but decided something more subtle was needed and chose the name Novum. The young man held the beast high in his hands and informed him that he would henceforth call it Novum. Meanwhile, his mentor met with some man who was hiding his private behind a dark robe. It was the adventurer's client who had just brought him payment for the assignment. The man immediately opened this pouch to check his reward and saw a whole bunch of gold coins in there that glistened brightly in the darkness. The teacher's eyes immediately lit up when he saw such a large amount of money. It turns out that this mole was just part of their deal, which the man was able to successfully fulfill. He was glad that this was where he could now put a stop to the teacher's game for this guy. The client then once again thanked the adventurer for this help. The mysterious man thought that thanks to him he would be able to put his plan into action at once. The next morning, our heroes went to the fairgrounds, where they immediately began to be offered various goods, such as a breed that seemed to appear only once in 1,000 years. Hans was greatly surprised when he heard that they sold such rare items here. Meanwhile, another saleswoman was offering a handsome young man to buy a brightly colored shirt from her. On the other side, he was offered a taste of a roast marinated in a special sauce. Hans eventually fell for all the merchandise and asked Zeke if that shirt really suited him, munching on the very same roast. The protagonist was shocked by this guy's behavior and wondered how long he had been holding himself back. At this point, an old man walked by him, talking about how he always knew that Snoke would get screwed one day. The guy who was talking to the miner remembered that that adventurer teacher had just recently closed up shop. The old man asked him not to even start this conversation because it shocked Snoke so much that he doesn't even leave the house now. The protagonist immediately recalled that the name was familiar to him because he had met this guy in the woods. He remembered how Snoke was raring to practice more and more, but the teacher was not at all eager to do anything. Now Zeke was guessing that there was a reason he didn't like this man, who did turn out to be a crook. Meanwhile, his subordinate had already managed to buy up half the market and was running to our hero to give him all the goodies. After a while, night fell, and a frustrated Snoke still hadn't left his house. He had no desire to do anything at all, so there were things and dirty dishes scattered all over the house, and he lay on the bed without strength. The young man looked rather tired because his thoughts had left him completely awake. He was distracted from his misery by a mole who was apparently a bit bored and was trying to draw Snoke's attention to himself. Then the guy decided to pet his new pet, who was immediately happy when he got his portion of affection. The young man thought that the beast must be having a good life because he could have fun and think of nothing. At that moment, the beast waved its hand at Snoke in a strange way, causing him to look surprised. Suddenly, the mole jumped right on the guy's face, and the guy thought that this way, he decided to take revenge for his words. At that moment, Snoke heard some strange noises in his house, which frightened him not a little. He immediately jumped up from his bed and wondered into the void if anyone else was his home. All the young man heard in response was silence, though he was still tensed by the strange sounds he had heard earlier. Snow couldn't understand at all how the doors themselves could open and scare him so badly. He grabbed the doorknob and wanted to lock them as quickly as possible because the feeling of insecurity was growing more and more. The guy clearly thought someone was in his house, but he figured he was just wrong. In the meantime, our heroes had fully stocked up at this fair and were happily on their way instead of their lodging. Hans was very excited about all his purchases and asked Zeke if he liked all the treats he bought. The guy didn't answer his questions, only motioned for his subordinate to finally take off those strange, brightly colored clothes. The servant didn't see it as a problem at all, because the shopkeeper said it all looked great on him, even though it was far from it. At that moment, the protagonist looked up and saw that some shadow was jumping from roof to roof. As it turned out, it was a whole crowd of stealthy people in robes that had already graced Snoke. Hans also noticed the very strange movements, and immediately asked Sir Zeke what was even going on. Our hero calmly explained that they were only some strangers, but apart from this, he saw one important detail. He looked closely and recognized that they had on their hands the same kid they had recently met. The guy was beginning to suspect that this was a kidnapping, because this gang definitely looked suspicious, and was thinking about catching up with them to do another good deed. He gave all the bags to his assistant and asked him to return to the inn, because he himself had decided to go in pursuit. The protagonist didn't bother explaining all the details to Hans, and said he just needed to run somewhere. The young man tried to stop his mentor, but he had already jumped onto the roof of the nearest house. Zeke didn't hide and immediately approached this group of people to draw attention to himself. The guy suggested not starting a fight and just having a little talk with them about Snoke. He stated it was as if he had a case for the luggage these guys were going to drag away. Turns out these people weren't particularly talkative, so they just silently let loose a blade at our hero. Zeke immediately reacted to the danger and prepared to defend himself against this blow. The guy was already a pretty skilled fighter, so he had no problem catching the blade, even though it flew at him at high speed. After that, he didn't wait and simply sent the dagger towards the people in robes. Eventually, the man who carried Snoke in his arms didn't notice this lightning strike, and the blade pierced through his body. Of course, from the pain, he couldn't keep his balance, so he just fell to the ground. His companions were not confused, and immediately picked up the young man they needed in their arms, so that he would by no means get to the main character. The people in robes definitely didn't like the fact that someone was trying to ruin all their plans. Zeke was able to catch up with them quickly and quietly inquired as to who these secretive strangers were. The protagonist did not want to engage in combat, so he tried to pay lip service to the kidnappers. These men weren't going to make contact with Zeke, so one of them just ordered him finished. The remaining cloaked strangers immediately swarmed towards our hero, holding blades in their hands. The guy didn't like the fact that they didn't want to have a proper conversation with him, so he prepared for a fight. He was angry that the strangers just couldn't answer his question, and quickly dodged the first attacker's attack. Zeke thought it was wrong that they just ignored questions when a person asked the usual things. Meanwhile, the second attacker came at the protagonist from the other side and was about to strike him with his blade. The guy managed to react in time, so he was able to dodge his opponent's attack without any problems. He was masterfully able to evade the enemy and hit him right in his knee to residually disarm him. The protagonist forcefully shoved his opponents away from him, and meanwhile, the man with Snoke in his arms had already managed to escape. Zeke looked up and realized that he had missed this escape, so now he would have to chase after the kidnapper. He didn't appreciate the fact that the brigands didn't want to solve the problem in a simple way, and jumped to the roof of the nearest building, from where he could go in pursuit. Eventually, the protagonist ran outside the city limits where there was a dense forest. The boy wasn't going to keep up with his kidnapper, and was going to find out where he had fled so swiftly after all. As a result, Zeke began to suspect that this path would lead him to the mines. The next second, our hero stopped abruptly because some shadow blocked his path. It turned out to be another part of the team of men in robes that stood guard over this mine. Our hero immediately realized that all these strangers belonged to the doppelgangers, and he had already grabbed his sword to defend himself. No one bothered to answer the guy's questioning, and they all immediately threw themselves at him with weapons in their hands, hoping for victory. Zeke only needed a few precise swings of his sword to have all of his opponents lying on the ground without strength. He looked around the surrounding area, began to suspect that something was wrong after all. The guy realized that his enemies were only assassins, but even so, they were far too skilled for their class. The protagonist held a bloody dagger in his hands and pondered where these people could even come from in this place. Zeke was so tense about the situation because the reason he came to this town is because of the impending disaster. He attributed the sudden appearance of the doppelgangers to the fact that it would not be long before the city was in serious trouble. At that moment, the guy saw that one of the defeated assassins was conscious, so he decided to question him. The boy wondered if they had anything to do with the deity of destruction Novum. Meanwhile, in the mine, Snoke, who hadn't even realized he'd been kidnapped yet, finally woke up. He noticed that all this time his pet Novum had been tugging on his arm to wake his master. The young man gently took the little mole gently in his arm and asked where they were. At that moment, a man in a robe appeared beside him and roughly took his pet away. Snoke, of course, tried to save the defenseless beast, but then Doppelganger roughly grabbed him by the neck. The man lifted in the lad high above the ground and remarked that it was all rather curious. The man used to think that the young man would turn out to be just another coward, but it turned out not to be so. He suspected that Snoke was only acting this way because of his special treatment of this mole. The boy was of no value to Doppelganger, so he threw him sharply to the ground. Snoke still couldn't understand what was even going on, or what this secretive stranger was talking about. It was only now that the young man looked around carefully and realized that this place was familiar to him. Seeing a large number of rocks around, he guessed that he had been led into a collapsed mine. He walked up against one of the walls and began to scrutinize it, suspecting something was wrong. Doppelganger, who was suddenly behind him, guessed that the young man was trying to find something on the other side of the rubble. The kidnapper immediately saw the expression on Snoke's face, which showed his surprise at the fact that the stranger knew his intentions. The man calmly replied that there was nothing special here, because everything was hidden in the young man's eyes, which reflected despairing sadness. As it turned out, the grave of Snoke's father was hidden under this block of stones, which made him even more surprised and asked if this stranger knew any information about it. Doppelganger confirmed that he knew the man very well and suggested that the boy take a closer look where the light was pouring from. He pointed to the sealing stone that had kept the beast of mine under lock and key all this time. The stranger explained that it was the young man's father who had accidentally hit the sealing stone during his excavations. Thus, the man inadvertently awakened the very beast of the mine, who turned out to be a very dangerous monster. After that, the mine was just capped during the time my father's team was trying to escape from here. As a result of all these events, the man was simply buried alive under these rocks. The story just made Snoke drop to his knees and start shaking with despair and pain. Sneaky Doppelganger kept insinuating that the kid already knows the guy who stole his father from him, and was the reason he hated the mining business. The young man couldn't keep his emotions in check when he learned that the beast of the mine was the cause of all his troubles. He was indeed incredibly angry when he found out that someone was responsible for his father's death after all. Then Doppelganger brought the brute closer to the lad and laid down at last her judgment on the villain. He explained that this was the very monster that Snoke now hated so fiercely. The guy immediately went into a stupor because he couldn't understand why Novem would want to do such an evil thing. The stranger emphasized that it was this mole that caused the earthquake that eventually threatened his father. It was actually very hard to believe that this harmless little beast could do something like this. Snoke was shocked because of all the information he had learned in such a short time and couldn't figure out what to do next. The man realized that he had his doubts, so he started talking about how the beast couldn't just strut around without being punished for his misdeeds. He asked the young man to take revenge on the creep as soon as possible for what he had done to his father. In that second, Snoke's eyes filled with an uncontrollable rage that was only to the benefit of the Order of Doppelgangers. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already guessed all the intentions of the enemies, so he quickly headed towards the abandoned mine. Zeke didn't even realize that one of the assassins would blow himself up when asked about Novum. Plus, he noticed that his opponent blew himself up extremely skillfully because the clothes on him almost burned. Now the protagonist was aware that this order was skilled in fire magic and equipped themselves with artifacts. Besides all these facts, the main detail was that they all had something to do with the dangerous Novum. The guy couldn't get the question of who was behind this whole mysterious order out of his head. As he got closer to the mine, our hero immediately felt some heavy aura, so he took up his weapon to prepare to face the enemy. He motioned for me to move on and just stopped in place, waiting on his new opponent. Zeke was very surprised when he saw who came out of the abandoned mine after all. It turned out to be Snoke himself, who was already engulfed by that unknown dark aura. The protagonist suspected that it was the deity of destruction Novem who had taken advantage of the young man's body. The possessed guy who came out of the mine immediately stopped when he saw Zeke's familiar face in front of him. Meanwhile, our hero immediately recalled that he had already said his name was Snoke. He couldn't understand what had happened to the young man because before this he had been dragged away by those assassins, and now something strange was happening to his aura. Zeke noticed that the boy didn't answer his questions in any way, as if he wasn't even conscious. The protagonist then suspected that it was already a deity of destruction, so he spoke aloud directly to Nova. Turns out his hunch was true, so the guy abruptly let out some sort of animalistic squeal. In the next second, Zeke suddenly felt some sort of rippling under his feet. Our hero realized that some sort of attack was being prepared, so he quickly jumped up to dodge it. Even though the whole situation didn't surprise the guy, some details still seemed strange to him. Zeke remembered from his past life that Novum didn't seem to look like that at all. He continued to dodge the many attacks from his opponent, and remembered that this deity was known for extreme rationality. But now it was as if it was in a blind rage. Eventually, the protagonist was able to pick the right moment to counterattack the enemy. The young man watched in amazement as the guy managed to remain unharmed after all his attacks, and was now about to strike out on his own. After a few moments, Zeke was in the air and was about to attack the possessed Snoke from above. Despite their battle, our hero advised the guy to pack up if he didn't want to see blood after all. It seems that Tho had heard Zeke's advice after all, and blocked the blow with a stone defense. Eventually, the protagonist used mana to shatter this stone and leave his opponent without a shield. The young man looked at Zeke with anger and realized that he would need to make an effort to stand up to such an enemy. Meanwhile, our hero didn't give off any emotion on his face and was about to attack Snoke in a new way. He grabbed one small rock and threw it at his opponent with all his might to disorient him. Zeke then landed gently on the ground to catch his breath a bit after this collision. He realized that this amount of power would be more than enough to knock out an ordinary human, but most of the destruction was too resilient. Meanwhile, more rage appeared in the young man's eyes, giving him even more strength for the next fight. At the same time, the atmosphere between the two warriors was becoming more tense. In addition to the other details, the protagonist noticed that the rock strikes also became stronger. He suspected that with enough nourishment of this sort, the deity would be able to awaken as the tyrant of Earth. Thus, our hero realized that he definitely could not avoid a fight with the possessed Snoke. The guy was going to stop this monster before it got even stronger to destroy everything around it. Novum didn't wait for Zeke to get within a short distance of him and used earth magic again. Some small rocks were no obstacle for the protagonist, so he had no problem chopping them down with his mana-soaked sword. Novum then tried to defend himself with a huge block of stone, but Zeke quickly dealt with that problem as well. The protagonist chopped the rock into small pieces and scattered them in different directions using his knee. The guy realized that now was the moment to finally end this fight, and with a shout, he swung his sword. Novum realized that there was nothing more he could do, so he simply watched his opponent's final attack. But it turned out it wasn't that simple because Zeke's blade ran into another weapon. To the deity's aid came the very assassin who had the insight that our hero needed to live his life to the fullest. Also, Doppelganger added with a sneer that if Zeke were to kill others, he would surely go to hell. Now the protagonist realized that he now had as many as 2 opponents, so he made the decision to back off for now. The boy asked if the assassin had a hand in the Snoke becoming like this. For his part, Doppelganger saw no problem with it, because he thought it was just a beautiful phenomenon. Our hero speculated that somehow, the man was able to unite the young boy with the mythical creature of the earth. He asked the assassin directly if he had succeeded in uniting Snoke with the tyrant of the land of Novum. Doppelganger immediately tensed up because he couldn't understand how the guy knew this information, since he had planned that no one should know that Snoke had named the mythical creature Novum. The protagonist was not going to tell where he got this information from, because his well-being depends on it. Such disrespect from Zeke made the assassin angry, so he was going to use his dark magic. He stated that the guy was just leaving him no choice, so he would have to use force. Doppelganger absorbed that dark orb. The very next second, his muscles began to grow rapidly, tearing the fabric of his robe. The protagonist did not expect this turn of events and just stood by, watching these transformations. Assassin stated that he didn't really want to reveal his true form. Meanwhile, Snoke seemed to be starting to come to his senses little by little and was about to attack the Order member. Doppelganger immediately noticed the fact that the young man was about to suddenly attack him. The man had time to react quickly to this and grabbed Snoke with his huge palm, interrupting his attack. He held the boy's hair tightly and guessed that Snoke now considered him a threat. In the end, the assassin didn't take much notice and flung off in an unknown direction with all his might, because for the moment he needed to pay attention to someone else. The protagonist wondered if his rival was sure it was okay to do such things to a guy important to him. It seemed to him that Doppelganger had put quite a bit of effort into creating Novum. But the man explained that it was fine. Now that no one else was in their way, the assassin could fight the protagonist at full strength. He didn't want to waste any more time on idle conversation, so he darted towards Zeke. The assassin declared that now it was time for them to have some quality alone time and tried to attack our hero. At the last moment, the protagonist still managed to jump to the side to avoid being hit by this strong blow. Doppelganger still wouldn't stop there and attacked the guy once more, but he blocked everything with his sword. Eventually, Zeke was able to get the timing right for a successful swing of his sword, and he almost managed to nick his opponent. The protagonist was pissed off that he couldn't hit the assassin the first time, so he wasn't going to stop at just that. He strengthened his blade with mana and struck Doppelganger's arm with it. inflicting a small wound. The assassin chuckled at such a weak attack and was about to make a point about how it wouldn't help Zeke win this fight. All this time he didn't notice that his hand was slowly turning black, showing that our hero seemed to be about to use another trick. The man was shocked when he saw that there was a small explosion in his arm that just ripped the limb off. The protagonist wondered if he liked the new look, and the assassin couldn't realize how the guy managed to do it. Of course, Zeke didn't bother to answer his question and immediately chopped off his enemy's head without even giving him a chance to realize his mistake. After the guy landed on the ground after his precision punch, the decapitated body of the order member simply fell to the ground. Our hero realized that this problem had already been solved, so now he wondered where that kid had gone. Meanwhile, Hans, who was worried about his mentor, ran through the woods to find which way he had chased those assassins. Suddenly, the young man stopped because he distinctly heard an earthquake somewhere nearby. He looked around carefully and saw that there was some unconscious man lying nearby, which turned out to be Snoke. Hans recognized immediately that this was the same young man they had recently rescued from the goblins. The boy carefully walked over to the unconscious Snoke and tried to wake him up. The possessed young man seemed to sense that someone was touching him, so he wrinkled his nose unhappily. Hans tried to bring him back to consciousness and asked if he was all right, so eventually Snoke regained consciousness. Eventually, the servant was greatly surprised to see the change in the young man and immediately dropped him from his arms. The guy immediately rushed to run away from the place because he couldn't understand what had happened to Snoke. He remembered that usual smiling kid who told him that he was training to be an adventurer in the future. Hans could not guess what kind of training the young man had received to now be able to lift such huge stones. He was frightened, and now he feared that he would surely die if he were hit on the head with such a boulder. The guy didn't have time to think anymore because Snoke had already thrown a huge rock in his direction. Hans realized that it was already too late, so he wouldn't be able to dodge this swift attack. He decided to pick up his sword in case he couldn't dodge the cobblestone after all. Eventually, the young man managed to chop the rock in half and save himself from a fatal blow. For a few seconds, he continued to stand in the same pose because he couldn't believe he had actually succeeded. The boy tried to calm his breathing after such sudden movements, and now fully realized that he could have just died. Behind all these thoughts, Hans didn't notice that stone spikes began to emerge from the ground beneath his feet. But now the young man was confident in his abilities, so he skillfully chopped all the stones that appeared in his path. At one point, he stopped suddenly, for he seemed to sense a greater danger looming over him. Hans turned around apprehensively because he heard some two strange sounds behind his back that definitely didn't bode well. Turns out there was a huge water of mud with rocks coming at him, which made the guy think it was definitely some kind of bad joke on him. He couldn't believe he was going to die such a stupid death after plowing through life like a horse. But at the last second, another stream of clear water appeared out of nowhere and was able to protect Hans from the impending danger. The young man watched in bewilderment at what was happening in front of him and couldn't understand where all this water was coming from. Meanwhile, Snoke, who was standing in the other direction, was also nearly swept over by a huge wave. He quickly managed to react in time and used earth magic to make himself a stone shield. In the end, it did help the young man escape this strong stream, but the problems didn't end there. The guy looked up and saw who was the reason why there was suddenly so much water here. Breaking through the wave was the protagonist, who was finally able to find his purpose. Zeke was sure that now was his only chance at stopping Snoke's rage. The young man was so shocked by this turn of events that he couldn't even somehow dodge the guy who was flying straight at him. Our hero reached out to grab Snoke right by the head and used magic to calm him down. He ordered the young man to finally regain his sanity, and in the end, it finally worked. At first, Snoke screamed very loudly because of the incredible pain, but then he came to his senses abruptly. The guy grabbed his head, which was now just splitting, and tried to realize where he was. He heard some sort of animal-threatening growl and immediately turned around to see where the source of the sound was. Snoke was greatly surprised to see that it was Noam, who didn't look quite as friendly as before. The guy still wasn't afraid of his pet and tried to gently approach him. He knew it wasn't going to be easy, because there was definitely something different about the mole's behavior. Already, Snoke, after analyzing the situation around him, was beginning to suspect that someone was now controlling his mind. At the same time, he was dreaming about a beast that started acting so strange. Now, the young man had come to terms with the fact that his father had died because of the Novum-induced earthquake after all. He realized that his father's death was definitely not the beast's main goal, so he was no longer angry at his pet. The boy realized that Novum had merely gotten out because his seal had been broken and his father was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Snoke, with a smile on his face, apologized to the mole for this little misunderstanding between them. Hearing these words, the beast began to calm down little by little, and the young man realized that the mole had just been hurt all along. Guy admitted that he would love to go back to the days when he knew nothing about the story, but realized that would never happen. Eventually, he extended his hand to Novum to offer to continue their friendship further. The guy wanted to think with his pet about how they were going to live their lives. At this moment, the mole's consciousness had already completely cleared up, so it looked at its master with hope in its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the beast held out his tiny paw in response, showing that he held no grudges now either. A bright light then illuminated the cave, symbolizing the rekindling of Snoke and Novum's strong friendship. Morning came, and a whole crowd of people and city guards had gathered at the site of the battle, keeping outsiders away. The knights stood near the entrance of the abandoned mine with a serious expression, not intending to let anyone in. Meanwhile, the residents were whispering tensely among themselves, discussing these strange footprints on the ground that had appeared that night. At the same time, several detectives were inside the mine, investigating what had happened here. Meanwhile, our heroes sat quietly in Snoke's house, unaware of the commotion that was going on in town. Zeke immediately asked his acolyte if he had done everything per his instructions, and he replied that he had done exactly as instructed. The guy lied to the knights that it was as if he had just climbed the mountain because he heard a loud noise. Still, he was worried about security not finding out that they were also involved in the incident. The protagonist didn't worry about it because he had dealt with the bodies of the guys who were guilty, so no one would ever know about them. He turned around and emphasized that they had more important things to do, namely Snoke and his pet. Plus, Zeke was sure that the knights couldn't even imagine that a minor like this young man could be involved. The boy started from his chair and informed him that since they had already formed a joint contract, Snoke would no longer fly into a rage. He also noticed that apparently the young man's mana was a perfect match for Novum, who looked very happy. Our hero asked the young man what he was going to do next, and whether he was going to live together with this mole. Snoke was still mulling over this decision because he couldn't just forget about his father's death and pretend everything was okay. Zeke was beginning to guess that the guy wasn't going to be able to just forgive the brute anyway. In the end, the protagonist simply suggested that the young man come up with some other activity for himself to take his mind off all this. He recalled that Snoke used to want to be an adventurer so badly that he took lessons from some rogue. Zeke held out his hand to the young man, hinting that they could work together. Snoke still didn't understand what the protagonist meant, so he just watched him carefully. Eventually, Zeke suggested that the guy go on a trip together and do some good deeds. The young man agreed to our hero's proposal, so they immediately went to train. Hans had given himself to the fullest, so he was now breathing heavily because he had expended all his energy. Clenching his teeth tightly, he still found the energy for one more attack. The boy threw himself sharply at Snoke, who didn't even seem to suspect that his opponent would still have strength. At the last moment, he still managed to create a stone wall in front of him to protect himself from Hans. But the guy was already trained enough, so he was able to shatter the shield with a single swing of his sword without any problems. Snoke and Novum didn't expect at all that their wall on the table could be easily destroyed. Hans managed to catch one of the stones that flew straight at his friend and asked fearfully if the young man was all right after such a rather dangerous training session. The protagonist didn't like the behavior of his charges, so he pounded his sword on the ground with all his might and asked what it was they were doing. He emphasized that none of the guys were focused, which was simply unacceptable during any fight. For this, Zeke decided to punish the guys by having them practice for 1 extra hour. Hans and Snoke were not at all happy about this news, because they had no energy left to do anything. After the training was over, our heroes built a fire and roasted large chunks of meat to restore the energy they had expended. At the same time, Zeke watched in amazement as the boys greedily pounced on the food. The guy didn't even know how to comment on that, so he silently stared at a so-hungry Snoke and Hans. He thought the guys were over-dramatizing everything because the taste of regular meat couldn't make the tears flow. Snoke was finally able to tear himself away from the food and asked the protagonist where they were going now. The guy calmly explained that their team would be going towards Ospirin. Hans was surprised to hear the name, for he had never heard such a thing, and inquired if the comrade had heard of the place. In fact, Zeke wanted to get to this place because he remembered very well that he had been served by 4 demons before his return. Just one of his subordinate devils was originally from Ospirin. The protagonist gazed at the fire and thought that it would be interesting to see what the demon was like now. A sinister smirk appeared on the guy's face because he just couldn't wait to see his subordinate. The guys noticed the change in their mentor and got scared because the atmosphere around him was quite intimidating. All the guys agreed that the main character now looked pretty scary. After spending the night in the middle of the forest, our heroes awoke and traveled onward to Ospirin. After a while, Zeke saw that their destination had already appeared on the horizon. The boys noticed that there was some strange odor in the air, and Hans picked up on the fact that it definitely wasn't food. The protagonist said without emotion that it was the smell of burning flesh, as if there was nothing unusual about it. Zeke immediately wondered if it was a simple fire or an enemy raid on the fortress. At that moment, someone turned to our heroes and asked threateningly who it was that was walking towards the city. They were knights who immediately pointed their weapons at the boys and waited for them to be called. The boys were immediately very frightened, so confused and unable to explain who they were, realizing that their fate depended on how quickly they could justify themselves. Zeke then interjected into the conversation, explaining that they were just travelers and wondered what the knights had forgotten here. He emphasized that they had come to this location to just find a place to sleep and asked if there had been any problems with that. After that, the warriors stepped aside and started discussing the fact that the guys did look like travelers. But the problem was that all the roads leading to this settlement were blocked. Though they were talking quietly in the distance, our hero heard that the knights suspected they might be infected, so they were going to take the travelers to camp for starters. After a bit of conversation, the howlers turned around and asked our heroes to follow them. There was indeed a small camp set up on the approach to the city, guarded by a considerable number of knights. The boys were still very tense, so they walked around the camp, scrutinizing all the details around them. The knight led them to one of the tents and, turning to his superior, informed them that they had found some suspicious group. The master immediately asked to lead these men inside, so Snoke and Hands were roughly pushed forward. He asked what the problem was, and the knight explained that they had found these so-called travelers in the forest. Meanwhile, the protagonist was able to enter the tent safely, and the warrior emphasized that they were definitely not from the settlement. Zeke was immediately very surprised to see the man who was inside. It turns out that Joachim Drakel was waiting for them inside, and he respectfully introduced himself to his guests. He commanded a special unit sent to this settlement, so he was in charge of all these knights. Zeke seemed to know this man from a past life, so he smiled quietly. It was as if the protagonist had met his old acquaintance, because this particular person was one of the 4 guys that traveled the world with him. It seemed to him as if only yesterday they had walked hand in hand through fire and water, overcoming all challenges and fighting side by side like true brothers. After all these trials, they would meet at the tavern together, celebrating all their victories. So Zeke had only fond memories. Now the protagonist had to pretend he didn't know Joachim Dracula at all, so he reintroduced himself to him. In addition, the guy introduced Hans and Snoke behind him, as well as the little mole Novum. Joachim Dracul immediately inquired where the travelers were from, apologizing for asking this upon first meeting them. Our hero explained that they had come here from Saul, and tried to justify himself by saying that he had been training his subordinates in the mountains, which made him unaware that the roads in this place were blocked. Zeke saw that it made Joachim Dracula think twice, but he seemed confident that everything would go fine. In the end, the gentleman decided to believe our heroes, but his assistant did not appreciate this approach, because the travelers could be fugitives from the settlement. Joachim Dracul immediately asked the knight to take it easy, because he was confident in his actions. Whoever the guys were, either way the Lord wasn't going to let them leave the place. Even Zeke hadn't expected such a turn, but now only reflected on the fact that even at this time, his partner was so charismatic. Joachim Dracul explained that since the travelers were already here, they would have to keep their army company for a while. He wanted to explain what was wrong with the place, but our hero was quicker and guessed that there was a contagious disease roaming the neighborhood. The Lord was surprised when he realized that their guest already knew about the trouble, but the man explained that there were simply too many things by which to guess it. Joachim Dracul immediately calmed down, because he was in agreement that a lot of things around him spoke to the disaster of the settlement. He said that it was a contagious disease that had spread through this settlement, and they were sent here to prevent its further spreading. Since the companions have come into contact with the warriors, they may now also be infected, so they cannot be released outside the settlement. Hans thought the Lord would argue with him about them being in this camp, but was reassured when he was sympathetic to the problem. Eventually, Zeke wondered if there was any way he could help the knights to remedy this situation. The guys didn't expect at all that even here the main character would find some work for them. At that moment, a frightened knight ran into the chamber, seeming to bring some very important news. He reported that there was a patient with new symptoms, which immediately made everyone tense up. Joachim Dracul wasted no time in running out of his chamber to see this victim as quickly as possible. Even the main character couldn't hide their emotions when they saw this emaciated patient. In front of them lay a man who was covered from head to toe in blood and was fighting for his life with his last strength. Joachim Dracul asked the knight to document the man's symptoms and follow protocol afterward. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on the fact that this kind of experienced response was what was expected from someone who had once been his subordinate. Suddenly, the guy didn't notice that Joachim Dracula's face had taken on some sort of overly pained look. Zeke immediately wondered if the guy was okay because he looked too pale. Then you gentlemen confusedly explained that he was somewhat startled at the sight of blood. The protagonist was very surprised to hear that his old acquaintance was indeed afraid of blood. Joachim Drakel explained with awkwardness in his voice that he had hemophobia, which made itself known every time. Zeke, knowing his past personality, thought it was simply impossible. Before his return, this guy was known for being an actual vampire, which definitely didn't mesh well with his fear of blood. Other than that, Joachim Drakel had the ability of blood possession, and now he was talking about how he was suddenly afraid of it. Zeke didn't even know how to respond to such a statement from his comrade, because he thought he was trying to collect him. At this point, the guy doubted it, because he remembered that Drakel did seem to have been like this at some point in time. Meanwhile, Joachim Drakel himself couldn't shake off his feelings of unease, and went on to say that his fear was too silly. Our hero asked if the gentleman disliked this quality in him, and the gentleman explained that hemophobia only brought him trouble. The boy carefully averted his gaze from Zeke, trying to finally get this uncomfortable topic across. The protagonist realized that he wasn't going to go into detail, which was similar to the Dracula he knew before. Even before Zeke's return to the past, the only thing his comrade had told him about was his origins. He put his hand on Joachim Dracula's shoulder in a friendly way and asked him not to worry, because someday he would be able to overcome his fear. The guy reported that one day he could get so used to it that he would even take blood baths, just as a hobby. After this conversation, our heroes went to the forest to gather some medicinal herbs. Zeke was telling the interested knights about the bandage plant, because he had no choice but to help the warriors anymore. His team tried their best to get rid of the diseases in the settlement and leave quickly. But as a result, one night the knights decided to take a more drastic step. They spilled flammable liquid in the neighborhood and set it on fire with torches. In just a short time, the fire spread throughout the buildings of the settlement, burning away the disease that had soaked into even the local soil. All the knights gathered on a nearby mountain and watched as the entire city simply went up in flames. Hans was horrified to think of the fact that at least one person had not survived because of this disease. It seems Joachim Drakel was also upset that they came to this outcome and made such a cruel decision. The protagonist understood his comrade's emotions perfectly and guessed that he must have been quite uncomfortable. The gentleman admitted that he was certainly sorry that people had died here, and that the settlement had simply had to be burned to the ground. But what bothered him more was the fact that he had lost so many comrades and endeavors to end up with nothing. But Zeke only thought that this was very different from the Joachim he knew. In the end, the Lord admitted that without the help of our heroes, they couldn't even handle these problems. He thanked Zeke and his team from the bottom of his heart for showing up at such an important time. Zeke hadn't expected to see his comrade in such a light, so he coughed and, trying to remain calm, explained that he was traveling the world to do good deeds. He did not forget his wards and added that they were also pursuing such a noble goal. Joachim Drakel smiled heartily and remarked that our heroes were very noble people. He also said that they had already reported the situation to the castle, so they should be receiving orders to return soon. The fellow added that he would like to invite our heroes to the place, if the offer would not trouble them. Zeke saw no problem with that, so he quickly agreed to Joachim Dracula's invitation. At that moment, from the crowd of knights, someone turned to the Lord to report something. One of the warriors, carrying a scroll in his hands, ran forward and announced that a message from the castle had arrived. Joachim Drakel instantly unfolded this letter and began to carefully read every line written. Apparently, the message did not contain particularly good news, as the expression on the gentleman's face indicated. Our hero watched his comrade's reaction carefully and noticed that he looked overly tense. Joachim Drakel immediately ordered the knights to prepare to depart, causing them to rejoice, because they thought they were finally returning to Ospirin. The Lord has upset his subordinates, because they will not be going to this place at all, but to a place where another trial awaits them. He explained that they were now being sent to another settlement affected by the disease. The knights definitely didn't expect this turn of events either, because they were already imagining how they would finally return to their homeland and get some rest there. Our hero thought it was curious that Joachim Dracula was once again sent to another settlement suffering from illness, despite being a member of a noble family. The guy began to suspect that the point of these assignments was that the family wanted their son to just catch the disease and finally die. Now the events are transferred to Ospirin, where the atmosphere was absolutely calm and there was not even a hint of any disease. The head of the family seemed to be quite angry that Joachim Dracula had managed to survive so far. The man had been told that this disease was serious enough to wipe out an entire settlement, but she couldn't handle some ordinary guy. He asked his assistant angrily why Joachim Drakel was still able to continue his life. The old man apologized for the misunderstanding and added that it must have just been luck on the young man's side. The head of the family grabbed some kind of jug because he was very angry about being lied to about other soldiers and doctors not being able to withstand the disease. He had already taken a swing at his assistant because he couldn't understand why Joachim Drakel was still alive. Eventually, the jug flew into the wall, but the old man didn't even flinch because he was probably used to such antics by now. The man was desperate because he had been trying to get rid of this guy for a long time, but nothing worked. Through clenched teeth, he ordered his subordinate to come up with another plan to get rid of Joachim Dracula. This time, the Lord demanded that this plan would definitely work, and they would finally finish Joachim off. Meanwhile, our heroes were busy burning the bodies that remained after the second settlement. Hans was relieved to report that the problem with the bodies of the patients had finally been solved. They sat for a while longer near the fire that had been built to dispose of the infected and pondered everything that had happened in the last few days. Snoke looked at the ashes that remained after the city and thought about the fact that the disease had completely devastated another settlement as a result. Meanwhile, the thought did not leave our hero's head that there was still no order to return to the castle. Suddenly, the protagonist heard some strange rustling, which immediately made him tense up. Hans didn't see anything suspicious, so he looked at his mentor in surprise as he abruptly jumped up from his seat and grabbed his weapon. The boys didn't notice anything at all, so they asked the young gentleman what made him wary. The protagonist continued to keep his sword at the ready because he increasingly suspected that they were about to be attacked. Finally, Zeke turned to someone in the darkness and ordered the uninvited guests to show themselves. The next moment, a group of assassins who had been trying to hide their presence all this time immediately emerged from the bushes. The warriors in robes didn't wait long and also prepared their weapons to attack the protagonist's team. At once, they fired a large number of daggers towards the guy. It was a fairly easy task for Zeke, so he had no problem fending off all the blades that were aimed at him. Snoke and Hans definitely didn't expect to see any assassins here, so they continued to stand back and watch this skirmish. Meanwhile, the protagonist, taking a closer look at his enemies, recognized the very black hoods. He noticed that they looked similar to the assassins he had fought last time. Before the fight began in earnest, Zeke decided to address the guys who continued to hide behind his back. The protagonist asked Hans and Snoke to take on one enemy each to help out a bit in this fight. The young men were definitely not expecting to receive such a serious assignment, so they took a few seconds to come to their senses. They tried to shout to their mentor, but he had already boldly thrown himself into the battle, not intending to explain to the guys the reasons for his decision. Zeke realized that he was only going to get a headache if he kept thinking of different details. So he was just going to grab one of the assassins and get the information out of him. Suddenly, everything in front of the guy's eyes lit up with a bright light because one of the members of the Doppelganger Order decided to use his fire magic. In the end, there was simply an explosion in its place that tossed the protagonist aside with incredible force. Zeke immediately remembered that they were using the same artifact he had seen in Seoul before. Everything indicated that all these people were connected because they used the same methods of fighting. Our hero decided to slow down with his sword and now wondered why these guys were chasing them. Even though he was immersed in his thoughts, he still continued to attack his opponent and chopped his body in half in one easy movement. Zeke decided to think hard about the situation in order to fit all the known details into one chain. At first, he remembered that their goal in Seoul was to make a demon out of Noam, so it could be assumed that their goal hadn't changed. After comparing all these factors, the protagonist began to guess the real motives of the Order. He assumed their target now was Joachim Drakel, who would one day become his close companion. Our hero couldn't believe that his becoming a demon-like man had anything to do with these secretive guys. Zeke now remembered that in a past life around this time frame, demon-like people had started appearing all over the world. It happened so often that the people began to call this period the Age of the Demon-like. The boy had come to the conclusion that the Order could have created all these strong warriors, but still something kept him uneasy about these conclusions. After all, our hero thought, these assassins couldn't have created all the demon-like ones after all. He was sure there were others who had naturally awakened their powers, as he himself had managed to do. Zeke couldn't stop actively thinking about all these circumstances, and as a result, came to a frightening thought. Eventually, our hero began to suspect that his becoming a demon lord was also for a reason. The thought that his awakening was also part of someone else's plan, carefully thought out and implemented long before he realized it. Zeke started thinking about it, from the moment he left the Earl's residence, and all sorts of damn things started happening, as if by someone's plan. And all these incidents were pushing him to become a demon-like human. Back then, our hero wrote it off to bad luck, and the fact that the entire world was consumed by chaos. Meanwhile, the assassin was already planning to use another fire spell in an attempt to overpower a strong enemy. He concentrated a huge sphere of fire and released it towards the protagonist. It wasn't that simple because Zeke was really pissed off because some scum were using Zeke Mora, the demonic lord of might, as a puppet. This rage only gave new strength to the guy, therefore. so a cocky grin appeared on his face. The protagonist was not at all afraid of new challenges because he only wanted more to know who was behind it all. Zeke wasn't going to forgive such a despicable act, so he swung his sword to straighten out another assassin. After sorting things out with members of the Order, our heroes headed back to camp. Snoke and Hans were exhausted after such a busy and difficult day, so they slept without back legs. For his part, Zeke wasn't about to rest, and thought it would be a good idea to catch one assassin for questioning. The problem was that stealthy warriors always self-destructed using magic because they were determined. The protagonist still thought that their target was really Joachim, who they were going to make a demon-like man out of. For that reason, they must think Zeke himself is an obstacle, because he suddenly teamed up with this guy and is helping everyone. He continued to actively contemplate that his comrade should turn into a demon-like man, and did not move away from the campfire in the middle of the camp. Some rather creepy pictures of what Joachim Drakel in his true form might actually look like popped into his head. After all these thoughts, the protagonist only had to stare silently at the fire, trying to calm down at least a little. Eventually, Zeke came to the conclusion that this guy was better off staying a regular person in this life. At that moment, the very Joachim Drakel he hadn't stopped pondering about approached him from behind. He asked if he could join the protagonist, and he certainly didn't mind having company. Zeke took another look at his longtime friend and wondered why he had become a demonoid human. It was too strange that someone with hemophobia started using an ability called blood possession, so there must be some good reason for it. The protagonist noticed that Joachim Drakel was now starting to look even worse, even though he wasn't known for his healthy appearance before. The boy ignored the remark and started talking about what he had just been thinking about his father. It turned out that it was 6 months after the man lost consciousness and never woke up. Joachim Drakel never stopped thinking about how his father would have acted in this or that situation, what he would have done differently. Now the protagonist has everything in place and was able to unravel one of the secrets that this guy was hiding. He realized that the reason for the problems was that the first son held all the power he inherited from his father. Zeke said nothing to his comrade and only continued to listen to his thoughts about his dead father. Joachim Drakel realized that his father was older than the others, so naturally he took over all the reins of power. The protagonist continued to remain silent and waited for the young man to reveal the news about his classified life. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an excited knight who had been searching for the young master all this time. A panting subordinate informed Joachim Dracula that orders to return had just come from the castle. He explained that apparently the disease had spread to Ospirin, which immediately shocked the lad. Already that night, the entire team had returned to the castle, where the head of the family was waiting for them eagerly. Joachim Drakel brought his entire army into the study and bowed, informing his older brother that he was finally back. The man was obviously not at all happy about his younger brother's return, so through gritted teeth, he welcomed him home. Meanwhile, the main character marveled that two brothers could be so unlike each other. It was obvious that the older one had bouts of aggression and other mental disorders, and the younger one only looked sick, so they were at most related only by an unhealthy constitution. Either way, Zeke realized that his older brother wanted to get rid of his rival, so he kept his eyes on him. He looked around the room further and noticed that there was some old man standing next to the man, who was most likely the butler. The older brother decided to start a conversation about what Joachim Drakel had already heard happening in Ospirin. Eventually, the man began to blame the younger man for being the one who wasn't careful enough to let the epidemic even get here. The knights didn't understand such foolish logic and began to suspect that he was going to pin all the blame on them. The older brother stated that he would give Joachim Dracula a chance to fix his situation if he stopped the spread of the disease in Ospirin. He emphasized that the guy should not go back until he has completely eradicated the scourge from the city. In addition, the man added that he should not be allowed to catch the contagion himself. Joachim Drakel had to clench his hands behind his back to keep from venting all his emotions on his mean older brother. The protagonist, who was standing back from his comrade, noticed all this tension that hung in the room. Ultimately, the younger brother stated that he understood the whole situation in their town. Immediately the next morning, they went to the settlement to see how serious the situation was. The knights said they have already completely restricted the quarantine area where the infected are living and have put in place enhanced security measures. In addition, they estimated that a total of 60 people had already died. The subordinates had already learned from the doctor that it was probably Aram, which immediately interested our hero because he knew it was a common contagious disease. At the same time, Zeke suspected something wrong because he thought the infection was the same in all the settlements. But they turned out to be different, suggesting someone's intervention. In fact, the protagonist already had suspicions about whose hands it was. He thought of the very man who had caused the whole world to stand still in fear of disease, a demon-like man named Festus. At the same time, the guy realized that the spread of such a common disease was not like the suspect, and it was too different from what had shaken other cities. Our hero suspected that Festus had some other plan to intimidate all of humanity after all. If it turns out to be true, the epidemic meant that the demon-like man must be somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, Joachim Drakel noticed that there were fewer fatalities than other cities, so for now, they had a chance to make things right. Then he inquired about the drug, and the subordinate replied that several doctors were trying to develop it. Only problem was that no one ended up doing the development, so there was no hope. Apparently, whichever doctor they brought in, creating a cure was too difficult at this point. Their conversation was interrupted by Zeke, who asked the young gentleman not to get upset because he could try to prepare the drug. The guy confidently stated that he could help with the Igrium cure. After that, the whole team immediately went to the wards, where all the infected from the city were gathered. Joachim Drakel was very worried about their success, so he asked if Zeke had everything ready for treatment. The protagonist, holding an unknown yellow mixture, replied that everything was already prepared. It turns out that before the guy's regression, when Festa infections swept the world in a ferocious wave, scientists and researchers worked together to develop a cure for Igrium. In a past life, he had studied the methods of its preparation, for Joachim was then interested in contagious diseases. In fact, the protagonist would never have thought that this knowledge would be useful to him in this very situation. Zeke poured some of this medicinal liquid into a small bowl to use to drink one of the sick. Everyone watched carefully and wondered whether this mixture would really work, because the lives of many people depended on its success. Joachim Drakel was shocked when he finally heard the patient ask in a very weak voice for some water. The infected city dweller was coming to his senses a little at a time and speaking his request more and more confidently. So our hero concluded that he needed to write down the formula of the cure, if it was to be effective after all. Meanwhile, everyone around stood in bewilderment, because the sick man had been practically unconscious before. But the mixture had worked on him so quickly. Joachim Drakel immediately informed him that our hero could become incredibly rich if he monopolized the formula for a drug that helps with an extremely common disease. Zeke immediately emphasized that he wasn't interested in money, and besides, he was trying to bring good into the world anyway. Suddenly, the young gentleman got very close to the protagonist, causing him to immediately tense up a lot. Turns out Joachim Drakel wanted to give Zeke a big hug as a thank you for his help in this so important endeavor. He heartily admitted that meeting our hero turned out to be the best thing that ever happened in his life. The guy didn't appreciate such tenderness at all, so he asked his comrade to finally let him go. The doctors immediately started handing out medicine to all the infected, which made some of them feel not so bad anymore. Meanwhile, Zeke went outside with the other doctors to show them what herbs were needed to make the medicine. Guy realized that now that he had created the cure for Ihram, it was just about time for Festus himself to show up. From the process of making a new mixture, our hero was distracted by some unexpected guests. It turned out that the same old man, the elder brother's assistant, had come to them, accompanied by other knights. The protagonist couldn't understand why these people had come to town, and immediately wondered what they were looking for him for. The boy immediately tensed when he heard the old man allow himself to call him simply by his first name, as if there was no distance or respect between them. Turns out, the old man was already aware of the recent events, so he asked where Zeke was able to get medicine for the disease. The protagonist remembered perfectly well that this was the same old man who had been standing next to Joachim's brother, and now instantly jumped in as soon as he heard the news of the mixture. Looking more closely at the old man, it seemed to him that this case was gaining more and more momentum. The protagonist began to suspect that this was the moment Festus decided to show his identity. He knew he had to be sure, so he went with the old man in one of the tents to talk in detail about everything that had happened. The aide emphasized that he had previously asked our hero about how he learned about methods of dealing with the disease. Zeke wasn't about to give even the slightest detail of his knowledge, so he answered the old man firmly at once that he had read the recipe in one of the books. Suspect Festus really didn't like Zeke's behavior because he was acting completely out of character. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his hand down on the table with all his might, assuming the guy's words were true. The old man wanted to know what the book was, but the main character kept playing the part and replied that he had read it so long ago that he couldn't remember the title. Festus assumed that treatments for other diseases must also be written in that book, but the boy said he had only read about Igrium. The old man looked at the protagonist carefully because he still couldn't believe that he had found such a powerful recipe in some ordinary records. At that second, Joachim Drakel, who had already heard about the visit of his older brother's aide, flew into the room. The young man was very angry that the old man was allowing himself to do such disrespectful things to someone so important to them. He emphasized that Sir Zeke had saved Ospirin, and the old man had been so unseemly that he finally had to apologize right away. Eventually, the aide just had to leave the camp because he could no longer conduct his interrogation of our hero. After that, Joachim Dracul was finally able to breathe out quietly, because he was very worried that the old man would do something wrong. He apologized to Sirzik once more, and acknowledged that his brother's subordinates had crossed the line. But Zeke didn't care at all. The lad had seen this old man in the castle, so he inquired of his companion who this man was. He realized that they definitely had some very close connection to Joachim Dracula's older brother. The boy explained that the man's name was Besnol Shalom, and he was their family's butler, serving faithfully for decades. The man was previously a captain of the Knights, but one event changed his life. He had to resign afterward due to an injury and had been working as a butler ever since. But Zeke wondered why he had such a grudge against him. Joachim Dracul speculated that the old man was excited that a cure, developed by our hero, could raise the guy's status over his brother in the battle for the inheritance. The only problem was that Shalom supported his older brother in his restoration as heir. The protagonist still felt that the possibility that Shalom was Festus could not be ruled out, given his violent reaction. At this moment, Joachim Dracul remembered that he had heard that they lacked enough experts to prepare enough of the mixture. It turned out that someone had volunteered to help their team, so the guy came here to introduce that person. The small gentleman rose from his seat and motioned for Ms. Bargo to come inside their chamber. The beautiful Greta Bargo, who was also the owner of the Bargo firm, immediately appeared before our hero. A slight blush immediately appeared on her face as she introduced herself to Zeke. The protagonist emotionlessly called out her name, but in his thoughts he noticed that she was quite beautiful, but for some reason dressed like a widow. Joachim Dracul explained that this girl is extremely interested in infectious diseases and continually sponsors their research, so she can help with their problem. Greta Bargo reported that she also brought herbs and other materials with her in case there were not enough during the drug-making process. Our hero realized that she was indeed well educated on the subject, so he was sure that he was the one who would need to learn some skills. He motioned for Greta to come with him, and meanwhile, the knights began to bring all the materials they had brought inside. Together, they walked over to the table where the right herbs were located, and Zeke began to talk about all the ingredients that went into this medicine. He explained that Igram mainly spreads through water sources, so first we need to cut off access to them and prepare more mixtures. At this time, the main character's assistant stood back and watched in amazement as the two praised each other with hearts flying around them. Hans pointed out that anyone else could have easily thought that Greta and Zeke were really dating, and Snoke agreed with his friend. Our hero and his new assistant sat at work on the mixture until the evening. Zeke showed the girl one plant from her collection and told her that it was very useful for colds. Greta Bargo never ceased to be amazed that the protagonist had such knowledge of the types of medicinal plants. She realized that it looked like she still needed to study and learn, but the guy reassured her that she already knew quite a bit. The girl explained that she initially developed an interest because of her family, which is the reason she showed up at this place. The protagonist assumed that her family members were also studying diseases, but that wasn't the problem at all. It seemed to be a sore subject for Greta Bargo, so she pressed her lip up before telling everything. Finally, she gathered her strength and turned to Zeke with hope in her eyes. The girl stated that she would like to introduce our hero to her family and asked if he could accompany her. Events now shift to the castle of Joachim Dracula's family, where everyone has already heard of his success. Someone under the cover of night decided to enter the room of Father Joachim, who still hadn't regained consciousness. The man quickly went to the bedside of the former head of the family and gave him some suspicious potion to drink. After that, the man immediately grimaced and coughed, which meant that it was definitely not medicine. Because of the unpleasant pain that coursed through his body, he clutched the sheet with all his might. It turned out that this dastardly man was the butler Besnol Shalom, who still continued to serve his older brother in the same way. He looked at the man in disgust and stated that it was just his karma. Events returned to the main character who, as it turns out, went to the cemetery and didn't understand why they had come to this particular place. Greta Bargo stopped near some specific graves, and Zeke continued to look around in bewilderment. In the end, the girl stated that her family was right there because they had all died from an infectious disease. It was for this reason that Greta began studying all sorts of contagions, because she didn't want anyone else to lose loved ones like her. Now the protagonist was beginning to guess why she had been wearing mourning clothes all this time. The girl explained that she had promised that she would only take off the mourning one when all the contagious diseases were out of her quarry once and for all. All of this led her to want to show Zeke her husband and son. But at the same time, Greta Bargot was glad that no one else would be killed by Iram. At this point, she began to realize that she had said too much, so she suggested that our hero go back. The girl wanted to put an end to this damned Iram as quickly as possible, and Zeke just didn't mind. She quickly turned around to leave such a painful place for her, and the guy stared after her for a few seconds. The protagonist didn't mind helping Greta Bargo. Only problem was that he now also suspected her of possibly being Festus. The next morning, Hans, Snoke, and even Novum met their mentor with very displeased faces. The guy looked apprehensively at his subordinates and asked them what the problem was. He offered to tell them if something was wrong because he didn't have time to guess their thoughts. Hans then decided to ask directly if the young gentleman had any relations with Miss Bargot. For his part, Snoke added that there were already rumors between the soldiers that they were now a couple, and rumors tended to lead to prejudice. The main character decided not to tell the truth and just asked the guys what would happen if it did turn out to be true. Hans was glad that their mentor was attracted to women after all, because before, he had thought he was just an image of Buddha. The kid ended up getting smacked upside the head pretty hard for saying those words, and Snoke pointed out that he definitely shouldn't have said too much. Zeke was actually surprised that he and Greta looked like a couple, but he just wanted to find out more about her, so he stayed close. This was all very suspicious because she showed up as soon as the protagonist developed the cure for Igram. Plus, the girl knows a lot about contagious diseases, so there's still a possibility that it's Festus. Zeke wished he had known sooner that things would work out this way because then he would have been able to question Glenn about everything before he died. He thought about how this man was the only one who knew about Festus, because he had finished him off with his own hands, but suddenly someone called out to our hero and interrupted his train of thought. An excited Joachim Drakel, accompanied by 2 knights, ran to him to report that the Count's men had taken Miss Bargo. Our hero inquired what was the reason for such an act, and the young gentleman explained that it was as if they wanted the girl to look at her father's condition. Zeke thought it was odd that the Count decided to take Greta Bargo, who was a key person for treating sick people. The lad concluded that this only meant that Festus was in the Count's castle after all. He began to suspect that his speculations about the girl herself were not true after all, and that Shalom was to blame for all the trouble. The main character immediately stepped forward and stated that he would go along with the young master to deal with this situation. Joachim Drakel immediately firmly refused Zeke and asked him to stay put. If our hero leaves too, there will be no one left who can properly care for patients. And besides, it was just a family squabble. The young gentleman stated that he was obliged to return Miss Bargo safely, no matter what, if she was still taken away with bad intentions. Still, Zeke agreed with his comrade's concerns, so he agreed to stay here and wait for his return. They shook hands, but the boy still asked Joachim Dracula to send a messenger right away if anything did happen in the castle. Meanwhile, Besnol Shalom was already in the castle reading some cryptic lie when one of his subordinates came in to see him. The knight entered the room and announced that young Mr. Biom had expressed a desire to meet with Mr. Shalom. A smirk immediately appeared on the old man's face because he was just waiting for this news, anticipating how events would begin to unfold in his favor. In fact, he hadn't even thought that he would still have the opportunity to keep the young master company today. A few days have passed, and the protagonist has already gone to some abandoned building. His aides assumed the settlement residents must be here, because this was the last building they hadn't inspected. It all looked pretty creepy, so our heroes took their time getting inside. Zeke began to remember the events that had preceded it when he was told of the bad news, because it seemed that an infection with Igra-like symptoms had reached a village nearby. The knight asked the protagonist to figure out what was going on here, since he had the necessary medical training, and apologized on Sir Joachim's behalf. The guy realized he had no choice, so he agreed to go to the place. The protagonist revealed that he still had some condition before completing this mission. Lastly, he asked the knight if the young lord had already reached the castle. The warrior was surprised at such a question from Zeke, but finally replied that Joachim Drakel had already successfully reached his destination. He emphasized that the young lord was fine, so he asked Zeke to leave for the settlement as soon as possible. Thinking back on all these events, the boy immediately wondered how many days it had been since Joachim. It felt like they would do something to him if the protagonist didn't agree to the knight's terms. That's why the guy walked confidently to the door of the building and opened it, expecting to see something amazing. The boys had to hold back their shriek as they considered what lurked in the shadows of the building. As it turned out, inside, the entire floor was strewn with the breathless bodies of infected people who couldn't cope with the disease. Zeke went first and escorted the terrified boys through this rather creepy hall, looking around carefully. Suddenly, someone from the living jumped out and immediately asked our heroes who they were. It was one of the townsfolk who immediately warned the boys that they were not allowed to enter the place. Zeke immediately explained that they had come from Ospirin here to observe a new disease. The young man was very happy when he realized that the doctors had finally come to see them and apologized for his rudeness. A local resident explained that they would be better off not discussing the topic in the hall, so suggested they go to another room. The guys were about to agree to such conditions, but the protagonist asked the stranger not to strain himself. It turned out that Zeke had already suspected something wrong and had caught the gist of what was going on. So he acted cautiously, ready for any unexpected turn. Eventually, our hero wasted no more time and used mana to bear his blade. The local turned around abruptly because he felt he was now in danger from Zeke. The young man became very tense and asked the young gentleman what he was going to do. He didn't seem to like it at all, because the main character was able to reveal the whole plan so quickly. The guy instantly drew his weapon to be able to quickly repel Zeke's surprise attack. The local did not bother to hide his identity any longer and immediately pounced on our hero, holding a dagger in his hands. The protagonist watched his opponent's movements carefully because, from the beginning, he guessed the reason why they were sent to this place. The next moment, he severed the head of this stranger in one sharp movement. After that, our hero stood still for a few seconds and looked at the guy's body pierced by a sharp blade. Snoke was greatly startled by this violent development and asked what was even going on here. The protagonist was surprised that the young boy still didn't realize the whole situation and quickly pulled the sword up with the help of his mother. After that, he used his weapon to pierce one of the hall's themes. It turns out that the guy had already sensed that Besnol Shalom was lurking there, trying to harbor his presence in the building. Zeke gripped the hilt of his sword tightly because he knew full well that a battle was imminent. The guy confidently stated that he wasn't naive enough to fall into such a stupid trap. The young men also followed their mentor's example and drew their swords to help in the fight. The protagonist immediately turned to his comrades and asked them to bravely fight side by side. Meanwhile, Besnol Shalom noted that the kid was pretty savvy for a bratty kid. In the end, the old man ordered his men to immediately finish off Zeke's team, which didn't give him all the peace. The guys were already well trained by the main character, so they were able to handle any enemies in their way without any problems. In turn, the guy himself, because of his high sword skill, quickly dealt with whole crowds of opponents. One warrior still managed to survive another blow from our hero and swung around to finally reach Zeke. Eventually, the protagonist realized that the locals were indeed gathered in this building, only now assuming that they had been forced to come here. Plus, looking at their appearance and movement, one could conclude that all of these wars were infested. Either way, Zeke despised the fact that the old man was going to hide behind the backs of ordinary people who don't even know how to fight. The lad was very much flooded by such meanness and became more and more certain that Besnol Shalom was acting like Festus. That's when the protagonist realized that they needed to change their plan of action a bit. So he turned to his assistants. Zeke threw a quick glance at them and motioned to leave the barely alive guys who didn't look like assassins. Snoke stopped in place for a few seconds because he was trying to figure out what the protagonist wanted from him. In the meantime, Hans quickly realized everything and masterfully clobbered one of his opponents. He turned to the young gentleman with a smile on his face and asked if he had gotten it right. So Zeke complimented him and added that he needed to knock the man out. Snoke watched with fear as his friend grew tougher and tougher and literally followed in Sir Zeke's footsteps. He understood that civilians could not be killed because they were not to blame for Besnol Shalom's orders. But at the same time, the team didn't have time to deal with all these guys in a good way. In the end, our heroes had to beat the inhabitants until they simply lost knowledge. Our hero hoped that by now this old man should have realized that he was about to be screwed, which would make him want to reveal all his cards. Besnol Shalom, who had been standing off to the side all this time, really began to tense up when he saw the locals falling to the floor one by one. The old man was incredibly angry because the protagonist was so resilient that he could withstand any obstacle. Finally, he decided to resort to his last trump card and called someone named Krobet. The next moment, a huge foot appeared from somewhere out of the darkness, which definitely did not belong to a human. It turned out to be a huge monster that obeyed Shalom's orders, so it could finish off our heroes. The boys were immediately not in the least frightened when they saw such a huge and strong creature, not realizing what it was. After a while, the monster rushed forward with a shout to deal with all of its master's enemies. In his past life, the protagonist had never seen Festus, but he remembered the monster well because he was one of the villain's subordinates. This confirmed definitively that this old man was at least somehow related to Festus. Still, Zeke wasn't particularly happy about the situation because sorting all this out was going to be pretty steamy. The first blow was so strong that with their bodies, the protagonist and the monster simply smashed through the door. Zeke managed to block his opponent's punch, although he was notable for his huge size and punching power. The guy didn't like this fight because it felt like he was pounding on some rock, so it always pissed him off to fight these things. The old man laughed at the fact that our hero finally had some difficulty and asked how he would appreciate the power of Krobet. The course of the fight was progressing rather quickly, so after a moment, Zeke was finally able to swing the monster's heavy axe away from him. Krobet did not like it, of course, so he struck with all his might with his weapon. But all efforts went into the ground because our hero managed to jump back in time. Meanwhile, The guy was able to successfully leap back and flip straight up in the air to get behind his opponent's back. He tried to strike again with his sword, but only ended up making sure that this monster's skin was wildly tough. At this moment, the protagonist quickly glanced at his comrades who were still continuing to confront the enemies. It was obvious from Han's tense face that his strength was already running out, but he continued to stand firm. Snoke didn't look any better, so the guy began to realize that the situation was definitely not unfolding for their team. Eventually, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he was going to have to work a little harder to win this fight. He already had a lot more mana than he had back then in the mines, but it still wouldn't be enough to finish off this huge monster. In that case, Zeke decided to make up for the lack of mana by using mana resonance and sense expansion. The guy quickly energized his weapon, and now he just had to wait for the right moment to attack. He decided to strike first to disorient his opponent for the final attack. The protagonist still managed to injure the monster, so the first blood was spilled in their fight. Krobot was very angry because of his injury, so he immediately swung around to attack the defiant young man. Zeke instantly realized that now was exactly the time to attack, so he prepared for his next move. As a result, the protagonist was able to pierce the monster's body right into its chest, from which a fountain of blood was now gushing out. The wound was too deep, so Kroby immediately coughed up blood, his breathing became intermittent, and his strength was rapidly leaving his body. Meanwhile, there was no emotion on Zeke's face because he was completely focused on the fight. In order to finish this fight, our hero decided to use a raging hurricane, which re-pierced Krobot's body. Besnol Shalom did not believe that this was really happening and was now lost in his speculation as to who this mysterious Zeke was. Suddenly, the old man heard some terrifying screams behind his back, which immediately made him turn around. It turned out that his subordinates were caught in the huge hurricane that our hero had summoned, and were just flying through the air like some fluff. Besnol Shalom instantly rushed to run away from this threat, so as to definitely not get caught in the powerful vortex. Meanwhile, Krobot was still on his feet, even though he was so seriously injured. The monster turned around and noticed that this huge hurricane was flying towards him, but there was no way he could resist such a powerful attack anymore. In just a few seconds, Krobot's body was simply ripped to shreds, finally disarming this armor-piercing monster. Because of this, the hurricane immediately turned a bloody color, and Besnol Shalom watched in horror at what had happened to his subordinate. Meanwhile, the protagonist was evaluating the results of his work, and felt that his powers were still not as powerful as they used to be. He was finally able to holster his weapon and approach the old man, asking him directly if he was behind the spread of all this contagion. Besnol Shalom didn't answer Zeke's question in any way, and only clenched his teeth as he pondered what he should do next. Our hero stated that he had seen the weapons used by the old man's assassins, and they were similar to those used by the men who tried to drag Snoke away in Saul. He assumed that Besnol Shalom was working closely with the guys in the black cloaks, but the latter wasn't going to explain anything and said it was all about restoring justice. Zeke was greatly surprised to hear the mean old man talk about some kind of justice. Shalom eventually admitted that he wanted to destroy the Dracula family, which he almost succeeded, but the kid ruined all his plans. Meanwhile, the boys stood back and listened in amazement to the family butler's confession of his treacherous plans. It seems the old man had a plan B after all, so he just planned to delay the protagonist's team. He pulled some kind of potion out of his jacket pocket and threw it on the floor, because he was sure that his plans for the Dracula legacy would turn into life anyway. The small bottle broke instantly, so its contents gradually spilled out all over the room. The boys immediately plugged their noses to avoid in any way inhaling the acrid gas that began to fill the room. The protagonist explained that it was just an ordinary smoke bomb, so he asked his comrades not to be frightened. Hans inquired if they were going to go in pursuit of Besnol Shalom, and our hero briefly confirmed his intentions. The boy confidently stated that they were breaking into the castle to thwart the butler. Meanwhile, Joachim Dracul, as expected, sat locked up behind bars amidst pools of blood he so feared. The young man was very depressed because there was nothing he could do in such a situation, so he only had to hope that someone would come to his rescue. The protagonist and his team had already managed to get out and were going to go to the castle as soon as possible. Zeke couldn't help but think that his comrade Joachim was probably in a lot of trouble right now. At that moment, the guy was walking near someone's body, and something seemed to catch his attention. He immediately stopped nearby and began to scrutinize this defeated foe. As it turned out, there was some sort of bright red dot behind the guy's ear that definitely didn't just appear on his body. Parallel to these events, Joachim was still also sitting in one place and contemplating the fact that Biom Dracul had dared to lock him in this dungeon. The lad thought the whole thing was a sorry sight, for he had promised to bring back Miss Barga and had ended up in this place. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard in the prison corridor, and it was noticed that Joachim was not doing well. The young gentleman recognized him at once and inquired how this man had managed to sneak in instead, in which the superfluous, incorrigible sinners were imprisoned. The mysterious guest moved closer to the grate and marveled at the view that opened before his eyes. The man marveled at the fact that there was still life hothouse in Joachim's eyes and stated that he had come through here to help him. He was holding some mysterious magical orb and explained that it was a blood vessel. After explaining that the vessel simply needed to be placed in his body, the man reached his hand through the bars, closer to Joachim. For a while, the young lord really thought about it, because he had been promised great power, which would definitely help the situation. Meanwhile, the guest wasn't going to stop and talked about Joachim Dracul being able to overthrow his brother who wants him dead, as well as all the others that follow him. Finally, the young gentleman firmly replied that he refused such methods, much to the man's shock. The young man explained that he had not the slightest idea who the man was, and was not so obtuse as to devour something offered by a stranger without question. The mysterious guest realized that things were not going according to his plan, so he clenched his fists tightly with anger. According to the plan, after getting angry at Biom, the young man was supposed to accept the blood vessel without a single doubt. The stranger began to suspect that things had gotten this way because the protagonist had invented a cure for Ihram, causing Joachim's hatred to subside. The man in the robe wasn't going to back down so easily, so he also promised the guy to tell the whole truth. He hinted that a man with the ability to control contagious diseases at will was involved, and asked if the young man thought it strange that various rads of contagion suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The stranger ended the story by saying that it was the villain and Joachim Dracula's brother who ended up conspiring. All this was done solely for the sake of reprisal against his younger brother, which immediately threw the young man into shock, because he certainly did not expect such an act from a close person. It was Biom Dracul who put diseases on the nearby settlements just to kill the guy. And of course in Ospirin, they spread the weakest of them all, the Ihrams, because they themselves live here. The man told him the truth, that this was the reason the younger brother was put here, because the family had no other choice, because he still couldn't die. The stranger did offer the lad to accept his gift, but he still couldn't trust him because he thought the man was on his older brother's side. Then he explained that if Biom Dracul became count, not only Ospirin, but the whole world would become hell on earth in a matter of moments. The man continued to press Joachim, and asked if he would give up a chance to save the world because of some nervousness. He was still holding the blood vessel in his hand and suggested that the guy finally take the thing because it would help him a lot. The stranger emphasized that Joachim Dracul should absorb the sphere if he still wanted to protect what he held dear. It was at this point that the main character walked into the prison, who remarked that all those words sounded pretty great. Zeke wondered from the doorstep if the man would give him the opportunity to redeem this magical thing. Joachim Dracul was shocked to see the familiar Sir Zeke here, and meanwhile, the mysterious guest began to quickly hide the orb in his sleeve. In fact, the guy was just curious about what kind of thing he was holding in his hands, so he asked for more details about the artifact. The man immediately replied that our hero would not understand it, but the man emphasized that one should be more understanding of those who have already been attacked so many times. The stranger still kept talking about how Zeke definitely didn't need to know about this thing. After this tense conversation, a sepulchral silence hung between them, because no one knew what to do next. In the end, the protagonist said that doing business with such a guy was no fun at all, but his coworker he had previously interacted with wasn't so boring. Zeke was about to get closer and started talking about how he had a theory born after meeting a fellow assassin in Seoul. As before, he assumed that all these people were an organization that created demon-like people. Beyond that, our hero suspected that just now, the man was going to make one out of Joachim by feeding him this blood vessel. Now the member of the order was well aware that his plan had failed entirely because of the intervention of the protagonist. He had no choice but to hold out until reinforcements got here. Meanwhile, Zeke reflected on the fact that the stranger really wasn't going to talk, so getting anything out of him was going to be difficult. Suddenly, the guy turned around because he heard a large number of unintelligible voices in the hallway. Assassin looked hopefully at the prison entrance and hoped that it was finally back up arriving. For his part, Joachim Dracul began to worry that it might have been reinforcements from his older brother that had arrived. Turns out, none of them were right, and it was Hans and Snoke who had brought other knights with them to help their young master. The warriors cheerfully reported that they had finally recaptured the place, which made the order member very angry, and hope appeared in Joachim's eyes. Our hero immediately asked what was wrong with the man's face, because it looked like he was going to pull his own time. It wasn't the first time Zeke had asked his enemy how it felt to feel the brief presence of hope. The man cursed the whole place and fled because he had no other choice. The protagonist had foreseen this development, so he immediately turned to Snoke to stop the fugitive. The boy immediately obeyed his mentor and concentrated to apply Novum's powers. A few seconds later, there was a small earthquake, so a fair amount of rocks sprinkled from the ceiling onto the Order member. The man watched with animal fear in his eyes as another of his plans crumbled in just a few moments. Eventually, this assassin, like all his previous colleagues, had to self-destruct. Only the protagonist knew how the members of the Order behaved in such a situation, and guessed what had just happened before their eyes. After a while, one of the knights came to his senses and immediately rushed forward to save the young lord who was nearby. At this point, an even stronger earthquake started, so the guy stopped abruptly. The next moment, a huge stone fist appeared from the ground as if it was holding something inside. The knight was now even more frightened because he couldn't understand what had happened to Joachim Dracula. It turned out that the young gentleman himself was inside, and thus was able to escape the assassin's blast. Zeke immediately praised Snoke, who had done such an excellent job that their operation had been a success. The excited knight immediately inquired if the lad was all right, and he replied that it didn't look like he was hurt anywhere. The protagonist immediately suggested to his comrade to go upstairs, and the latter did not object, because he had to straighten out his brother for everything he had done. Zeke wondered if Joachim Drakel was really so sure that his older brother was to blame for all the trouble. A short time later, the entire team was already in the castle and walking quickly through the corridors to find the perpetrators of the recent events. The protagonist hadn't taken his eyes off the young master the entire time because he was worried about his condition. Meanwhile, Joachim Drakel himself seemed to be deep in his thoughts about what had happened in his family. It never left Zeke's mind that the way his comrade had interacted with his subordinates earlier was extremely unlike the Dracula he had known in his past life. In truth, the lad was sure that Joachim, with his temperament, would have inherited the reins long ago if not for his sickly physique. Quite soon they had already reached the room where Besnol Shalom, the suspect in all the dinners, was. The young gentleman turned with incredible rage in his voice to their family's butler, who was supposed to serve them faithfully, but was not keeping his promises. He looked closer and saw that the older brother was already unconscious, lying right at the old man's feet. Besnol Shalom himself concluded that his brainless subordinate had failed in his task, since all the knights were already here. He praised Joachim for once again being able to survive the ordeal prepared for him. The young lord didn't hesitate and decided to ask the old man directly if he was the one behind everything that was happening. He accused the butler of being the one who had spread all these diseases, and Besnol Shalom only laughed at the fact that everyone was just now figuring it out. The old man, with a smug grin on his face, admitted that he was the one behind the spread of all these diseases. He didn't mince words and added that he was also the one who brought Joachim Dracula's father to this state. Besnol Shalom could no longer contain his emotions, so with a distraught face, he declared that it was all being done to bring the Dracula family to justice. The young gentleman could not understand at all what kind of justice was being talked about. He decided to end the subject and inquired where Miss Bargo was, whose fate was now much more important. Our hero immediately intervened in the conversation and asked his comrade not to even bring up this girl. Zeke stated in full earnest that Besnol Shalom was only a puppet. He realized that the true culprit was Festus, who was still hiding his identity. At that moment, the sounds of heels and a familiar female voice were heard behind the knights' backs, which immediately caused them to turn their attention to the new guest. It was Greta Bargo who immediately informed this that Sir Shalom had been telling her the right things all along. She seemed to know something more because it was a surprise to her that Zeke was still alive. Joachim Drakel turned on our hero with apprehension and still couldn't believe that the real culprit could be Greta Bargo. Zeke didn't bother to listen to his comrade's entire speech and quickly confirmed his guesses about Festus's true identity. He emphasized that this girl was the person who had spread the epidemic through the nearby lands. In addition to all his actions, Shalom has been Ms. Bargo's assistant all this time. Joachim Drakel immediately turned black with anger, because he couldn't believe that the butler had decided to repay his father's kindness in this way. The old man ordered the young master to shut up with a shout and immediately drew in his sword, preparing for defense. He turned to the young man once more, about to tell him the whole truth about his family. Butler stated that Joachim Drakel didn't even know what his so-called father had done to gain landowner status. He finally decided to tell a story that took place over 10 years ago. At the time, an epidemic hit Ospirin, and the lad's father turned everything upside down in search of all sorts of methods to stop it. To some extent, this even paid off, but there were still some problems. It wasn't long before all his methods turned into multiple deaths. The man then began to look for a way out of the situation because he was now under financial pressure. In the end, he found no better solution than to secretly spread the epidemic again where he owed the debt. Joachim Drakel, of course, could not believe that his beloved father could do something like this. The old man continued the story and added that the huge sums that people had lent out of trust in the man had disappeared in the chaos of the disease. Even his friend, the only former owner of the Bargo firm, had fallen victim to the epidemic. But for some reason, only a slight smile now appeared on Ms. Bargo's face. It was for these reasons that Besnol Shalom could not hold a grudge and decided to carry out a trial on the Dracula family. The main character interrupted this long and pathos-laden speech by saying that it was all too funny. The guy thought that if the old man wanted revenge, he should do it properly and suggested that there was no need for him to kill other residents who had committed no crimes. In fact, Besnol Shalom thought that they were all just fools who were praising Count Dracula without knowing anything. Then Zeke interrupted the old man and declared that in some ways he himself was like the Count by his actions. A shadow immediately came over Besnol Shalom's face, for in some way the words of the protagonist had hurt him. The old man, pondering this conversation, clenched the blade in his hands with all his might to at least keep his anger at bay. He finally decided not to waste any more time, and after filling his sword with mana, he was going to deal with everyone gathered in this room. Zeke realized the situation was escalating, so he immediately asked the young gentleman to step back so as not to put him in danger. Besnol Shalom was incredibly angry that people who knew nothing at all about the situation were allowing themselves to babble nonsense. Joachim Dracul looked fearfully at our hero, who was standing right in the way of the old man with the weapon. He tried to shout to Sir Zeke, but he paid no attention and confidently prepared to fight another opponent. The next instant, a drop of Shalom's blood fell on the protagonist's face, though he wasn't even going to attack him. He shifted his gaze and saw that behind the old man's back stood Greta Bargo, who seemed determined to betray him. Besnol Shalom himself was also unable to comprehend what had just happened, and looked at his mortal wound in horror. The girl continued to stand over the dying butler and stated that there seemed to be a big mistake somewhere. She stated that she never wanted revenge on this family, but circumstances forced her to act in this way. Greta Bargo admitted that she just wanted more people to catch the disease, which shocked everyone around her. The protagonist realized that the reason was now out of place, so he inquired about the girl's motivation. The girl had noticed that this question was rather to the point, and she shoved the now unnecessary body of the old man aside. She said that she found a good reason for such action, just as her whole family became ill. It all came quite suddenly when her husband and child, who had been perfectly fine just the day before, came down with a high fever and started coughing up blood. Perhaps because of how contagious it was, even the doctor didn't dare go near them. The girl herself loved her family so much that she overcame her fear and began nursing her husband and child. She had seen this kind of suffering hundreds and thousands of times before in her life. Greta Bargo looked at their faces, which were growing paler and lifeless, and for a moment some thought came to her. She just couldn't take her eyes off the loved ones who were living out their last moments of life in agony. Eventually, the girl came to the conclusion that the faces of those dying of the disease were unspeakably beautiful. The knight ordered her to finally stop, because he couldn't listen to any more about Count Dracul introducing her to this kind of beauty. He only asked the young master to give orders to deal with this crazy girl. The warrior felt it was necessary to imprison someone for whom the death of their fellow man was some sort of entertainment. Greta Bargo was not afraid of such punishments, so an unhealthy smile immediately appeared on her face. She asked if the knights really believed they would succeed in capturing her. The girl hinted at the fact that she certainly couldn't just drag herself here for no particular reason. Joachim Dracul tensely asked what kind of games Greta Bargo was up to this time. Greta Bargo began to talk about what she knew, that it was Igram that many of the sick people in Ospirin had picked up. The young gentleman immediately tensed up because he began to speculate that the girl might have had hostages. Ms. Bargo was glad to see that the guy was the kind of person who was a quick thinker. Joachim Dracul didn't waste time on idle talk and directly asked who these people were. The girl's face immediately showed the madness that had been sitting somewhere in the back of her mind all this time. She declared in front of everyone that absolutely everyone in Ospirin was now being held hostage by her. Joachim still couldn't believe that such a huge number of people could get sick at once. Greta Bargo emphasized that her specialty was infectious diseases, which the young gentleman seemed to forget for a moment. The girl wanted to start her story again, but she was immediately interrupted by the main character, who was already tired of listening to all these ravings of a madwoman. Zeke slung his sword over his shoulder and smugly declared that this was the end of this pointless conversation. Miss Bargort did not appreciate such impertinence on the boy's part, for she used to think he would not behave so childishly. She was beginning to suspect that the real problem lurked in the fact that Sir Zeke just couldn't believe what she was saying. The protagonist confirmed her speculation and added that he would only trust the word of Bargo's previous owner. Then the girl concluded that he was forcing her to sacrifice all of Ospirin's men by his actions. Zeke replied that whichever option he chose, and even if he decided to sacrifice the entire town, Greta Barga would die either way. Hans immediately intervened in this conversation because his mentor always talked about living peacefully, so he couldn't say something like that. Our hero confirmed his instructions. But this woman, he was going to finish her off anyway. The young man kept panicking anyway because he wasn't going to let all the people in the city just die like that. Zeke told his comrade without further explanation that it was just an unavoidable sacrifice. In the end, the guy realized that Hansu was hard to understand without explanation. So he said that the young man blindly dreams of becoming a real hero from a fairy tale. But in life, you always have to make choices. Beyond that, there are moments like now when a terrible choice is right in front of your eyes. So you have to be able to make decisions, even if you have to put up with the pain. The protagonist asked if they should let this woman escape from here and then lock herself away forever in some remote mountain, or agree with her and start an epidemic, spreading it everywhere. And then it turns out that the people they sacrifice will be something worse for them than the ordinary citizens of Ospirin. After this detailed explanation, Hans immediately fell silent, because as much as it pained him, he realized that Zeke was right. Our hero added that he always said to live a good life, but he didn't say to live it in such a way that when you compare, you choose the better option. After finishing his speech about the important election, the guy pointed his gun directly at Greta Bargout. The girl had already realized by Zeke's determination that right here and now, it was all going to end for her. The protagonist grinned as he said that he'd been saying for a while now that the end was in sight for Ms. Bargo. Joachim Drakel suddenly intervened in the situation, grabbing his comrade by the arm, and also started talking about how there was no way they could sacrifice all the residents. The guy said with confidence in his voice that the young gentleman didn't have to worry about that because the people of the city were safe. The protagonist emphasized that all his words were absolutely pure truth. He explained that when choosing between Miss Bargo and the people of Ospirin, one must really think about which one to abandon. Joachim Drakel panicked again because he couldn't understand what Zeke was getting at, and whoever said the girl's conditions initially wouldn't work. The guy stated at the top of his voice that the treatment for everyone in the town was now complete, causing Greta Bargo to go into a stupor, not realizing what was going on. The protagonist, with a smug smile, again remarked that the taste of a little hope was in so sweet to the madwoman. In the end, the girl wasn't happy about this news at all, so she assumed Zeke was just trying to lie. She wasn't at all going to believe that the guy had managed to solve a problem of this magnitude so quickly. Then, our hero simply explained that he had noticed that the beauty behind the ears was starting to appear after the disease. All of this happened just as they were retreating after the battle with Besnol Shalom, and saw one of the bodies. Then he saw it, and understood this detail from the inhabitants of the village next door to Ospirin, which Miss Bargot had taken control of. For this reason, on his way to the county, he had already assured himself of his conjectures. As he and his team were running with all their legs to the castle, the protagonist crashed into one of the settlement's inhabitants. For a second, the main character did stop because he wanted to apologize to the man he accidentally knocked down. Our hero held his gaze on this stranger because he seemed to notice some important detail about him. He saw that this guy also had a strange redness behind his ear, which most likely indicated he was infected. That was why Zeke managed to finish treating the citizens of Ospirin before he even arrived at the castle. Greta Bargo was still sure that even if the guy knew everything, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere with the treatment. She was aware that the innards of the desert ginseng, that was part of the Galderim cure, was an insanely rare ingredient, so it was impossible to get enough of it for everyone in the city. Our hero didn't understand what the girl was talking about, because he took Holcomb for his medicine. Greta Bargo hadn't heard of such a gradient, so the guy explained that it was purple grass growing all over the roads. In simple terms, they were using a common weed, so supply and demand of it as an ingredient was not a problem at all. The girl screamed and asked them to stop laughing at her, because she was sure that the disease she had created could not be cured by some curbside weed. Zeke stated with a smirk that this was the peak of her abilities, and he himself used Holcomb, because the herb had a wonderful effect during the bubonic plague. Greta Bargot was getting angrier and angrier, as her seemingly perfect plan crumbled in just a few seconds. In the end, she decided to accept that our hero was indeed able to create a cure. Then the girl decided to ask how he had spread it to absolutely the entire town in just 24 hours, and so secretly that no one in the county had noticed it. Zeke replied indifferently that Ms. Bargo herself had told him how to put the plan into action quickly. He explained that if the medicine was in liquid form, it would taste almost nothing. At this point, the girl immediately remembered that she had indeed told herself that the disease was mostly spread through water sources. The protagonist realized that Miss Bargo had already realized everything, and admitted that he had just added the medicine to the well. She was the one who gave him the information on how the epidemic was spreading, and the guy used it to create a cure. Right before leaving for the county, Zeke checked that those who had bought the mixture had lost their red spots. So by now, All the residents have probably been treated due to the knights pouring large amounts of antidote into the local well. Enough time has passed so that the residents have even been able to recover from their severe contagion. Zeke finished the whole story and stated that he at least now had enough reason to kill Ms. Bargo. In fact, the girl didn't think our hero would go that far, and the one pointed out that it was usually said by people hostile to him. She reached for some kind of bottle that was stashed in her pocket and informed him that she was simply left with no choice. The girl clutched this bottle in her hand and stated that she did not mean to use this extreme plan. Greta Bargot had just crumbled the glass in her hands, so the purple liquid began to run down her arm. It seems the protagonist didn't expect the villain to resort to some more serious and dangerous methods. Meanwhile, Greta Bargot's appearance had already changed a lot, making her look more and more like some kind of monster. The guys who stood by couldn't believe she was capable of something like that. Eventually, they realized that the real witch had actually been standing in front of them all along. No one in attendance had certainly not expected events to unfold in this manner. Joachim Dracul did not wait any longer and ordered his men to immediately bind the fiend. Of course, Greta Bargo didn't wait to be attacked and used her own forces against the knights. In the end, one of the warriors couldn't dodge the attack, so some unknown liquid splashed onto his body. The knight immediately felt a strange sensation all over his body, so he stopped abruptly and could no longer continue the fight. Unable to bear the incredible pain, he dropped to his knees and grabbed his head. The witch announced that she had a special offer and warned everyone that pretty soon they would start coughing up blood. They would, of course, start getting red spots. Zeke asked Joachim to evacuate the regular soldiers immediately, because if one touched the plague blood, one would immediately become infected. The young gentleman watched in horror at what was going on around him, and did not immediately react to our hero's request. He immediately remembered what had happened to his father and brother. In the end, the guy ordered the regular soldiers to evacuate and the knights to deal with the witch, but under no circumstances to touch the blood. He also had to leave the room, so he asked Sir Zeke to take care of himself. Meanwhile, Greta Bargot began to prepare for the continuation of the decisive battle. The girl couldn't believe that things would turn out this way, that she would now be fighting against the protagonist. The guy was able to block the first attack with his sword with no problem, and was already thinking about the fact that he was fed up with Greta Bargot. He then skillfully ducked to avoid the blows that immediately followed the first. Now the witch realized that Zeke was a pretty good guard, despite his bad temper. She cut herself to let out some more plague blood, because the main character wasn't so easy to deal with. Greta Bargot sprinkled that venom all over the room because she wanted to make some noise. The guy realized that the situation was only getting worse, so he stopped to catch his breath a little. It really pissed him off that the witch had resisted for so long, so he decided to use his sword to attack her. Greta Bargot was also not particularly pleased that the protagonist was not at all afraid of the disease. All this time, the guy kept the thought in his head that if he touched the plague blood, he would catch an unknown disease. This problem prevented him from fighting freely, because a careless cut would definitely splatter blood everywhere, and also hindered by the fact that no matter how much you cut, the witch's wounds would simply regenerate. After all, the protagonist had prepared himself for it all to be very grueling. Only now did he realize that the parts that hadn't yet regrown needed to be cauterized at once to take away any part of the witch's powers. Before Greta Bargot could act, Zeke quickly jumped up to her and, using his firepower, proceeded to execute his plan. The witch didn't expect such actions from her opponent, so she didn't even have time to react in any way. As a result, the guy's plan worked perfectly, causing Greta Bargot's hand to just fall to the floor. The protagonist was pleased with his robot and wondered what the witch herself thought about it. Greta Bargot tried to lie that she felt a slight burning sensation, like it was a small wound. In the end, the witch quickly gathered her strength and attacked the protagonist again, who had already managed to jump away from her at a sufficient distance. The girl realized that she had just bought herself time to retreat and hide while the enemy was busy attacking her. She quickly jumped out the window because she obviously wasn't going to just pick up and die right there. The protagonist realized what the witch was up to, so he immediately threw himself out the window after her. Guy agreed that it was better to destroy her outside the building, so he set off in pursuit to keep her out of the county. Before, Zeke wouldn't have even believed that he was shuttling back and forth like this just to mitigate damage to the residents. In just a short time, he rolled into the distance to Greta Bargot, who began to panic when she saw her rival again. Our hero decides to laugh off the fact that it suits the girl when she drops her welcoming tone because it used to sound nasty. Eventually, the witch ran to the edge of the cliff and trapped herself, realizing that only emptiness and a bottomless abyss lay ahead of her. After a few seconds, Zeke also came running to the spot and suggested that we finally end this friendly game of catch-up. The girl, realizing that she no longer had a way to retreat, turned around startled when she heard the voice of the protagonist behind her back. Meanwhile, the guy silently raised his weapon, which was once again ablaze with fire, preparing for the final blow. Greta Bargo was frightened when she saw our hero's determination and tried to negotiate with him. Zeke, meanwhile, without a word, stuck his burning blade right into the witch's chest. The girl immediately collapsed to the ground without strength because her body really couldn't withstand such a blow. At this point, the protagonist noticed that Greta Bargo's body was somehow burning too strangely. The guy ran up to the witch's burned body in surprise because somehow there was instant death, even though he hadn't planned it. Zeke immediately started looking around to see if anyone could have interfered with their fight. He saw some man in a robe nearby and began to suspect that this stranger was behind the magic that had just occurred. It turned out to be a beautiful white-haired girl with red eyes, but Zeke had no idea who she was. The protagonist continued to watch as the witch's body literally turned to ash in just a few seconds. He turned once more to the mysterious stranger, who had so far in no way responded to his appeals. Zeke was beginning to suspect that it might have just been Count Dracula's mage sent over, but the girl was still silent as well. Eventually, the stranger finally emerged from the shadows and removed her robe to reveal her face. The protagonist froze in place for a moment because he didn't expect to see such a beauty here. The girl did not introduce herself in any way, and directly asked if Zeke Crepustal was standing in front of her. The lad was greatly surprised and wondered if the stranger really knew of his real origin. Zeke had no idea at all what kind of girl stood before him, and assumed they had seen each other when they belonged to the same family, but he certainly wouldn't be able to forget such an unusual appearance. Meanwhile, the stranger herself had decided that she had been wrong in her guesses after all. The girl began disappointedly talking about how she wasn't meeting Zeke Crepustal after all. The protagonist felt that the atmosphere around him suddenly changed dramatically, so he tensed up and asked if she really didn't recognize him. An ominous shadow appeared on the stranger's face that certainly didn't bode well. It turns out that all along she'd been clucking about the fact that it was actually Zeke Moore standing in front of her. The boy was shocked when he heard the nickname he had been called during the Demon Lord's time by the stranger. The protagonist realized that there was something amiss here, so he instantly made the decision to attack this mysterious girl. Turns out the stranger was skilled at using a magical barrier that simply threw Zeke off. The guy had to forcefully brake to keep from flying a great distance away from his rival. It made him very tense that the girl knew the name he had been called by in the days of the Demon Lord, who did not yet exist in this world. But at the same time, he wanted to chat with such an interesting person. Zeke decided to stop their duel for now and wondered how the girl knew his name. In the end, our hero only sighed heavily because he realized that this stranger would not talk so easily. He decided to act as unexpectedly as possible and suggested that the girl go on a date if she didn't want to answer his questions. Zeke agreed that his proposal was as sudden as possible, but explained that the stranger had simply piqued his intense interest. The girl didn't seem to appreciate the main character's words at all, so she was already preparing to attack him again. She called the abomination a date offer and fired a few death rays in Zeke's direction. The protagonist was surprised that his opponent was so fast, but still managed to dodge these sudden attacks. The stranger immediately started reciting some spell to summon an even more powerful blow. Zeke marveled at the girl's use of shorthand for spells and their effects. In addition, he had noticed that previously her magical barrier had appeared in just a matter of seconds. Our hero was so thoroughly trying to find answers to his questions that he didn't even notice that one of the and so still managed to get his leg. The guy was very unhappy that he had been so inattentive and made such a mistake. He came to the conclusion that he needed to concentrate on the fight after all, and watched his opponent's next moves carefully. After analyzing her skills, Zeke realized that after all, this woman was said to be a mage of the highest level, but it was surprising that she had reached such heights at a young age. The girl didn't waste a moment, and by creating a magical barrier around herself, she was able to concentrate a whole whirlwind of magic around her. She continued to use shorthand for her spells like that, and the next instant, she released a huge beam towards our hero. Zeke had already had time to prepare for the next attack, so he was able to defend himself with his sword. He was then able to take advantage of the time between punches and jumped high to counterattack his opponent. The girl immediately crouched down on the ground and began preparing a spell to defend herself from our hero's sudden strike. Just then, a huge rock appeared from behind the ground, which Zeke hit, and as a result, was unable to reach his goal. The protagonist did not expect such an obstacle in his way. So now it is definitely agreed that the girl was an experienced fighter. Meanwhile, the stranger has already come up with another plan to deal with Zeke Moore. She added a little more force to that rock, so the rock suddenly grew and tossed the protagonist aside. After that, the girl once again used powerful fire magic to attack her opponent. She continued to concentrate more and more energy in her hands to deliver a fatal blow to the guy. At the last moment, Zeke saw a huge sphere of fire flying at him, so he didn't have much time to figure out what to do next. The protagonist wasn't nervous at all because he was only pissed off by the fact that the girl was so stubborn. Without thinking for a long time, he decided to just throw his sword straight towards that huge fire sphere. Resisting the high temperature of the fire, the blade went straight into the core of this glowing ball. The girl did not expect such a step from the protagonist, so she watched with surprise what would happen next. As a result, the sword was simply torn into small pieces, but the attack was able to slow down a bit. Overall, the guy was pleased with the result of his work, so a slight smile appeared on his face. Zeke decided to go straight to the next step of his plan and began to concentrate the mana in his hands. The sphere was already a few meters away, so our hero prepared for this inevitable collision. With one precise strike, the guy was able to turn the fireball around. So now it was back to the girl herself. The stranger definitely didn't expect this turn of events, so she still stood still, unsure of what to do next. In the end, it turned out that even her magic barrier couldn't withstand such a blow, so the magic particles began to cut into her delicate skin. Now the girl was left completely unprotected and without strength, and stood helplessly in front of the protagonist. Her eyes immediately lit up with rage at the fact that Zeke was so strong and had humiliated her like that. The protagonist only laughed awkwardly because he realized that he had unintentionally pissed off his rival. Meanwhile, the girl had regained her strength a bit and began to recite a new spell. Even though she was doing well, the magic was coming through effort because the trauma was taking its toll. Zeke was surprised that the stranger still found the energy to continue their fierce fight. In the end, the girl still managed to summon a huge ice block, which she was going to use against her opponent as well. The protagonist once again concentrated the energy in his fist to fend off another attack in his direction. He managed to pull that trick again without any problems. So the ice floe shattered into small shards. The guy noticed that he seemed to have managed to stop his incredibly strong opponent, albeit briefly. He thought it was all strange because the girl could use magic without respite, which wasn't like a normal mage. Zeke noticed that the girl now had some sort of strange delay before attacking him again. Our hero thought about the fact that, of course, similar things had happened to him when he came back. But the problem here was that it was because his still inexperienced body couldn't withstand the impact of a full battle. By the way, Zeke was also surprised by her technical skills, because there was no way such unique magic could come out at that age. In addition to all these aspects, Mysterious Girl also knew Zeke Mora's name. Putting all these facts together, the protagonist seems to have come to shocking conclusions. He assumed it was a girl, just like him, reborn into a second life. The protagonist believed that if the girl was indeed reborn, it would explain everything. But he still felt that for the revived, it was as if she moved strangely somehow and couldn't seem to tolerate pain. This kind of behavior was quite unbecoming of people with such combat skills. There's also no way to say that pain is something habitual. The protagonist couldn't describe it in one word after all, but he still had some doubts about his rival. He began to suspect that the girl had gotten her combat experience in some artificial way. At that moment, Zeke was distracted by a familiar voice calling to him from somewhere behind the trees. It was Joachim Drakel who started to get worried when she saw the open wound on our hero's leg. The guy calmly replied that it was no big deal and warned his companions that they might get hurt in a fight. So she asked them to stay away. The knights all looked around and were surprised to see what had happened here. Their attention was immediately drawn to the witch's burned body, which had continued to lie on the edge of the cliff all this time. The protagonist threw a glance at his rival and informed her that he wasn't the one who straightened out the villainess. The knight couldn't believe something the woman had turned Ms. Bargo to ash, but Zeke confirmed that it had happened in just one blow. The warrior then decided to stand up for Sir Zeke, even though he didn't even know what had happened here. Our hero already wanted to reply that he perceived this girl as an enemy, and confirmed that she had attacked first, but finally remembered that this was not the case. He decided to approach the knight and warn him that he had started this fight after all. Zeke tried to explain it away by saying that he had heard words so shocking that he had just done it unknowingly. The boy reflected that aside from the fact that she knew Zeke Mora, he didn't have any reason to fight the stranger because she had even helped him get rid of the plague. In the end, the protagonist decided to directly address the girl, who was still standing on the sidelines waiting for their fight to continue. Zeke stated that what had happened between them was exactly his mistake, so he apologized for the misunderstanding. He wanted to convey to the girl that she also still hadn't said anything about herself. The girl interrupted the protagonist and asked if all these people were his subordinates. The protagonist immediately contradicted her speculation and emphasized that these people were his colleagues. The stranger was surprised when Sigmore called the commoners his colleagues, for such words were unusual for such a cruel man. The boy only nodded in response and confirmed that he was respectful of his comrades. Our hero decided to thank the girl for finishing off the witch, because thanks to her actions, the village was no longer affected. The stranger didn't finish listening to Zeke again because she couldn't believe he had changed so much. The guy hadn't expected his rival to have such a reaction to his words, The girl was very surprised that the former lord and demons now I made before the suffering of ordinary people. She still couldn't believe it was the same brutal Zeke Moore standing in front of her. The protagonist was increasingly certain that this girl was an unusual person. He realized that the stranger did indeed know his identity before his rebirth. The image of that very same demon lord, who was merciless to anyone who was in his path, still did not come out of the girl's head. Suddenly, someone shouted out from the crowd and addressed the stranger who had been so disrespectful to our hero. The knight was displeased that she dared speak to Sir Zeke, the hero of Ospirin, in such a tone. The girl was shocked even more when she heard that the demon lord was considered a true hero. But even the guy himself didn't believe it. The knight stood up for our hero and told her that he had shown so much virtue for their county. So she simply dare not say that about a noble man. The stranger was already starting to think that it just wasn't Zeke standing in front of her and asked what his last name was. But the guy wasn't about to admit it. Zeke didn't know what she knew or how much, but he asked her not to impose her thoughts. Eventually, the girl realized that she could no longer get any more information from the protagonist. She stammered and tried to explain that she meant something else entirely. The protagonist also could not understand this stranger and did not want to waste any more time on empty conversations. He decided to end this conversation with the fact that the girl would now be seen as trespassing on the Count's property. Meanwhile, the stranger had already grabbed the necklace around her neck and seemed about to retreat. This artifact released a large amount of mana, so the entire team had to move away to a safe distance. In turn, the protagonist realized that the girl decided to use some unknown artifact. She was still holding tightly to the necklace, waiting for the moment when it would finally work. Before disappearing, the mysterious girl threw one last glance at Zeke, who kept giving her a hard time. Eventually, the entire team of the protagonist witnesses the stranger disappear right before their eyes. Hans looked up after a while and marveled at the abrupt disappearance from the girl. Zeke moved closer to where there were still remnants of magic, and reflected that creating an artifact even with a low rank was already a rare skill. Only more surprising was that the girl also had a high magic sphere artifact from somewhere, allowing her to move through space. After such an eventful day, the whole team finally returned to Count Dracula's castle. Joachim Dracul reflected on the fact that his father and brother would definitely not be able to go to heaven, despite their horrible deaths. The knight close to him believed that this was the true price of redemption. In fact, he was sure from the start that the young gentleman was prepared for this development. Joachim Dracul tiredly accepted the fact that this was indeed some sort of redemption. Next, he decided to thank Zeke and his assistant for attending this funeral. The protagonist and his comrades replied that it was not difficult for them to support Joachim in such a situation. Now the young lord was thinking that they should have organized a chase and found out exactly who the mage was. Zeke reassured his comrade, because she was using the artifact anyway. So there was no way to detect her trail. Our hero was now sure that this girl knew him in a past life. So now, we need to slowly unravel this mystery. He shifted his gaze and saw that Joachim Dracul was looking at him strangely somehow. The young gentleman had already heard that the three of them were on their way onward, and Zeke explained that they had only made a brief stop in the county. Joachim Dracul seemed a little upset by the fact that already his close comrade was leaving this city. He tried to offer our hero a full visit to their county, guaranteeing better treatment, but Zeke wasn't interested. Plus, the guy felt that nothing would happen to the county if he wasn't here, because now there was a great new earl. Joachim Dracul still wasn't confident in his abilities, because this time, it was Sir Zeke who saved Ospirin from a great calamity. During the battle, the young lord still also confronted his fear of blood, but eventually collapsed without strength when it was already over. The guy thought that the count of Count Dracula having hemophobia looked pretty pathetic. The protagonist, after listening to his comrade, reached into a small purse to pull out a solution to his problem. Joachim Dracul was shocked when he saw what kind of item Sir Zeke had managed to stash away. The latter eventually handed the young lord a blood vessel and suggested that he use this artifact to get rid of his fear. The young man immediately recognized the very thing he had managed to see then in prison. The protagonist explained that he managed to retrieve the blood vessel from the wreckage in the prison. He warned that there would come a day in the future when hemophobia would be an obstacle for Joachim, so he would need that scary thing. Zeke added that the blood vessel would endow the guy with blood possession, but he didn't appreciate an ability with such an ominous name. Our hero then told us that this ability allows one to manipulate the owner's surrounding blood as they wish. However, due to excessive greed, one can become obsessed with it. Joachim Dracul immediately began to worry that chaos might ensue if he overdid it with the blood. But Zeke immediately assured him that such a thing was not worth worrying about. The protagonist has promised to come here and kill a comrade if his mind does get hijacked. After this conversation, Joachim Dracul went to his castle, which was now completely his own. The newly minted earl was sitting alone in his study, contemplating everything that had happened in the last few days, when there was a knock at his door. It turned out to be his assistant, who brought a whole stack of documents for the young gentleman to study. Joachim Dracul asked with weariness in his voice to put them on the table, and the subordinate immediately saw that the gentleman looked very tired. It was all because the young man was already in bed at this time, but the blood vessel did have a strong effect, so he became much healthier than before. The knight inquired about the bloodlust that the young lord was now supposed to have. The guy, scratching his fingers, said that he sometimes has the urge to snack, but after a while it disappears on its own. He showed his subordinate the possibilities of blood control, and added that there was probably no need to subdue other people's blood as well. The knight was now carefully observing the floating drops of blood, which was quite an amazing phenomenon. For his part, the young gentleman suggested that it would be useful to be able to fend for himself, so he practiced his new skills from time to time. Finally, tearing his gaze away from the blood, the subordinate decided to wonder how Sir Zeke knew about all this, because he didn't reveal his identity until the very end and simply left the county. Joachim Dracul felt that there was no need for this, because this man was a savior who protects their land. And in the county of Dracul, such a status was sufficient. At this, he decided to end the conversation about his comrade and, standing up from the table, turned to Broad. The young gentleman came to the window and informed him that there was something the knight would need to investigate. He talked about the man in black who helped spread the plague and the mage who attacked Sir Zeke. Meanwhile, our heroes, who had continued their journey, stopped in the middle of the forest and made a small camp for the night. Snoke and Noam were very tired after the journey, so they were already sleeping sweetly. Zeke couldn't sleep because the whole time he was thinking about who that mysterious girl was. He tried to remember if he had ever met someone with this appearance while being a demon lord. In terms of skills, the stranger was something similar to the demon lord of magic, who was the same demon lord in the second half of the Age of Rudders. This man was fluent in all sorts of magic, and a couple times our hero even crossed paths with him. Only the main problem was that he was a man, and an old man at that. It was getting harder and harder for the guy, because no one in particular came to mind, though he would never have forgotten something like that before. He decided not to think about whether or not he had met this girl yet, and assumed she also had something to do with the key warping fate if she was able to return from a past life. Zeke suspected that this girl was the one who had transplanted the key into him, but it was all just unsupported speculation. As much as he didn't want to stop thinking about it, thoughts of the girl's face and emotions were still popping into his head as well. The protagonist couldn't understand why she looked at him with such a hard stare before she left. At this point, Hans, who also continued to sit by the fire, decided to talk to Zeke. The young man still wanted to talk about what his mentor had said last time, about the priority being to deal with Miss Bargo, not to save Ospirin. In fact, the protagonist had guessed from the beginning that Hans didn't like this tough approach to the situation after all. Zeke understood his aide's apprehension and explained that in order to prevent multiple casualties, you can't ignore the one right in front of your eyes. He then asked if Hans wanted to be just a hero or a powerful god after all. Our hero emphasized that even he, such a super genius, could not achieve absolutely everything he wanted, and in the future, there will not be a person who can do it. Hans was actually very surprised and asked if his mentor really thought he could be a hero. Zeke looked at the young man carefully and was silent for a few seconds before giving his answer to that question. He finally replied that anything was possible if Hans really had that desire. The protagonist added that as long as the guy is in his charge, he will help him in this case in any way he can. Then the young man asked if there was still a way where making a decision would save more people. Zeke replied that it was also possible, but only that you had to become much stronger to do so. He explained to his assistant, in other words, that all he had to do was train even harder. Thus our heroes quietly spent the whole night in a camp in the middle of the forest, and at dawn continued their journey. Along the way, they came across a pack of wolves, who, of course, were aggressive towards any outsiders. This was just part of the training for the guys who were no longer so intimidated at the sight of their opponents. Snoke crouched on the ground and prepared to defend himself as the predators had already gone on the offense. He wasn't scared at all and began to concentrate mana under his hands to use earth magic for defense. In the next second, a stone pillar appeared right in front of the mage himself and pierced through one of the enemies. It took the young man some time to regain his breath after such a powerful attack. The other wolves were already afraid to act as abruptly as their leader had done. Eventually, the predators, having lost their leader, simply turned around and were about to retreat. It wasn't that easy because nearby Hans was waiting for them, and he had dealt with all the wolves with a few attacks. After such a precise blow, the guy stopped and exhaled quietly to release the tension. The protagonist approached his charges and saw that they had already finished their training. He kicked one of the beasts with his foot just in case, to make sure they were indeed dead. A slightly scared Hans decided to ask Sir Zeke why there were so many monsters in the neighborhood. Snoke noticed this feature too and added that there was a village with people quite nearby. Zeke himself didn't know the answer to that question either, so he wondered what was so unusual about this place. At that moment, some stranger came out of the woods and immediately addressed the boys. It was an old fisherman who noted that the guys looked pretty strong. He asked directly if our heroes could help him with a case. Turns out this stranger decided to complain to them about the orc that's walking around on this mountain. He was afraid for no one knew what might happen to those residents who climbed in here. After that, the old man showed huge footprints that confirmed the presence of the monster here, and our heroes wondered how to solve this problem. The footprint did indeed look frighteningly huge, making even experienced warriors tense up. Snoke decided to ask his pet if he could sense that there was indeed an orc here, and he confirmed his hunch. In turn, Hans apprehensively suggested that these monsters might have been moving in a whole group. The protagonist decided not to speak his mind for now, because the first thing he wanted to do was look for other tracks around the area. Snoke still wasn't sure they'd be able to find anything with just this one minor clue. Zeke admitted that he wasn't very good at trail searching, so Hans immediately inquired as to how he thought to look for these monsters then. The young men froze in anticipation as they waited to see what plan their mentor had come up with. Eventually, the guy stated that they could just walk around, look, listen, and get a feel for the environment. He asked the guys to follow him, and the guys got frustrated because the main character didn't really have a clear plan. Zeke realized that, of course, he couldn't compare to the professionals, but he still knew the basic principles of working on such leads. The guy's range of senses was pretty wide, and yes, Hans and Snoke are very fast walkers and could help out in the case, so they could definitely find the orc in a few days. It wasn't long before the protagonist stopped abruptly, because he saw something in front of him that caught his attention. Some emaciated boy who looked too much like some undead came out to them. Snoke couldn't understand what a small child was doing so far up in the mountains, and Hans noticed that he was skin and bones, like he was about to fall over without strength. The protagonist only turned to Hans to help him deal with this boy. Meanwhile, the emaciated child himself was thinking only that he was incredibly hungry. Zeke didn't hesitate long and immediately handed the boy a whole loaf of bread. The latter immediately raised his surprised gaze to the kind stranger, and our hero added that it was very delicious. He asked with a smile if the kid wanted that food. After that, all of our heroes stayed in the village inn and planned to scour all of the mountains in search of the orc. After a few days, they did find the entire group of monsters and their habitat. The entire team had no problem eliminating the orcs and fulfilling that old man's request. The man was very surprised that our heroes didn't need money, and Zeke explained that it wasn't that hard to reward them in any way. In gratitude, the head of the village still treated the boys to a hearty dinner, calling them a real stick in the mud. But also, Zeke hadn't forgotten about that boy they'd caught on their way up the mountain. The young man waited for the protagonist under the inn every night, and was frightened when he silently approached him from behind. The boy was once again very frightened and asked why Zeke did this every time. The protagonist didn't bother to explain the reasons for his actions, and just handed him another loaf to the kitchen. In fact, Zeke was doing all of this because of the fact that this boy was only helping her to help him do another good deed. Meanwhile, the child tried to explain that he didn't come here to beg, and our hero emphasized that little ones shouldn't reject gifts from adults. The boy immediately remembered his mom telling him not to accept anything from strangers, but Zeke emphasized that she was the one talking about bad adults. He still wasn't fully convinced that the main character was a good person, but accepted the food because there was no other choice. Zeke honestly admitted that he's actually far from being a nice person. The guy laughed and explained that he was a bad adult who was now trying to live a good life. The protagonist decided to still sit with the boy while he got a bite to eat and talk a bit. Zeke advised him to eat slower because that would make his stomach hurt from the unexpectedly large amount of food. Afterward, he handed the boy the bottle to quietly wash down his small snack. Our hero guessed that he would carry most of the food home again, and the kid explained that mom and dad worked hard, so they deserved some bread. The boy pulled a clean piece of cloth from his pocket and carefully wrapped up the remaining bread, and Zeke remarked that he was a very kind child. The boy decided to ask what his parents were up to after all. It was strange to Zeke that the boy's mother and father worked, but he still got his food from him. The boy decided to change the subject and said that it was said throughout the village that the uncle he called our hero was a good man, also able to catch orcs. It was still unusual for the protagonist to hear that he was actually called a kind person. He finally suggested that the kid come straight to their inn afterward, and asked him not to look at him like some criminal in an alley after saying that. The boy was afraid to do it because if people like him came into the place, the swearing would start immediately. Zeke calmed him down and warned him that he had already talked to the owners of the place, so now the kid didn't have to worry about that. The boy couldn't understand why our hero was so good to him, because all the other people just hated him. The guy immediately thought about the fact that this whole situation reminded him of Timmy. Then the young man was also surprised that Zeke decided to help them, without any conditions because it was the first time it had happened to him. The protagonist was really shocked by these words because he didn't expect his help to be so appreciated. He finally agreed that he was indeed kinder compared to other people. The boy immediately brought to mind the words Zeke had said not too long ago, so now the boy had to say that he was a bad adult who lived a kinder life than those same kind people. Our hero looked at the kid in surprise when he heard a quiet chuckle from him. In the end, the boy couldn't contain his laughter because he found Zeke's words quite funny. The guy also thought it was funny and added that there's a weird person like himself in the world after all. The boy immediately thought that he wished there were a lot of good people like that because then the world would really be cool. The protagonist reported that it was too late in the day, so the little one had better go home. At last, the little boy said goodbye to his good uncle, and Zeke wished him a good journey. The boy suddenly remembered that he wanted to say one more thing to the boy before he left. Zeke turned sharply to stop the kid, but he had already disappeared around the street corner. On the way home, the boy's only thought was that his parents would be happy that he would bring some food for them. At the same time, he realized that he couldn't just accept gifts from his uncle all the time. So he was already going to ask his name tomorrow. The kid planned to definitely repay the protagonist for his incredible kindness someday. As he approached the house, he saw some unfamiliar person next to his uncle from outside the village and thought it was just a tourist. The boy witnesses this stranger handing the man some sort of sack, seemingly containing money. He immediately noted that there was some strange tense atmosphere between them. The kid thought he had definitely seen something he shouldn't have seen, so he was going to get out of here as soon as possible. At this moment, that stranger with an ominous expression turned around and had already noticed that someone was watching them. The boy was frightened and realized that now he was definitely in some kind of trouble. From fear, he forgot everything and even dropped the bread that the protagonist gave him. Meanwhile, the main character was also still awake and thinking about everything that was happening to him. Zeke couldn't stop thinking about that kid and decided that next time, the boy should be given something other than bread. Only now did the boy realize that he and this little guy didn't even know each other's names and were already communicating so well. And he began to believe that a real friendship was budding between them. Zeke had no idea at all that his young friend was now in a very serious mess. He only thought that just tomorrow he could ask the name of the boy, who was now probably unlikely to come to their meeting place. In the morning, our heroes went to the forest again and quickly dealt with another orcs. Snoke reported that in the places they'd looked before, they'd cleared everything again, and of the monsters, they'd only found this group of enemies. Zeke cast his gaze over the defeated orcs and noted that there was still no sign of any new monsters approaching. He had a distinct feeling that their numbers had indeed decreased. So perhaps it was these creatures that had been pushed up the mountain due to the change in the strength of the local monsters. In any case, for the time being, this village would no longer be affected by monsters or beasts coming down from the mountain. Eventually, the protagonist praised in his assistance and suggested that we quietly go from here. In the village, our heroes were met by the locals, who once again thanked them for their help. The old man did not know how to pay them for such kindness, because it was thanks to the boys that the whole population was alive. Hans was very unproud of their accomplishments, and was smug about how everything was fine because they hadn't done anything special. Snoke looked around and noted that today he didn't see the boy they kept giving food to. The young man noticed that he was always here when they emitted from the mountain, and the protagonist was even a little upset by this fact, because he would have liked to see his friend one more time before he left. Someone in the crowd heard the child boys talking and guessed they were talking about the child that lived behind the palisade. A local resident said he hasn't seen him in a couple days, although he usually comes to help with all sorts of household things. Hans thought there was more to the village than just here, so he assumed the boy might have gone somewhere else. But they were worried anyway because they hadn't seen him in a while. The protagonist didn't say anything to that effect and just asked the guys to follow him. Hans was surprised at the rush because they didn't even know where they were going this time. Zeke replied briefly that they still didn't have a new destination. The guy explained that they should try to go to the kid's house after all. After a while, they were already in the right place, which looked rather abandoned. Hans felt uncomfortable, and Snoke couldn't tell if people really lived here because the neighborhood looked very ruined. Zeke used his mana, and as a result, he didn't feel a single trace of the people around him. He couldn't guess what had happened in this place, and began to worry about the boy they knew. At this moment, the guy suddenly felt into some strange atmosphere that emanated from these abandoned buildings. He immediately rushed somewhere forward, so the guys didn't even have time to react to their mentor's actions. Eventually, Zeke stopped warily near the door of one of the ruined houses. It turns out that the main character felt that somewhere nearby, someone was dying. The guy didn't get any further and just kicked the doors in with his own foot. Stepping inside, Zeke witnessed someone's battered bodies lying on the floor right in the middle of pools of blood. He sensed that 2 of them were already dead, but someone made a sound signaling that life was still present here. Eventually, our hero looked closer and saw that in the shadows lurked the very boy on whom some strange tattoo could now be seen. Zeke was more than a little scared for the kid's condition, so he quickly ran up and tried to bring him to his senses. The guy saw that the kid was still breathing, so he should use the healing potion right now. When the protagonist took a closer look at the boy, he was shocked at what had happened to him. He couldn't take his gaze off the strange, ominous tattoo that was painted right on the small man's chest. At this moment, the boy finally came to his senses and, opening his eyes, recognized that a familiar uncle was standing in front of him. The boy was surprised because he certainly did not expect to see this man here, so he immediately asked how our hero ended up here. Zeke explained that it had been a long time since the boy had come to their village, so this time he decided to come to him himself. A smile immediately appeared on the boy's face because he was pleased that the protagonist cared about him. After the explanation, Zeke finally decided to ask what happened in this place, and who did this to the boy. Then the lad said that he had first seen this strange man in the village, whom he had suddenly met in the middle of the night. He looked at his father with his weeping eyes and told him that he was the stranger's first victim. The second was the mother, who also could not escape her deplorable fate. That man promised to let his parents live if the boy didn't scream when they did that body painting. The protagonist realized that this stranger was just torturing a defenseless child and lied about leaving his mom and dad alive. Eventually, Zeke came to the terrible conclusion that all this cruelty was really just for fun. The boy began to remember that it was not only his family that was affected, but also residents from neighboring homes. He could no longer hold back his tears because he blamed himself for all the village's troubles. Zeke realized that he couldn't watch the kid suffer anymore, so she tried to calm him down and asked him not to worry about this situation. The protagonist assured that what happened was definitely not the defenseless boy's fault. The guy asked if he was able to see the face of this violent stranger, and the guy described that he had no hair and also saw a strange tattoo halfway down his face. The next second, the boy grabbed the spot where the tattoo had been as if it would sharply hurt him. Zeke realized that things couldn't be left like this, so he was going to use mana to help the child. The boy immediately calmed down, as if all the pain had abruptly disappeared somewhere. A few seconds passed and the protagonist removed his hand, under which now no drawings on the kid's body were visible. Zeke patted his young friend on the head and praised him for doing a good job, promising that he would handle everything else on his own. Feeling at least some comfort, the boy slowly began to close his eyes to rest from these horrible events. The next moment, he exhaled for the last time, using up all his life force, and fell into an eternal sleep. The protagonist was in no hurry to leave quickly, and pulled a small bag of supplies from his pocket. It turned out Zeke had remembered to leave the boy one last snack, carefully placing the bread near his cold hand. At this moment, the lad heard someone else enter this house, which was now just overflowing with grief. Turning around, our hero saw that it was his assistants who were horrified when they saw what was inside the building. Their horror-filled eyes surveyed the bodies that lay breathlessly right under their feet. Zeke didn't bother explaining anything and only briefly ordered the boys to start packing for their journey right now. He explained that they were going to someone who could help avenge this child, meaning Lubella. After packing, our heroes returned to the place under the cover of night to deal with the remaining problems. They decided to burn the boy's former home along with the bodies of his parents to protect themselves from other disasters. Snoke had a hard time watching this action, which made even Noam sad, which created an atmosphere of sadness. In fact, Hans didn't expect our hero to even throw a funeral for a boy he'd only seen a couple times. What was even more surprising was that Zeke was so serious that he was going to get revenge on this strange kid. Guy suspected that our hero wasn't doing all this out of a sense of justice or anything like that. It's a good cause anyway, but Sir Zeke isn't the kind of man to start acting on something like this. However, Hans still didn't put down the fact that this boy's death had rendered Zeke's favor useless. And on top of that was also the fact that the person the main character cared about died such a brutal death. These two things definitely hurt Sir Zeke's pride, causing him to become so active. In the end, by morning, all that was left of the bodies of the entire family were charred bones. The protagonist was going to bury these people with honors, so he began to carefully collect their remains. The depressed boys had been standing back all this time, watching their mentor in amazement, who looked completely out of place. Zeke finally finished all the preparations and informed the boys that they could finally hit the road. Now the events shift to the temple, which was all covered in bright greenery, which only added to the magic of the place. Meanwhile, Lubella was coming out of her chambers, unaware of the protagonist's visit. The girl was surprised to see that there was already someone standing under the doors. It turned out that it was only Sir Wag, who seemed to want to speak to the priestess. The man did not speak of everything directly at once, and inquired whether Lady Lubella's prayer had gone well. The girl replied that everything was fine and wondered what was even going on, and Wag replied that a good friend had visited them. Amy Lubella didn't even seem to have any idea who she was talking about, which made her even more confused. Meanwhile, the main character's team sat around the table and sipped hot tea while waiting for the priestess. The boys thought about the fact that this temple looked even grander than the church of the Karuviman order. Lubella was greatly surprised to actually meet her acquaintances, who immediately rose from their seats to greet the saint. Vague happily shook Zeke's hand and was very glad to see that the lad was in full health. It was actually creepy for our hero to see the grin of the death machine, which was quite hard to get used to. Meanwhile, Ane Lubella turned to Hans, whom they had not seen for a long time. Eventually, the girl noticed that there was some unfamiliar young man with them, so Hans introduced his friend and his pet Novum. The boy picked up on the fact that they had already heard the news about Ms. Lubella while they were waiting to meet her. Everyone around her was already talking about how it wouldn't take long for the girl to receive the second name of Primel, which can only be given to holy mistresses. Wade was glad that our heroes already knew everything, and explained that there was only one minor thing left to do before the final decision was made. Zeke was also aware that all Lubella had to do was to get approval from the Holy Lady Karuna. The protagonist decided to finally talk about the right topics, and asked if they wanted to think about something big and impressive instead of the small stuff. Zeke, with confidence in his voice, suggested that they work together to destroy the Bellid division in the northern part of the country. Aine Lubella was greatly frightened when she heard about the murder of the boy the protagonist had treated so well. Waig, for his part, was furious when he heard of such a horrible act on the part of the Bellid people. Our hero explained that the Bellids use dark magic, which they use to keep a person from dying before their time. Hans had no idea that there were such uses for dark spells. Zeke revealed that a person's life is colored by the human energy from Bellid, which keeps a person alive for a predetermined period of time, even if they are mortally wounded. Usually this method is used to keep a person alive during torture, or, as our hero heard, to play with people. Waig asked if there was any information on who exactly killed this defenseless child. The protagonist said that he was aware that the man was bald, and half of his face was covered in tattoos. A shocked Aine Lubella suggested that this cruel villain might have been Colin Trislov's Colin. Zeke, making no secret of his interest, immediately asked hopefully if the girl knew the man. The girl said that it was one of the cardinals under the direct command of the Holy Father of the Bellid clan, who was famous for all sorts of horrible deeds. Wade couldn't believe that this villain just picked up and showed up in some small village. The lad speculated that Trislova's Colin may have been passing through and stopped to buy provisions, so he decided to have some fun along the way. The only victims of the villain were the poor people living on the outskirts, so there was no unrest within the village itself, causing Waig to hit the table with all his might to vent his rage. Zeke added that the strange thing was that there were quite a few monsters in the mountains around the village, so even the orcs had taken refuge in this place. The experienced knight immediately sensed that there was something wrong with all these events. Finally, he declared that if they were indeed going to go up against the men of Bellid, the old man, along with Karuviman, were ready to flee to any battlefield. But also, Waig feared that they had too little information about their base. But our hero already knew the location of Bellid's northern division, as well as another point. The old man was overjoyed at the news, for Lady Lubella's relationship with Sir Zeke had borne fruit. In turn, the girl thought about the fact that they could not be sure of the reliability of these facts, because getting information about Bellid was not so easy. The protagonist tried to lie that he learned this information by accident, although it all consisted of events in his past life. Aine Lubella immediately thought of those runes drawn during the Porty incident, which Zeke had also learned about from somewhere. In fact, he knew the drawings because the priestess herself had drawn them before his rebirth. In the meantime, Waig suggested we head to the North Branch first thing to check out the location. Judging by the fact that that place was their first destination, then afterwards the priority of our heroes will be the reprisal of Trislov. The knight assumed that, after all, Zeke's main goal was revenge against this horrible man. The protagonist stopped abruptly and decided to explain his motives to the old man, after all. Zeke told me with restrained anger in his voice that he didn't even have time to hear the poor boy's name because of this scum of society. After that, our heroes immediately went to the desert, in the middle of which stood a characteristic stone in the form of an arch. Vale was amazed when he saw the structure, and marveled that their world was indeed full of wonders. The old man had never even thought that a place like this existed in nature. The protagonist was proud that he was able to surprise Sir Waig, a world man who had already seen many things in his life. Vale admitted that he had previously thought to measure up to his own standards to the world created by the goddess, though that had been a mistake. It amazed Zeke that those who served the goddess could actually have such feelings. The old man turned around and explained that the guy could feel the same if he believed in Saint Karuna. He immediately lit up at the idea and asked our hero's thoughts on it, but Zeke thanked him and refused such a suggestion. Eventually, Sir Wig decided to inquire as to whether Belid's northern division was really here. The problem wasn't that the old man doubted the protagonist's guesses, but he'd heard that Belu was a water god. It was all a bit illogical. Often where sectarians build their temples, there's bound to be a lot of water, which didn't fit with this place. Zeke understood his partner's doubt perfectly well, for he had seen this desolate area with his own eyes. However, it is because of this prejudice that people have been unable to find these secretive guys until now. Eventually, Wig, who had his doubts anyway, agreed that his words made some sense. The protagonist didn't want to waste any more time and ordered his horse to gallop to the right place. He turned to his comrade with a smile and emphasized that they had a little more to go to reach their goal. After a while, our heroes found themselves in the middle of the canyon and got off their horses, because further it is necessary to go only on foot. Wig looked around cautiously, but Zeke walked very confidently because he knew this place from his past life. The protagonist stopped near a huge gorge, indicating that this was where the entrance was. After they entered the cave, they had to immediately light a lantern because the cave was quite dark. Zeke, lighting up everything around him, walked forward confidently because he knew this path well, not doubting his actions. Arriving at the end point, Vague was surprised to see what actually lurked behind the darkness of this cave. There was a full-flowing underground reservoir flowing here, which already suggested that there could probably be a temple of Bela here. The old man still hadn't guessed that there could be an underground lake of such magnitude in such a wilderness, and now he understood why they still hadn't been able to find the Belid boys. At that moment, they saw some sort of glow in the distance that gave away someone else's presence. Our heroes quickly reacted to this fire and hid behind a nearby rock to remain undetected. After waiting a bit, Zeke and Vague carefully peeked out from behind a rock to get a better look at what was that way. It appeared that there was some building standing among the rocks and water, illuminated by lanterns from different directions, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Up close, this building did look like some sort of hidden, imposing temple. The old man looked at the emblem above the door and realized it was the familiar Belid sign, and verified that they had erected a temple in such a place. The protagonist was pleased with his success and wondered if Sir Wig could trust him now. The old man said nothing but gripped the boy's hands tightly, and in his grip, he read a desperate hope for help. He finally declared that he was going to train the best units of Kuruviman, select warriors. Afterward, they went straight back to the temple, where the whole team met with the Holy Father, who immediately began to pray. His Holiness. Karuvimana, lighting up everyone with a smile, confessed that he was truly delighted to meet people of such rare courage and purity of spirit. The protagonist smiled back silently, but there was a slight wariness in his eyes. It was still hard for Zeke to realize that his life had been turned around like this, and now he was sitting with his main enemies. In the days of the Great Overlord, he didn't know he could get so close to the zombie creator he had once fought a fierce battle with. The old man remained in the rear, healing his subordinates and subtly reinforcing their attacks, as if the invisible hand of Providence was in the thick of the battle, and the knights really kept up. No kidding, the Holy Father is so strong that Zeke actually almost died back then. The guy in no way expected to somehow be in a meeting with this man, because it was more difficult to organize a meeting with him than with the emperor of the country. From these troubling thoughts, our hero was pulled out by the Holy Father of Kuruvimana, who decided to speak to his esteemed guest. The old man, as Kuruviman's representative, expressed his gratitude to Zeke for telling them for the Belid's hideout, and the man explained that he had reached out because he wanted to do something. His Holiness had already heard about the protagonist planning revenge, and asked what he thought about participating in the battle. Zeke agreed to such terms without any hesitation, but added that he planned to sneak inside the temple while the knights attacked him. The Holy Father suddenly remembered the man who dared to kill the defenseless boy, and our hero's eyes flashed with cold anger. The old man was surprised because Zeke immediately started making some strange noises. The protagonist proclaimed with a note of madness in his voice that he intended to give this villain a long and agonizing suffering, and his assistants definitely did not expect such a reaction from their mentor. Even the Holy Father himself tensed up and emphasized that a person about to enter senility like this, and his heart might not be able to bear to look at him with such a heavy gaze. The guy apologized for giving in to his feelings a bit, and meanwhile the old man emphasized that his opponent would be quite strong. There was speculation that the Colon of Trislova was endowed with the same level of strength as the high-ranking fighters of Karuviman's squads. The Holy Father was worried about the fate of the protagonist, so he seriously asked if he was going to be okay. Zeke, to reassure his ally, replied firmly that he would not interfere with his knights. The old man immediately exhaled because he made sure that our hero had not changed his view of this battle. Then Wade joined the conversation and said that this operation would be top secret, so it was impossible for the pests to get wind of their plans and escape. The knight reported that thus, for the safety of the three of them, it would be best to stay here in the temple until the departure. The protagonist, after listening to their team's rough plans, turned to the Holy Father to add some details. The boy asked if he could listen to one request he had, and His Holiness inquired what was wrong. Suddenly, Zeke put his hand on his heart and directly stated that he would like to be made an honorary knight. Annie Lubella and Wig looked at the guy in surprise because they definitely didn't expect such a statement from their acquaintance. The Holy Father immediately inquired as to why the protagonist had such a desire. The guy explained that there wasn't any particular reason for this, and he wanted this status because he would get the same rights as the elite knights. All of this Zeke was doing was to get Trislav emotional because he was sure to get mad about that fact. When all the participants had gone to their rooms, the Holy Father decided to speak to his subordinates and emphasized that this guy was more unique than one could imagine. Wig added that our hero may have a slightly strange character, but he does his job very skillfully, and Lubella promised that they will not be ashamed of such a knight. His Holiness decided to trust his men and stated that they would issue the rank of elite knight for Zeke right away. At that moment, he seemed to remember some other important detail about their grand affair. The old man said that there was one active, skill-strong warrior among the elite knights, just like Sir Zeke. He inquired if he could send this knight along with them on the mission, and Wei was eager to find out who he was. The Holy Father wanted to quickly name the guy and informed him that it was the same Glenzenard that Zeke had already met in a past life. Aine Lubella immediately realized which knight was in question because she had met Lord Zenard before. His Holiness saw some strange reaction from the priestess and thought something was wrong with his decision. The girl replied that everything was fine, it's just that every time she meets this guy, he asks her if she has any worries. Wag didn't pay much attention to it because he thought that Lord Zenard was merely showing interest in Mrs. Lubella. In any case, he thought that this knight wouldn't be unable to participate in this war because he had gone as support somewhere else, so it was difficult to contact him. The girl continued to feel uncomfortable anyway, thinking back to the strange Glen Zenard. Vague sensed that she was indeed too uncomfortable with the situation with this knight. So he applied a word with the Lord, but Lubella refused. He thought then that something more was troubling the priestess, and she explained that her worries were unlikely to be caused merely by someone's sudden interest in her. Lubella still didn't understand what the true problem was, but her subconscious was worried about something else entirely. She chose words in vain, trying to express the inexplicable anxiety oppressing her soul. In the end, the girl firmly stated that all this time, it had never left her feeling as if Glen Zenard had been testing her for strength. After making thorough preparations for this trek, the entire Keruviman team to the very desert where the sectarian temple was located. This entire group of warriors was led by Zeke, Lubella, and Vague, who kept close by the entire time. Some of the order, ensconced on the wagons, prayed fervently, whispering words of incantations for the battle to be crowned with victory. After a while, the leader of the knights showed a sign for everyone to immediately stop. They were just approaching that rift in the ground, so Vague informed his squad that they had arrived at the right place. Aine Lubella was actually looking forward to their important operation, and the old man confirmed that it was time to get started on their plan. Wig icily proclaimed that the hour of judgment on the accursed Belids had arrived. The protagonist continued to remain calm and only looked at his allies, who seemed to be burning with fire at their leader's words. At the same instant, Zeke swiftly slid from his saddle and declared that he would now be the first to go into the cave. Wig, worried about the boy's fate, was surprised that he still hadn't changed his mind and was bravely going to go to the temple first. Aine Lubella was also not happy about this development, so she tried to stop our hero somehow. Zeke asked her not to worry because even if he got caught, he had almost no information. But that was definitely not what the girl was worried about. The protagonist replied with a smile that he understood what the girl meant and promised that the Belids wouldn't catch him. So nothing like that would happen. He also didn't forget about his guys, and after addressing them, he emphasized that they are trained to defend themselves, so they shouldn't die during this battle. Zeke added indifferently that if they were to die, it would still be impossible to change it. Without wasting any more words, the protagonist abruptly turned around and leapt into the gaping maw of the cave, leaving his allies behind. Aine Lubella once again excitedly asked Wig if Zeke would be safe. The knight replied briefly that for the moment it was best to trust Sir Zeke, who was well in control of all his actions. After waiting for a bit, he walked to the conclusion that they should also go inside this cave already. Meanwhile, there was already commotion among the Belids, because they had learned of the emergency that had happened at the temple. The sectarians reported to each other that the Karaviman order was already on the other side of the underground lake. Meanwhile, Wig ordered his men to defend themselves, while the other part of their squad crossed the river and then attack. He inspired his warriors, igniting rage in their hearts against the heretics of Karuviman, turning faith into a punishing sword. Meanwhile, one of the temple guards only now saw that there was some commotion going on around. He was trying so hard to figure out why everyone was panicking so much that he didn't even notice the stranger behind him. In the end, this sectarian didn't even have time to shriek in any way to draw attention to himself, and simply froze in place. In a matter of seconds, the protagonist had fallen one of his enemies to the floor, and now had a direct line to the inside of the temple. Zeke noticed that even the guards hadn't changed from his past life. The guy was worried that the layout would change from what it was before he was reborn, but it stayed exactly the same. Acting alone, the hero had remained undetected, but now he was gnawing with anxiety, for he did not know whether his comrades from Karuvaman would cope, for they were so easily detected. The protagonist came to the decision that he shouldn't think about unnecessary things and it's better to focus on what he has to do. He stopped in front of the large doors where the prayer room was supposed to be, guessing that this was where something most important would be. With a powerful push, the boy swung the door open, revealing a huge hall in semi-darkness. The protagonist froze in amazement when he saw what this ancient temple was hiding after all. The guy couldn't believe that such a powerful relic could have been created in this unremarkable place. If this stuff is here, this Trislovas will obviously come running here first because it will be a bigger priority for them than stopping Kruvaman. Zeke was glad that things had worked out this way, because now all he had to do was wait for his victim. Meanwhile, deafening explosions shook the surrounding area of the temple, turning the stone walls into piles of rubble. In turn, the Karuviman knights, thanks to their impeccable skills and experience, easily dealt with every enemy that crossed their path. At last, the information that the order was crossing the lake reached the leader of Belida. Colin Trislov asked about the size of the enemy unit, and his aide replied that there were at least 1,000 fighters. He realized that there were an equal number of Beli's followers in the temple right now, so they had at least some hope of a confrontation. Only it wasn't a 100% solution to the problem that had so suddenly overtaken their place of worship of the dark god. The leader of the followers guessed that their opponents were either knights or persons of high rank, and his assistant only confirmed those words. Trislov's Colin was very angry about such a mishap, and couldn't understand how Karuviman even knew about their top-secret location. He finally came to the conclusion that they were being opposed by a force that could not be handled by a unit of this temple, and it was too late to call for backup. The leader decided that the Tremble brothers would lead the troops into battle to prevent Karuviman's men from crossing the lake at any cost. The deputy immediately ordered his men to take up fighting positions and hold the enemies back from crossing the body of water. Colin Trislova decided to rely completely on his subordinates, because there was another important problem right now. He rushed swiftly inside the temple to make sense of the chaos within its sacred walls. The man planned to deal with the problem and thought it would be possible to ask Belu's blessing for the victory afterward. When Trislova came running into the prayer hall, he witnessed that it seemed he would no longer be able to ask for a blessing here. Amidst the blood and defeated enemies sat the protagonist, who couldn't wait to meet Bella's cult leader. The man immediately shifted his gaze and saw that the temple's main artifact was not in place. He didn't know who Zeke was, so he assumed he was just another dog of the Karuviman order. Our hero calmly replied that he was only a man who had a bad feeling about Colin Trislov. The leader was angry at such insolence and was about to deal with the outsider who dared to enter their temple. Zeke stopped him by saying Colin Trislov's name and adding that he was the cardinal of Clan Belid. The protagonist's lips curved in a cruel grin as he realized he was standing in front of the very man. The boy immediately recalled that the cardinal had killed that very defenseless boy from the village. But Trislovas had not given the event much thought, so he remembered nothing. The clan leader was unhappy that some stranger was wandering in here on a whim, talking nonsense as well. In reality, he didn't think to memorize every little mischief he did. At this moment, backup was already approaching the hall to deal with the infiltrating enemy. Trislovas Colin immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the intruder. The protagonist didn't like that the clan leader was in such a hurry, because first he would like to talk and find out the reason for his cruel act. The man still couldn't understand why this stranger was acting so strangely and talking about such insignificant things to him. Zeke explained that it was Trislovas, who personally killed the people in the slum and abused the child at the same time. The villain's face immediately contorted into a vile smirk when he realized which boy was in question, whereupon he proudly confirmed the murder. The man said he had come to the village to buy provisions when their paths crossed with the fellow. At that very moment, he decided to amuse himself, choosing to do so in a particularly cruel way. The sectarian was determined not to leave a single living person in the settlement. The murder of the petty man's family and all his neighbors proved to be just a bonus for the cruel Colin Trislov. If we look for the reason for these actions, everything happened because of that chance encounter with the boy, which awakened this desire in the man. He was proud that it was men who died by his hand that carried Bull's honor and controlled this world. The Colin of Trislova himself saw the death of these inhabitants as the ultimate favor, deeming them unworthy of a different end. The protagonist expected that this was how a clan member felt about the deaths of innocent people, so he simply remained silent. Zeke hardly realized that the sectarian had chosen the boy as a scapegoat just because of this absurd excuse. The man explained that he just wanted to teach the child one last thing about what is called responsibility. Zeke pondered, listening to Colin Trislovas's absurd reasoning about responsibility. At this point, the entire temple shook, so the clan leader realized that there was no more time to postpone their fight, and lastly wondered how Karuvaman's men knew about this place. The protagonist didn't bother to hide anything, so he directly stated that he had brought the order to this place. Colin Trislova could hardly believe what he was hearing when the boy reiterated firmly that he was the one who had summoned Karuvaman here. Zeke also added that he arranged all of this to finally end the leader himself. The man tried not to give the appearance that this scared him a bit, so he simply asked what our hero could do to win. Then Zeke revealed that he really did care for that boy that Trislov dared to kill so brutally. The sectarian couldn't believe that the guy was really making all this fuss just because of some kid. The protagonist emphasized that the man himself talked about how he killed the entire village just because of the boy. He explained that maybe they never would have met if Zeke had tolerated Trislov's act and sat quietly in a dark place like a mouse. Eventually, the guy smugly declared that this fish-headed, temple-shaped wreck would completely disappear today. These humiliating words caused the Belid clan leader's anger to erupt violently. He was so engrossed in his conversation with our hero that he didn't notice the enemy creeping up behind them. The main character, to use the man's own words, stated that all of this destruction would only be because of his fault. Colin Trislova gritted his teeth to a crunch, struggling to contain the rage bubbling within him. He finally released all his mana to straighten out Zeke, who had already managed to piss him off. Of course, the guy was already prepared for this clash, so she prepared to dodge the first attack. Our hero managed to jump high enough to avoid getting any injuries. At the last moment, he spotted a scarecrow with massive horns on the wall and frantically grabbed onto them, saving his life. Trislov's Colin looked at the guy in amazement and couldn't believe that he was able to come back from his attack so easily. The protagonist admitted that he would have understood everything if the man had really been the one to teach the boy what responsibility was. Zeke laughed from what I think that fishhead Belu had taught all of them about not being responsible at all. Colin Trislova couldn't listen to so many insults towards his faith, so he unleashed an even more powerful attack. The guy again managed to bounce off that strong rush of water at the last moment to easily continue their duel. After a few sharp and precise movements, the protagonist again saw a ledge on the wall that he was able to grab onto without any problems. He grinned, casting a disdainful glance at his hapless opponents, defeated once again. The Colin of Trislova turned to his allies irritably and asked why they still hadn't thrown themselves into the fight. Eventually, the warriors finally reacted to their leader's words and fired a considerable number of daggers towards Zeke. The protagonist was prepared for such a development, so he quickly grabbed the sword with which he was going to defend himself. In a matter of seconds, Zeke was masterfully able to fend off every blade that flew in his direction. Trislov's Colin and his men stood back and watched tensely as their weapons fell uselessly to the floor. After that, the guy immediately hit his sword and emphasized that his opponents shouldn't get so heated. He pulled the very relic of the temple out of his pocket and wondered what would happen if the clan leader did snag it during the battle. The man was even more surprised when she saw the artifact in the hands of our hero and did not understand how he knew all the information about Belid. Zeke didn't bother to answer anything and only assumed that it was the very artifact that controlled the monsters, called the Avenging Spirit of the Pyramid. Trislov's Colin tensed up more and more as he heard such secret information from some ordinary guy. The protagonist ignored all interrogations of his opponent and decided to use the artifact in his hands. The vengeful spirit itself is a sinister thing, and to fill it, you need negative emotions coming from an innocent soul. Before Zeke's rebirth, the Belids used a brutal method of obtaining these emotions to complete the artifact, similar to the torture the boy experienced. The boy suspected that maybe Trislov's Colin tortured the child just before the artifact was finally complete. The protagonist coldly questioned whether the heart of the sectarians trembled at the thought that everything they so fiercely defended could disappear in one instant. Then the clan leader said with a self-conscious chuckle that the vengeful spirit of the pyramid wouldn't break so easily, something he couldn't say about Zeke's weak body. That's why he was going to kill the guy in about the most brutal way there is. Zeke was only looking to bring out his opponent's emotions, so he quickly recoiled when he finally attacked. The guy perfectly controlled the entire situation around him, so he quickly reacted to any changes on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Trislav's Colin was already convinced that he was the leader in their battle, so he asked how much longer our hero was going to run. In turn, Zeke realized that he could still deal with the rest of them somehow, but it would be impossible to defeat Trislav in his current state. In the end, the guide directly stated that the difference in their strengths was too obvious, so insisting on a one-on-one fight would be foolish on his part. Trislav's Colin was proud that he was able to run over his opponent after all, and asked where the protagonist was going to escape to. Zeke seemed to have had it all figured out a long time ago, so he abruptly grabbed onto a particular brick on the wall. He threw a few precise punches at one spot, as if he knew there was something lurking behind the wall. Meanwhile, the clan leader couldn't even understand the illusions of this madman who dared to challenge him. In the next seconds, the man's eyes filled with shock, because he saw what the protagonist was actually planning. The abbot of this temple had no idea that there was a secret passage hidden behind the wall all this time. Zeke mockingly stated that the mouse would now try to escape to its burrow. Lastly, the protagonist once again laughed off his rival, who was so thoroughly humiliated by his infiltration of the temple. The Colin of Trislav almost exploded with rage because Zeke was allowing himself such impertinent behavior, and ordered his men to catch the scoundrel. Meanwhile, our hero was able to quickly make his way to an underground prison in Beled's North Division. The guy who had gotten the keys wandered through the dark corridors, their metallic clang echoing in the empty passages. Behind the bars sat a considerable number of people who immediately fixed their gaze on the stranger who had appeared in their prison. Zeke wondered if all these prisoners wanted revenge on their abuser. Meanwhile, a fierce battle between the Keruviman and Belida knights was still going on at the temple entrance. The clan members were very worried about the state of their temple and realized that they needed to stop the order right now. They were so preoccupied with Keruviman's warriors that they didn't notice that something was bubbling suspiciously in the reservoir. At this moment, several streams of water flew out of the lake, causing the battle to stop for a second because the knights of both sides were distracted. Streams of water flew towards Servaig to destroy the leader of the Keruviman warriors. The other members of the order never stopped praying to support their warriors with spells. At this moment, a sacred cross appeared in front of Waig, protecting him from a sudden attack from the water. One of the old man's aides reported that all the soldiers sent to the Belids had been exposed to the attack. Waig was very unhappy that the heretics were allowing themselves to do this to his warriors. So he drew his sword and was about to enter the battle himself. He activated mana, and life-giving energy filled every cell in his body, and the blade of his weapon flashed with golden flames. With the strengthening of the order members, Wei's strength had reached an incredible level, so no one would be able to block his path. The ground shuddered again as a new explosion, far more powerful than the previous ones, ripped the space near the temple walls. When the smoke cleared, the warriors were faced with an intact temple, as if the explosion was only an illusion. Waig also saw the futility of his powerful attack, and couldn't believe that all his efforts were useless. Meanwhile, the knights reported that they had just successfully destroyed a wall of Belid units near the lake. The warriors quickly began the next step of their plan to set up the prepared equipment for the crossing. They were in a great hurry, so each of the knights did their part of the work. In a very short time, Karwiman's squad was able to launch their crossing without any problems. They reported that everything had been prepared so their team could proceed to the temple without obstruction. One of the knights roared forward, loudly urging his comrades to move behind him. When Orlan Karwiman stepped onto the other side of the lake, their opponents immediately made themselves known and launched a second wave of offensive. The Belida clan mages stood at the walls of the temple and used magic to cover their soldiers from the back. They ordered the knights to force the bridge erected by the fanatics and continue the battle. Meanwhile, the Keruviman knights still couldn't resist the magic of their opponents, so they were simply washed away into the lake. The warriors began to feel that the strength of the shield around the temple seemed to have gotten even stronger, so they warned Mrs. Lubella that it was too dangerous for her to be here. The girl was not going to back down so easily, so she immediately appealed to Saint Karuna to give her blessings to her humble servants. Sir Waig also decided to take matters into his own hands, so his comrades didn't even have time to see when he simply disappeared from his seat. With one precise jump, the old man was able to move forward to a more advantageous position. He gathered mana again, focusing all his energy for a crushing blow to his enemies. The leader stood directly in front of his warriors, and with a sharp motion, he sliced the air with his blade. At last, his blow was able to reach its target, so the opponents cried out in horrified pain before their sudden deaths. Vague paused for a second to see what was now happening to the shield around the temple. He realized that Bella's energy was not dissipating and made the decision to divert it to himself, giving his comrades the opportunity to continue the battle. Next, the old man looked at the situation on the battlefield, where the situation was still quite tense. Ultimately, he concluded that Karuviman's squad was still in an unfavorable position. However, if the shield falls and they are able to deal damage to the main military camp, the advantage will finally go to their side. Wig didn't forget about the protagonist, guessing that he too was now in a predicament. At the same time, the leader of the knights hoped that Zeke would be able to break the shield to help the rest of the team. Meanwhile, the Knights of Belida were running around the temple in a panic looking for their rival, who had fled to an unknown destination. Colin Trislova ordered his men to scour every corner of the building properly, because they couldn't lose the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. The knights had to find the fugitive immediately and take the important relic from him. In the end, the subordinates returned to the leader empty-handed without finding the guy they wanted. Colin Trislov couldn't understand how our hero managed to find out about a secret tunnel that even the clan members were completely unaware of. The excited knight suggested that Zeke was constantly moving around, avoiding their gaze, which was why they had yet to find an enemy. The cardinal was not at all pleased with the work of his subordinates, so he glared at the warrior with fury in his eyes. He kicked the warrior in the chest with all his might and said through gritted teeth that he was an idiot. Trislova's Colin reminded him once again that the man actually had the vengeful pyramid spirit with him. He didn't hold back his emotions, because this could be a very serious loss for their clan. The knight began to shake with fear when he saw Trislov's anger and stated that they would recheck the temple. He immediately rushed away from the cardinal, anxious to avoid another outburst of anger. Colin Trislova realized that he needed time to think to find a way out of this predicament. He remembered that the guy had definitely talked about how he had definitely brought Karuviman here to take revenge on the cardinal himself. Hence this fact, the protagonist was obliged to come to the aid of his comrades. Judging by Zeke's reaction to the avenging spirit of the pyramid, Colin of Trislov thought that the guy had come just for the shrine from the start. After comparing all these factors, the cardinal finally figured out how he could outwit our hero. Trislov's Colin reached the point where the guy would now try to destroy the temple shield to help his allies. Many members of the Belid clan gathered in the spacious hall, offering prayers to Bel to maintain the protective barrier. At this very moment, the protagonist tried to slip stealthily into their ranks, trying not to attract attention. It turned out that there were already knights in the hall, instantly reacting to Zeke's appearance. Guy suddenly felt the presence of Colin Trislova behind his back, which drastically changed the balance of power. The cardinal concentrated the energy in his palms, preparing to finally destroy that pesky rat. As a result, Zeke was severely wounded and collapsed to his knees, clutching the bloody wound. The leader of the Belid clan stood with a disdainful grin as he watched the protagonist squirm in pain. He finally ordered his knights to capture the main enemy, leaving him no chance of escape. The lad refused to surrender and tore away, and the cardinal ordered the knights to take the relic away first if they could catch the fugitive. Trislov's Colin nonchalantly left the room, absolutely certain of the lad's doom. Meanwhile, the sectarians weren't even distracted by what was happening around them, and continued their prayer to maintain the shield. Turns out the main character wasn't the only person who decided to sneak into the prayer room. The clan members were so absorbed in their occupation that they didn't notice the intrusion of strangers, and there were no guards nearby. Now it was time to think of the prisoners Zeke had given the opportunity to escape. He let all those people out who were supposed to be sacrifices for that damn Belu, and gave them a chance to get revenge on their abusers. The protagonist had given them weapons in their hands, so the rescued victims were going to deal with all the clan members. At the same time, Trislova's Colin didn't even realize what was currently happening to their subordinates. Zeke fought back with his last strength, but he could no longer escape the enemies chasing him. The cardinal was disappointed that the rat was so weak because he expected something more. The boy cast a hard look at his opponent, realizing that there was no longer any way to retreat. The Colin of Trislova declared with an ominous expression on his face that our hero's life was now over. Suddenly, the cardinal tore his gaze away from Zeke as the entire building shook from an unknown force. Everyone started to panic because they didn't understand what was happening to the temple. But Zeke immediately had a smile on his face, because everything was going according to his plan. There was still a battle going on outside the temple walls, as the Karuviman knights were still unable to break through. Hans, trained by the protagonist, also entered the fray and pulled one of the opponents away. The Knight of Belida was quite a strong warrior, but the young man skillfully dodged all of his blows. The guy noticed how his opponent opened his defense and immediately decided to take advantage of the moment for a decisive counterattack. Hans, with a sharp lunge, finally got his opponent, the blade drawing a bloody line on his armor. After that, the young man immediately turned around to see if someone was attacking him from behind. He felt his body move almost automatically, as if controlled by an unknown force. Now the boy agreed that Sir Zeke's training had been insanely effective after all. The Knights of Belida were already in a hurry because they realized that at any moment, Kuruviman could take the lead. Suddenly, they stopped because they were surrounded by rocks that suddenly appeared out of the ground. The warriors could not realize what was happening as they had never encountered such magic before. They looked around and saw Snoke in the distance, who was behind this attack and simultaneously trying to keep his shield around him. The guy, joining forces with his pet Novum, easily managed his rather powerful abilities. He realized that if he destroyed the escape route for the Bellids, they could take control of the situation. But at the same time, there was a risk of the cave collapsing. And then Snoke would definitely get a big kick out of Sir Zeke, who would be furious. Suddenly, behind his back, the guy heard some strange sounds, which immediately made him turn around. Hans heard the sound as well and looked away from the battle, though the fight was in full swing. All the warriors witnessed that the space around the temple began to distort in some strange way. None of those fighting had even anticipated that the Belid's shield would suddenly collapse. Wig instantly realized that it was the protagonist who finally managed to break the temple's defenses. He raised his blade upward and announced that the moment had come for the temple to be completely destroyed so that the shield could not be rebuilt. The old man, invigorating the fighting spirit of his subordinates, ordered them to destroy the lair of these heretics. The magicians immediately recited prayers and released several magical projectiles that began to destroy the walls of the temple. At this time, Colin Trislova noted that it wasn't like last time, because now the temple was shaking on its own, and tried to figure out what the reason was. Our hero then explained that it was no big deal and asked his opponent not to worry about that little thing. Zeke, holding nothing back, told me that the shield protecting this building had fallen, so all attacks were now coming directly. The Colin of Trislova was numb with horror upon hearing the lad's statement and could not utter a word. Our hero explained that he just baited the enemies to him, and the other guys needed time to remove the shield. Cardinal hadn't even expected that anyone other than Zeke himself had been able to sneak in here, but the guy really did sneak in alone. Zeke gave a hint that right there were his allies, and tapped his foot on the floor, pointing to the prisoners in the basement. Now all that was left of the men the clan leader had captured as a sacrifice were handcuffs in the basement. The Colin of Trislova could not believe these words, for he was certain that his brothers, who stood to defend the shield, could have died at the hands of these victims. The protagonist decided to personally confirm his words. Realizing that the cardinal refused to trust him, he suggested that Belides try to catch up with him to see for himself the truth of his words. Trislov's Colin immediately prepared to use his magic to prevent the guy from escaping in any way. One of the magical projectiles flew right over Zeke's head, causing him to tense up a bit. Afterward, a huge hole was left in the wall, which clearly demonstrated what could have happened to the main character. The power of his opponent literally took the guy's breath away, which only fueled his interest in this unpredictable fight. Eventually, the Colin of Trislova again ordered his knights to set off again in pursuit of the main world. Cardinal wanted to test how long Zeke could dodge his crushing blows. He decided to increase his simultaneous attacks to 3, but our hero wasn't going to stop at all. The guy almost reached the right doors, but the magical projectiles inexorably shortened the distance. Eventually, the protagonist managed to run inside in time, so all attacks crashed into the wall. The Colin of Trislova realized that all this time their target had been running towards the ritual room, so he asked the higher-ranked knights to follow him. The rest of the soldiers were to guard the entrance, so that the protagonist could never escape. Cardinal was pleased that they were finally able to stump Zeke, and was already anticipating the reprisal against him. He finally saw a shocking sight before him that only confirmed Zeke's words. A man witnessed the entire statue of Bella being smeared in the blood of clan members who were brutally murdered right as they were praying. Colin Trislova stood in a daze, unable to grasp the reality of what was happening in front of him. The protagonist wondered what Mr. Cardinal of Great Bellu was thinking now. The man asked with rage in his voice, where were all the people who had made this bloody spectacle? Zeke only spread his hands because he didn't know the exact answer to that question either. The guy said that all the prisoners had long since left through the secret passage he had managed to show them. The Colin of Trislova shouted in rage, demanding an explanation for the purpose of all this madness. Our hero didn't explain anything and advised the man to try asking whoever was watching everything here. Zeke pointed behind his back and offered the cardinal a straight talk with his godfish. Colin Trislova was very angry that the boy was allowing himself to be treated so disrespectfully by Great Bell. The protagonist decided not to listen to the man and began to play his part, appealing to their dark god. He, raising his hands to heaven, spoke of Bell having seen all these atrocities himself, and asked God to tell him who was to blame for all this horror. Zeke coughed quietly afterward, but still continued to act out his plan to skit. He quickly hid behind the statue so that Colin Trislova could get his answer from the god himself. The cardinal and his knights watched this action in bewilderment, not realizing what the protagonist was doing. Suddenly, the man became very tense, for he heard in an ominous voice that sounded very much like Bella himself. God spoke of how his follower had indeed killed a boy in a village, and so a young man came to avenge it. As a result of all these events, such a terrible tragedy occurred, which pulled the destruction of the temple and the death of many people. The protagonist then carefully peeked out from behind the statue and emphasized that it was Bellu himself who was addressing the cardinal. Even Trislovas believed it all, and began to think that this misfortune really happened after all, because of the events related to it. For his part, Zeke also kept up with the man and continued to press him with guilt. Meanwhile, the Keruviman knights had already run inside, and were about to search the entire temple to eliminate all the Belids. Our hero wondered if Trislov was really so confident in his abilities, because Belri Vague, also called the Butcher of Belids, was about to enter the temple. In the end, the cardinal literally lit up with rage and emphasized that he was beyond the reach of a little thing like Zeke. He didn't even look at the fact that he might hit the Bel Kama statue and just directly attacked the guy. The result was the same, as Zeke dodged in time, causing the statue to fall off its pedestal. The knights got a little nervous when they saw that their leader had allowed himself to do something like that to Bella. The cardinal stated that he would take the offense committed towards their god and asked them to think of nothing but killing this guy. The warriors instantly perked up and were ready to carry out any order from Colin Trislovas. The protagonist immediately grabbed his weapon, because he began to realize that now begins the most crucial part of their battle. He filled his blade with mana and realized that this fight would have a limited time. Zeke had to hold out until Keruviman's squad arrived in this hall to assist him in this clash. The guy quickly got into a fighting stance, because a considerable number of sharp daggers were already flying at him. He was concentrating on analyzing the situation, trying to figure out the best way to avoid this attack. When the daggers had already approached a dangerous distance, the protagonist threw them back with a sharp swing. One of the blades, reflected by the hero, flew straight at the head of the nearest knight. Colin Trislovam returned to Savora reality when he saw that, after all, his warriors could not stand against such a strong opponent. He immediately used magic to create a powerful stream of water to finish off the main character, who still wouldn't give up. Despite the hail of powerful attacks, Zeke deftly dodged each blow. The next moment, our hero stopped abruptly because something blocked his path, creating a very dangerous situation for him. The guy hadn't calculated his path, so now he was standing right in front of the wall with no way to retreat anywhere. The Colin of Trislova seized the opportune moment and ordered his brothers to finish off this rogue. The knights immediately took up their blades to finally deal with the protagonist, who had been bugging them for so long. The clan leader ordered them to tear the guy apart and then take away the vengeful pyramid spirit. Zeke, for his part, was acting pretty calm, because he realized that he didn't have much time left to hold out. At that moment, an alien Maena rushed into the hall, filling everything around with golden light and signifying that the Keruviman order had finally arrived at the venue. One of the allies asked Sir Zeke to duck so they could attack their opponents. The knights failed to react to the warning for our hero, so they became an easy target for Keruviman's mages. Ain Lubella asked with concern in her voice if the main character was hurt after this attack. Meanwhile, Colin Trislova saw that Belri Vague, who was too dangerous an enemy, had indeed arrived here. The old man looked around with his cold gaze to plan their future actions. Zeke himself was genuinely pleased to see that all of his companions were unharmed. Aine Lubella had apologized for their being a little late, and now wondered what was going on in the room. Then our hero displayed the Belid Shrine, the avenging spirit of the pyramid, which he had managed to steal. He explained that if one completed this artifact, one could take control of absolutely every monster. The girl was afraid of such a thing, so she asked Sir Zeke to break this sinister shrine as soon as possible. The protagonist, having filled his sword with mana to finish off the artifact, looked at Trislov and wondered with a smirk if it was a good decision. The cardinal immediately covered himself in cold sweat for fear of losing the most important item of their temple, and ordered his men to stop this scoundrel. The Knights of Belida immediately rushed forward to deal with their clan's enemy. Keruviman's warriors also rushed into battle, covering their ally. They didn't even have time to launch an attack before someone's shadow flashed behind their backs. It turned out to be Waig, who decided to take control of the situation and personally deal with the threat. The Colin of Trislova froze in place as he watched the knight disarm all of his men in just a second. Then the protagonist gestured to his face, drawing Cardinal Bella's attention. The frightened man stared at Zeke, trying in vain to figure out what the man was up to. The guy, without making a sound, re-emphasized that this was all Trislov's fault alone. In the next second, the protagonist lowered his blade and shattered the artifact into small particles. The cardinal did not believe to the end that this horror could happen, and cried out in despair when he saw the fate of the avenging spirit of the pyramid. Zeke channeled a stream of mana through the blade directly into the artifact, completely neutralizing its threat. After that, a dark energy emerged from the vengeful spirit that stored the suffering of not a small number of people. Colin Trislova collapsed to the floor in exhaustion, realizing that all his labors had turned to ashes in a matter of moments. Wade, without wasting a second, stepped toward the cardinal, ready to put a stop to this confrontation. The knight, calling him a damned heretic, severed his arm with one precise sword stroke. Suddenly, a heartbreaking scream filled with horrible agony rang through the hall. The knights were stunned to see the gruesome fate that had befallen their leader. Karuvaman's warriors immediately took advantage of this, piercing their opponent from both sides. Wade wasn't going to end his punishment there and turn to the Cardinal of Belids again. He wanted to sentence the villain to death in the name of Lady Karuna, and had already swung his blade to carry out the sentence. The Colin of Trislov watched in horror, but apparently still had no intention of giving up. A few seconds later, a huge splash of water appeared where the cardinal had been, distracting Vague from his plan. Aina Lubella was greatly frightened for the fate of her ally, and hoped that nothing would happen to him. She quickly ran up to the old man and, in a trembling voice, inquired if he was okay, but he was not injured. They finally looked at the spot where Trislova should have been, but there was only a dent. Lubella remained calm and simply offered to join forces to check the entire temple grounds. She turned around and saw that there was no one behind her back to whom she could turn. The priestess saw only the bodies of defeated enemies in front of her. Only problem was that Sir Zeke had also vanished somewhere. It turns out that Trislova's Colin was able to get out using another secret passage that no one seemed to know about. He refused to believe that the Northern Division would disappear without a trace, without meaning to. The man held on to his serious injury with a shaky hand, but all he could think about was that he had lost the vengeful pyramid spirit. The image of the protagonist never left Trislov's head for a second, because he was the one who had done all this to their temple and relic. The cardinal, unable to contain his rage, slammed his fist into the stone wall with all his might. He was shaking with rage, so the man promised himself that he would finish Zeke off with his own hands. Trislovas thought that death was too easy a punishment for the lad, so he wanted to give him a terrible torture. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded behind him, informing him that the cardinal was already late with his grand plans. The man immediately looked up and saw that the main character was standing on top, who had somehow managed to reveal the villain's location. Zeke smiled wryly, stating that he had managed to miss Colin Trislov in this short time of separation. Now their real battle was just beginning, and both opponents prepared themselves for a long and brutal fight. Trislov's Colin couldn't even guess how his rival was able to know about this top-secret move. He directly asked Zeke how he knew this place existed. The boy didn't answer the question and wondered why the cardinal was so surprised to see them. The protagonist decided to waste no time and quickly jumped down to finally straighten out Trislov. He emphasized that he already knew of some secret passage in the temple that even the cardinal himself was not aware of. Trislov's Colin was getting furious at the guy's cocky behavior, his patience melting with each passing second. Finally, the cardinal could hold back no longer and rushed to attack our hero, though the success of this was very small. Zeke only had to put his hand out to block his opponent's first punch. With his hand, the guy was able to quickly get in from the other side to turn the tide of battle in his favor. As a result, he won a position for himself that allowed him to punch Colin Trislov right in the stomach with all his might. Of course, the cardinal couldn't withstand such a strong attack, so he immediately coughed up blood. It didn't end there, because the man also threw up, causing the protagonist to immediately step back. Zeke watched the sight with disgust, and a grimace of squeamishness contorted his face. After coming to his senses, Colin Trislova firmly stated that even if he dies, he will do so with pride as a believer in the god of Belids. He also promised that he would haunt the protagonist even in the afterlife. But the protagonist explained that he wasn't going to kill the cardinal yet. Our hero explained that he had a goal of hurting the man, and that if he killed him, it would happen too quickly and painlessly. Zeke suggested that Trislov play a game where he would have to get to the exit of the canyon in a certain amount of time without getting caught in the traps the guy had set up here. Guy had promised to let Cardinal go if he could really handle the task, but he didn't fully trust Zeke. The protagonist decided that the man had agreed to his terms after all, and turned over his hourglass to start the countdown. Trislova's Colin realized that he had no choice but to flee, and rushed to find a way out of the canyon, desperately clinging to his last chance of escape. So far, no obstacles had been encountered in the cardinal's path, so he moved forward quickly. The first trap was metal pins, spaced, so that they could be easily bypassed. Trislova's Colin thought that our hero was indeed an idiot if he had prepared such an easy test. The man suddenly cried out as a sharp pin pierced his leg, completely changing the situation. For a second he stopped and grabbed his injured leg, but there was no time for suffering at all. The first trial ended in a humiliating defeat for Trislov. Still, the man found the strength to get to his feet and keep going because his life depended on it. He vowed that next time he would make no mistakes and not fall into such a bad trap. The second trap turned out to be suspended rocks, which you can pass safely if you watch your feet carefully. Trislov's Colin didn't stick to these rules, so all the heavy cobblestones flew right at his head. The man was angry that the protagonist was catching him doing such primitive and obvious things. Zeke, meanwhile, stood on a rock nearby and only laughed quietly at the way the cardinal was so foolishly failing all the tests. Trislov's Colin still continued his fight for life, and despite his serious wounds, he kept running. He looked around for the next trap and couldn't stop thinking about the hourglass, wondering how much time was left. The man was sure that this time he would definitely not fall for the main character's tricks. At that very moment, an icy stream of water came crashing down on him from somewhere above, catching him off guard. Trislov's Colin couldn't understand what the point of such a trap was, and didn't notice that Zeke was already behind him. The protagonist attacked lightning fast, knocking the cardinal to the ground with one precise blow. Zeke shook his head disappointedly, realizing that his wet hair plan wouldn't work in front of the bald cardinal. This proved to be the final trap, so there was little left for Trislov's Colin to successfully complete this agonizing ordeal. Beaten, drenched, and exhausted, the cardinal still kept moving forward, fighting pain and fatigue. At the last moment, he could hardly believe that he had managed to crawl to the exit of the canyon, having overcome all those terrible ordeals. The man immediately started looking around to see the very same hourglass. The protagonist was already standing in place with a time meter in his hands. The sand had not yet completely flowed to the bottom of the clock, which meant that Trislov's Colin came to the finish line on time. The man did not hold back his joyful exclamation, realizing that he had managed to win this difficult test. Zeke irritably threw away the hourglass, as he didn't seem to expect Colin Trislov to succeed. The protagonist abruptly changed his plan, so animal terror instantly flashed in the cardinal's eyes. Turns out the guy wasn't even going to let Colin Trislov go, so he cut his life short with one precise move. Zeke didn't want to waste any more time, so he offered to finally end their so-long conflict. The cardinal was writhing in unbearable pain, unable to even utter a word in response. The next moment, the protagonist abruptly withdrew his blade from Trislov's abdomen, leaving a serious open wound there that was unlikely to survive. Eventually, the man could not bear the injuries he received and collapsed to his knees, completely exhausted. The protagonist laughed off the fact that he was such a good liar that even Colin Trislova fell for his clever tricks. He continued to mock the half-dead cardinal, kicking him with brutality. Zeke gently adjusted Karaviman's badge on his cloak and decided it was worth a bit of cleansing for the poor man's soul, who would be going to heaven very soon. He was going to give Colin Trislov's last journey the blessing of Karuna, whom the Belids hate so much. The man felt sick when the protagonist brought a brooch with the symbol of the order to his face. An urn with the boy's ashes stood next to them, and the protagonist did not stop to recite a prayer. He blessed the man's way up to Lady Karuna with his spells. Colin Trislova couldn't listen to all this enemy praying, so through clenched teeth, he ordered Zeke to shut up. In agony, Cardinal Belida screamed violently because he could not stand all this that was happening to him. The next second, the clan leader abruptly opened his eyes and found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Everything around him was in white light, so the man suspected that he had died after all and gone to the afterlife. Trislov, still unable to rise, frantically drove his eyes around the place, trying to orient himself in space. With his side vision, he noticed a bright scarlet stain that contrasted sharply with the snow-white surroundings. A smug smile immediately appeared on the cardinal's face, because he was sure that it was Bellu himself who had come to his aid. He hoped that an all-powerful god was here to take him back and save him from death. Now the man was even more certain of his choice, not yet realizing that it wasn't Bellu at all. When this fearsome entity came closer, all of Kaluna Trislov's hopes were dashed. The malevolent spirit leaned toward the helpless man, its bottomless eyes sunk into the victim's face. The entity shouted loudly to the cardinal that he alone was responsible for all that had happened. Trislov's hand fell powerlessly to the ground, becoming the final proof of his ultimate demise. The protagonist was finally able to exhale in peace because he was finally able to fulfill his main mission. He stared gravely at the urn containing the ashes of the boy for whom he had set up this whole revenge. Zeke, turning to his young friend, asked if he had seen the brutal death of his abuser. He coldly explained that this was the true embodiment of sophisticated revenge. Now our hero was going to take the baby to some good place so that his soul could finally rest in peace. The next day, the Karuvimana order proceeded to completely destroy the temple. All stood in silence, watching the painstaking labors of their enemies turn to useless ashes. The protagonist also joined his allies after dealing with his main target. From the beginning, Vague, who had seen Trislav's body, had wanted to hang his head for all to see in front of Karuna's temple, but Zeke had his own plans to prevent the Belids from performing the funeral rites. The guy managed to change his comrade's mind after all, so he backed away from his idea. After finishing all their chores, the whole team saddled their horses and set off towards their base. Hans quietly asked his mentor if they should accompany Karuviman like this for so long. Zeke didn't see it as a problem because it was on their way, and the order would also organize a place for them to sleep and a good meal. But by the way, it even took borrowing Karuviman's power to destroy the northern division of Belids alone, which hurt our hero's pride a bit. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out to Sir Waig, so the lad immediately sharpened his attention. It turned out they had met up with another troop, whose leader seemed to be well acquainted with the old man and wanted to say hello. Vague smiled broadly, recognizing the familiar features, and greeted Sir Twain warmly. The man explained that he had been ordered by the Holy Father to help their squad and bring the allied troops here. But it was now obvious that they were a little late. Zeke, meanwhile, was yawning sweetly because he was sick of hearing talk about how they had wiped out the Belid unit. When he opened his eyes, he saw someone who immediately caught his attention in the crowd of the other squad. His attention was drawn to one of the warriors, who also bore the mark of Karuviman on his chest. The image of Glenzanard immediately popped into his mind, who had ordered the Demon King Zeke Mora to do only good in his next life. Zeke immediately became serious, because it was the first time he saw his past enemy in his new life. He couldn't take his eyes off Glenzanard, who was responsible for our hero's life changing so drastically. Eventually, towards evening, the two squads decided to set up a common camp, which was now looking rather grand. Having won such a significant victory, the soldiers held a grand feast in honor of this momentous day. Twain was glad that only good things were happening to their Karaviman lately, causing the mood to be high. On top of that, they also had two great knights in the form of Zeke and Glenzanard who could be trusted. The protagonist didn't like the atmosphere at the table at all, so he wondered if the old men's tongues were sore from talking so long. He still continued to stare at his former enemy because he had no idea at all that they would meet under such circumstances. Meanwhile, the knight decided to meet Zeke and introduced himself, though there was no need to. The guy was very tense, so the first seconds did not react in any way to Glenzanard's address. Eventually, our hero also briefly introduced himself and asked if he could ask the knight a slightly odd question. The young man smiled good-naturedly and assured Zeke that he was ready to answer any of his questions. Then, Zeke repeated Glenzanard's phrase word for word that the Demon King would become someone who did good in his next life. After that, the protagonist directly asked what the knight thought of those words. Glenzanard confusedly replied that he wasn't quite sure what was meant by the phrase. He was curious as to what had prompted the protagonist to ask such an unusual question. Zeke only remained silent and continued to glare at the young man with his heavy gaze, causing a heavy atmosphere to reign around him. Glenzanard tensed up a bit when he saw this reaction from the guy, so he silently continued to wait for an answer to his question. The other soldiers of the order also noticed that there was some overly tense atmosphere between the two knights. The protagonist studied the knight's face intently for a few seconds, trying to pick up signs of lying. Eventually, Zeke pretended it was just a quote from a novel about a hero, and explained that he remembered it when he looked at Zanard. Twain immediately picked up on the guy's words because he believed that after looking at this warrior, everyone would see him as a true knight. Glenzanard thought that everyone was praising him because there were many among the knights who were superior to him. Someone in the company remarked that this was true, for among them was Sir Zeke, who was certainly not inferior to Zenard. Lady Lubella spoke admiringly of Sir Zeke, considering him also the epitome of noble heroism. The girl added that outwardly, our hero might not look much like a hero, and Zeke reminded her of her own worries about judging people by their appearance. Glenzanard didn't seem to particularly like the fact that there was such a warm relationship between the priestess and Sir Zeke. He decided to interrupt their conversation, but immediately apologized for allowing himself to be so rude. The knight noted in a quiet voice that the saint needed to be careful what she said, because after all, she was the face of Karuviman himself. Lubella realized that maybe she really had said something unnecessary, so she apologized. Twain didn't think there was any problem with that, so he asked the girl not to worry about it. Waig also supported his comrade because Mrs. Lubella could still banter with her friends, despite the fact that she had changed a lot lately. Glenzanard explained that he got the whole situation quite right, which is why there was such a small oversight. Meanwhile, the priestess added that if she had stayed alone, she may never have been able to change to become a saint. Lubella believed it was all thanks to Sir Zeke, who had guided her to Ponty at a crucial moment, and our hero agreed that it was also a chance for him. Glenzanard was interested in the whole situation, so he asked to know what kind of chance they were talking about. The protagonist wondered how he could tell about the whole story, and the knight emphasized that it was just out of interest. Zeke decided to continue the story that, just like in that novel, there was a man who told him to live a kinder life. His words caused the guy to do something kind for the first time, and Zinard wondered what kind of person he was. The protagonist deliberately did not name the counselor, only describing him as a man whose nature was imbued with a sense of justice, admitted that he personally hated all of these qualities because he himself was specifically unlucky. Zeke hinted with an enigmatic smile that he had some important words for the man when he met him. Wag and Lubella still looked with pride at the protagonist because he had chosen the right path for himself. The guy looked around and suddenly realized that life wasn't as bad as he had thought before. The protagonist finished his story and looked questioningly at Glenzanard, waiting for his opinion. He grinned and wondered if the knight had been able to get all his questions answered. After a splendid feast, the knights dispersed to their duties. Some went to guard the camp, and the rest settled down to rest. Zeke finally took off his armor and prepared himself for a welcome rest after the exhausting events of the past few days. He sank down on the bed and suddenly realized the depth of his fatigue that had accumulated over the days. The protagonist stared at the ceiling and was not going to fall asleep, because the cycle of thoughts prevented him from doing so. He couldn't stop thinking about Glenzanard, because he hadn't realized from the beginning that he might be reborn. That was why Zeke decided to just see if the knight understood the said phrase or not. The protagonist had pondered that if his return was caused by the key distorting fate, then Zenard must have been reborn as well. But now he had doubts about the very nature of the phenomenon. There were suspicions that the knight was just pretending, or didn't remember anything from his past life after all. Eventually, the guy thought that all these details had nothing to do with him now. Whether Glenzanard was reborn or not, he wasn't going to get further involved in this in any way. Our hero only wanted to give his enemy a sign that he had indeed followed his advice, and now realized that living like this is quite good. Meanwhile, Glenzanard himself was sitting on the edge of his bunk, also awake, because he was thinking about the recent events of his life. He stared in complete silence at the candle, the only source of light in his tent. The knight still couldn't get Zeke out of his head, who had obviously changed a lot since their last meeting. The guy couldn't understand at all who he was meeting, because it definitely wasn't the same demon lord. He realized that the current Zeke was behaving completely opposite to the Zeke he had imprinted in his memory. The only thing he was sure of now was that he was definitely not Zeke Moore, the demon lord. Nor was it Zeke Crepustal, who was once Markgraf's successor. Now Glenzanard suspected it might be a certain brave Zeke, a brave and noble knight. In the end, the knight decided that our hero would not suit such a nickname, because he did not feel from him the atmosphere of justice that comes from the brave. Zenard then had only a hunch that the main character was a so-called chameleon. He still couldn't understand why the main character had decided to manifest right now, and countless confusing thoughts were swarming in his head. The knight was sure the idiot hadn't changed one bit in the end, and was afraid he might start doing mayhem again. The guy realized that all of this might be too dangerous, so he, as someone who had lived hundreds and thousands of years longer than others, would be able to find out for himself. Even if Zeke's appearance changes due to circumstances, his omniscient power of destruction is always with him. So at some point he will gain enough power and begin to threaten his former enemy. Having come to these conclusions, Glenzanard thought that he had better get rid of such a dangerous person now. In the end, the guy decided it was best to first find out the reason Zeke had turned into a chameleon. Also, the knight was going to find out if even an innocent child of Lubel's could somehow become a chameleon. Glenzanard couldn't understand what the hell could have changed events so dramatically. He realized that there was indeed a lot of so-called chameleons in this rebirth of his. Knight finally came to the conclusion that he needed to come up with a serious plan and send a stake out for Zeke. After that, he will have to take measures to suppress the Bellids. Glenzanard lay down to finally rest, but he couldn't get the main character's words out of his head. He remembered how the guy had looked him carefully in the eyes when he said the phrase from his past life. In the end, the knight simply could not sleep because thoughts of the protagonist did not leave his head for a second. The next day, Zeke and his crew traveled further afield and said goodbye to Ms. Lubella before leaving. Hans and Snoke, who now had huge backpacks of supplies behind their backs, also said goodbye to the Order member. The girl noticed with a slight sadness that our hero appeared as suddenly as the spring wind and disappeared as swiftly. She thought it would be better for the boy to get some more rest before the road and hoped they would meet again. While our heroes were still a short distance from the temple, Zeke asked if his assistants had forgotten anything. The boys confidently and with pride in their voices declared that they were doing just fine. With curiosity, they asked their mentor where they would be going this time. The protagonist did not answer his subordinates, but he had a plan in his mind that they should go in search of the sword, the symbol of the power of the demon lord Zeke Mora. Now his target was the magic sword Tronium, which was filled with dark energy, so it could bring a lot of trouble to this world. After thinking about the question for a bit, Zeke decided to tell his partners their next destination after all. Their path now lay toward a tourist town called Bioluwan. The place really had a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, and people on the streets were enjoying the local musicians playing. Plus, there was plenty of delicious food to try at every turn. One of the guests of the city stopped near one such stall and looked at incredibly appetizing kebabs. It turned out to be the same mysterious stranger that the protagonist had met and engaged in battle with not too long ago. The girl decided to get some food after all, so she started looking for money in all her pockets. Suddenly, she realized with bitterness that there was not a single coin left in her pocket, which meant that she would have to spend today with an empty stomach. Suddenly, someone approached the girl and gently placed his hand on her head. This person abruptly pulled down her hood, causing her distinctive snow-white hair to show out. She turned around sharply to see who had allowed herself such a gesture. Turns out it was just the main character who immediately said hello to a girl he knew. The boy smiled and noticed that fate was clearly in no hurry to bring their paths together. The girl was very surprised when she saw a familiar face in him, and now she didn't even know what to say, because she certainly didn't expect to see Zeke here. Thus they stood for a few more seconds in silence, just looking into each other's eyes. Earlier, Zeke's team stopped by the fountain in the central square, where the guy said that Bioluwan is a small town, but is famous for its attractions. The protagonist stated that he was giving his wards one day to rest. Right from that moment, the guys' free time began, and until the same hour tomorrow, they could party as much as they wanted. The guys were very excited about this opportunity, so with all their legs ran to have fun, so as not to lose a second. Having gotten rid of his partners, Zeke thought he needed something to eat. Looking around, our hero noticed one stall that managed to catch his attention. He also saw a suspicious-looking man standing there, hiding his face behind his robe. It was then that the protagonist figured it all out and decided to pull the hood off the girl. The sudden encounter took the stranger by surprise, so her eyes widened in surprise, while Zeke remained completely calm, as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. After a while, the vendor announced that the kebabs were ready, so the guy reached out to pick up his order. Zeke was generous, so he shared with the girl as well, even though they didn't say goodbye on the best note. The stranger still didn't trust the protagonist, so she inquired about what was even going on between them. The guy, who was already enjoying the food, didn't see it as a problem, so he asked what she disliked so much. The girl thought that he had already completely forgotten about what had happened between them not long ago. The protagonist didn't particularly want to remember the situation, but he understood exactly what his recent opponent was getting at. He decided to joke that it was then that true blazing love happened between them. The girl realized that Zeke was just laughing with her, so she turned around to walk away, but the guy tried to stop her. She stopped and demanded that the protagonist tell her directly what he wanted, and he repeated that he had already asked her out on a date. Belle wasn't going to take the word of the man they'd just recently fought viciously and suspected he had some hidden agenda. Our hero explained that he had some questions for the girl, but the girl still had no desire to tell him anything. Zeke still wouldn't give up on his idea of going on a date and wanted to try and find out necessary information while he would be spending time with the girl. It surprised her that the guy was so sure of what he was saying, but he explained that he just thought he knew what the girl herself was thinking right now. In the end, the main character just handed her the rest of the kebabs so she could finally eat properly. The guy explained that he suspected the girl was now thinking about how much she wanted to eat all those treats. Afterward, they will send from back to the square with the fountain and sit down there for a quiet snack. Zeke noticed the eagerness with which the girl pounced on the food and immediately realized that she was truly hungry. He realized that if it had been something else instead of kebab, he would have spent all the money he had on feeding his companion that way. The protagonist decided to take the girl's mind off her food a bit after all and talk to her. He finally wondered what was the name of this mysterious stranger who had so carefully concealed her identity. The guy thought for a second that maybe it was too early to ask about the girl's name. Meanwhile, pulling herself together, she finally decided to say her name, though she managed to do it too quietly the first time. A light breeze blew, fluttering the beauty's hair, and the protagonist continued to watch the girl's reaction. The boy marveled once again at how beautiful she really was. Eventually, with enough courage left, the girl replied that her name was Lila. After a quick stop for a snack, our heroes continued exploring the tourist town. They were passing near another shop when the merchant offered the pair some drinks. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in surprise, as he watched Lila knock the glass down in one decisive motion without blinking an eye. Zeke decided to keep up with his companion, though it seemed the drink was strong after all. He then grabbed the girl's hand and led her to her next destination. Turns out, Zeke decided to go to the local clothing store to pick out a beautiful new outfit for Lila. The salesman immediately said she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Lila changed into several cute outfits, and Zeke scrutinized her images, trying to determine which one fit best. The girl didn't seem to really appreciate this pastime because it was all too embarrassing for her. After that, they went to the tavern, but our hero still had to calm Lila down because she was still angry. The guy emphasized that she should have made her own clothing choices for herself when asked to do so. Lila thought that the main character was just having fun with people like that, like some kind of puppets. Zeke explained that it was no big deal because he wanted the girl to just try a lot of different things, because any outfit was good for her. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a waiter who had just brought beer to their table. The protagonist held out one of the glasses to his companion and asked her to drink the drink. He was just offering the girl some refreshment, but she still looked at the guy in surprise. In the end, Lila didn't want to turn down a good drink, so she took a few large sips. With a loud clatter, the glass hit the table as Lila exhaled sharply. Our hero inquired if the beauty had been able to fully absorb all the beer. With a sinister note in his voice, Zeke asked her to assess the drink and informed her that he had managed to put poison in it. Lila wasn't at all frightened and jokingly remarked that beer with a drop of poison was just as good a refresher. After that, they locked gazes, trying to figure out what each of them had in mind. Even Zeke couldn't stand the suspense and still couldn't figure out who this mysterious beauty really was. The girl rejoiced at her slight superiority and asked the protagonist the same question. She wondered if the guy was the same Zeke she'd known for so long. The protagonist noted that he didn't remember a time when he had changed his name, and Lila suggested that he had only had time to change his last name. Zeke continued to pretend he didn't understand at all and assumed she meant Moore's nickname. For a few seconds, the girl was silent because she did not know how to answer our hero. What she really wanted to talk about was the fact that Zeke was now a brave. But even the guy himself didn't realize it. Lila then explained that she was just suggesting the main character that last name because it sounded better than some Moore. The protagonist said the girl's proposal out loud and thought about how his new name sounded. Suddenly, some cheers were heard behind their backs, and a whole crowd of visitors had already gathered at this place. Zeke noticed that there was a familiar voice amongst all these people, which made him want to intervene in this conflict after all. It turned out that Hans and Snoke, who didn't seem to expect to meet their mentor here, had intervened in the scuffle. Zeke tried to make his way through all this crowd, so he wouldn't leave his partners in trouble. Turns out some group of bullies had been harassing the guys and trying to get them into a confrontation. Snoke explained that the men had overheard their conversation and were now looking for a fight, though the boys didn't want to make a fuss, and Zeke emphasized that they'd done a poor job of it. Meanwhile, the leader of this gang noticed that someone stranger had decided to interfere in their serious conversation. He wondered what kind of beautiful girl was lurking behind the main character's back. The guy roughly pulled Zeke aside and asked if Lila wanted to have some fun with his company. Snoke noticed that it was the same girl, so he asked our hero to stop this bully, because this could all come to a bad end. The guy asked his assistant to be quiet and wait a bit, because he wanted to see how Lila would behave. The bully kept up with the girl and started touching her with his hands, but the girl felt only intense disgust. He grabbed Lila's shoulder and promised that his guys could make it so they could have a lot of fun together. Eventually, the girl couldn't stand such disrespect for herself, so her eyes lit up with rage. Lila jerked back in disgust. With a lightning-fast movement, she dropped his arm. The guy liked this boldness, because it's not as much fun with an easygoing girl anyway. Meanwhile, Lila herself realized that it wouldn't be enough to teach this cultureless, impudent a lesson. In the next second, the unconscious guy fell to the floor because the girl decided to use her powerful magic against him. The protagonist realized that these bullies were just plain idiots, who had no idea who they dared to go against. The other guy immediately threw himself into the fight to avenge his comrade, who some girl dared to touch. Lila's eyes flashed with fierce fire again, so she was ready to teach this lowlife who dared to cross her path a lesson. Before the girl could attack this guy, suddenly someone's powerful shadow blocked the light in front of her. She didn't expect anyone else to get into this fight, so she immediately stopped her attack. It turned out to be Zeke, who decided it was better for Lila not to show all of her abilities. The protagonist lightning-fast parried the enemy's attack and immediately struck a crushing blow that left him staggered. With a deafening thud, the bully fell to the floor, inertia driving a couple of meters and stopping at the very feet of his comrades. Eventually, the surviving guys threw themselves on our hero and were going to finish him off right on the spot. After that, a few shouts ran through the tavern, after which the bullies defeated the fight with Zeke. After that, all our heroes left the tavern, and the guy was trying to find out to what extent Lila had fried her opponents. The girl continued to be patient and not answer all these inquiries, while Hans and Snoke watched this conversation in silence. She ended up asking why the protagonist had killed all those people, and the protagonist thought it was bad to ask such things of the person she herself had told to live kindly. Lila thought that with a virtuous life, one should not resort to reckless violence. But the boy was sure he had merely stopped a villain. Gradually, it began to dawn on the girl why the perception of the main character was constructed in this way. The girl stopped and regarded the starry sky for a few seconds before continuing their conversation. She realized that Zeke should be done with all the business by now and was about to leave. The main character's hand immediately reached for the girl because he was going to let Lila go so easily. The guy quickly caught up with the beauty and asked her to wait a little longer. Hans and Snoke watched with curiosity and admiration as something seemed to be happening between Lila and the mentor. Zeke explained that he had a full day of urgent business tomorrow, but in 10 days our hero will have free time, so he suggested to Lila to meet where he met for the first time. The guy didn't want to break up with her like that and offered to talk some more to find out enough information about each other. Eventually, the girl agreed with the protagonist and promised to meet at the appointed time. Toward the end, she asked Zeke not to break his promise and left him alone with her partners. Our hero already felt that he and Lila had grown close in such a short time, but he still hadn't managed to find out who she was. The first and most suspicious thing is that the girl was a top-ranked mage, but she has no money. But watching the way she ordered her food and treated her clothes, Zeke didn't think she knew anything at all. In short, a situation where Lila had knowledge but no experience was simply impossible. The protagonist froze in place in his musings, and meanwhile, Hans decided to wonder what to do next. The young man asked if they had any special plans for tomorrow, because otherwise, they would like to walk around the tourist attractions once. Zeke replied that he didn't mind walking along with his partners. The guys were surprised to hear that the main character was so quick to agree to their sudden suggestion. Our hero explained that he knew a wonderful tourist attraction. The next day, Zeke took his team to the ancient ruins of Bioluwan, which looked rather grandiose. The boys stepped over the threshold and marveled at how beautiful everything looked around them. Snoke decided to wonder why and for whom it was all done, and Hans pointed out that it had all been built a long time ago. Meanwhile, Zeke was looking at the map and trying to figure out where the Sword of Thornium was, because in the past, he had just punched through everything and walked forward, but he couldn't afford to do that now. The first thing the guy decided to do was to walk to the place he remembered from his past life. Our heroes walked further down the corridor, but they were greeted ahead by a sign that forbade them to pass any further. Hans immediately stopped because he doubted they were allowed to reach such a place. Suddenly, some strange sounds were heard, and the walls of the building shook violently, causing all the team members to tense up. Zeke turned around, ready to accuse one of his own of carelessness, but Snoke pointed out that it was something unknown ahead. The guys didn't even have time to notice when a wall appeared right in front of them, completely blocking the passage further. They were beginning to suspect that there was something important behind this unexpected obstacle. Zeke wouldn't admit that he knew there was a secret passage that led to where Tornium was. The protagonist touched this wall and thought about the fact that, in the past, maybe this strange door didn't exist after all. As soon as his fingers touched the cold stone surface, the wall suddenly shuddered and rumbled upward. Hans hadn't expected that they had solved the secret of the hidden mechanism so quickly, and with such ease. The guys assumed the problem was that this door only reacted to Sir Zeke. They noticed that even though they had hit the mechanism earlier, nothing opened or even moved. The protagonist also couldn't understand why the door reacted specifically to him, because there were no such features before. Plus, there was some weird energy in this place that was somehow holding the guy back. The boys walked forward in front of their mentor, while Zeke tried to guess what was behind those doors. They passed into a spacious hall where our hero felt that this aura was very familiar to him, but it was definitely not Tornium. Then Hans and Snoke, who were walking ahead, turned to their mentor and asked for a glimpse of what lay ahead of them. It seems the protagonist saw exactly the wrong thing in the place he was so purposefully going to. It turned out to be where the holy sword of Glenzanard, the brave sunfighter who created the pressure on Zeke, was kept. The guy didn't have even the slightest clue how Estelid could have ended up here. Obviously, the sword symbolizing the demonic lord of might Zeke Mora was the magical sword Tornium, and the sword symbolizing the brave sunfighter Glenzanard was the holy sword of Estimand. The protagonist took another close look at this blade and realized that it was the very weapon of the knight. He certainly couldn't forget the sword that Zenard had used to deliver the final blow to the demon lord. The main problem was still that Zeke didn't know how the sword had gotten here. The holy sword of Estelade, unlike the sword of dark magic of Tornium, recognizes its master, so if a person is unworthy of it, they won't even be able to lift it. Hans decided to ask the protagonist what the thing was, and Zeke replied briefly that it was a holy weapon. The boys and even Novum were shocked to hear that they had stumbled upon such an important relic. The boys hoped that if they pulled out the sword, they could become real heroes, like in typical legends. Zeke confirmed his partner's guesses, causing them to immediately glance around, hoping they'd get lucky after all. Snoke was the first to raise his hand and ask his mentor for permission to try to draw his sword, but our hero suspected he would fail because of his connection to Novum. In any case, Zeke wasn't remotely confident in his guesses, so he suggested the young man try his hand at least once. Snoke clenched the hilt of his sword to the point of white knuckles, and his muscles tensed as he struggled to tear the blade from the stone, wishing he could become the chosen hero of the legends. Hans cheered on his comrade in a friendly way, while the protagonist simply watched these futile attempts. He yanked with all his might, but the sword remained motionless, as if mocking his futile efforts. Eventually, the guy got frustrated because he realized it wasn't going to work out, so he decided to just leave the sword alone. The fluffy lump nuzzled into Snoke's cheek to comfort his master over his little mishap. The guy agreed that he didn't need any holy sword or anything, because he'd only need one Novum by his side. Hans offered the protagonist to also test his fate once, but Zeke immediately declined. In any case, the guy was sure that this sword didn't get along with him, so he didn't even want to waste his strength. Zeke then asked if the young man would accept the challenge, but he didn't want to because he was afraid it wouldn't work out. The protagonist still didn't want to lose the opportunity to get his hands on such a sword, so he asked Hans to at least give it a try. Meanwhile, footsteps were heard in the hallway, and someone was hurrying very much in their direction. The boys immediately tensed up and prepared for a confrontation when they heard someone rapidly approaching. Zeke saw that the opposite side also had an exit to some other corridor. The protagonist thought it was people who had also come looking for the holy sword, because it sounded like the sounds of footsteps of fairly trained fighters. Now he was beginning to suspect that it might have been Glenn Zenard himself who had come for his rightful weapon. At the same time, the boys were keeping a close eye on this entrance so that the enemies wouldn't catch them off guard. Eventually, a girl who was wearing a very familiar dress ran out to them. Zeke couldn't believe they were about to meet this man in such an unexpected place. It turned out to be Lila, who for some reason was looking back as she ran towards our team. Our heroes, who were already ready to attack the uninvited guests, did not even know how to react to the appearance of their acquaintance. Zeke tried to ask what the girl was forgetting here, but he didn't even have time to finish. It turned out that Lila was being chased by a whole group of people in robes who wanted to trap her like a rat. The protagonist immediately asked the girl to get down, because he decided to immediately attack the members of the order he already knew. In the split second before the attack, the girl ducked sharply, feeling the air above her head split by the impact, barely missing her hair. The next instant, a deafening explosion shook the air behind the girl's back. The hot shockwave hit Lila's back with force, so she slumped to the ground and looked fearfully at what might have happened to her. Zeke immediately gave the girl a hand to keep her from lying on the ground again, and jokingly asked if these were her new friends. The girl explained that these were definitely not her comrades, as these people were just following her. Our hero inquired what was the reason for this strange situation, and Lila did not seem particularly in a hurry to tell. The guy kept joking and noted that the girl was now quite popular. Zeke watched as a whole crowd of strangers entered the hall, which turned out to be quite a few. The protagonist realized that these were the same guys who catch people one by one and abuse them. He demonstrated on himself that the strangers' uniforms were too similar to the assassins he had met many times before. The leader of this group then stated that they needed to completely change their plan because of the fact that strangers had interfered. He ordered his subordinates to let our hero and the Corps live, but Zeke and Lila certainly weren't going to give up so quickly. The rest of them, Hans and Snoke, the assassins simply decided to kill them because they didn't make much sense to them. In the next second, Hans was attacked by two opponents at once, so it was difficult for him to defend against such powerful attacks. Snoke realized that he could not stand by, so he quickly teamed up with Novum to help his comrade. The assassins froze in a daze as sharp stone spades appeared with a rumbling sound right under their feet. These rocks eventually pierced the bodies of the pursuers, who had no time to react to such sudden actions by Snoke. Zeke noticed that his charges were sticking together quite well, but it wasn't long before they would feel the difference in their abilities. Though both were excellent in many skills, the guy also realized that there was too little space, so Lila's larger-scale magic was difficult to apply as well. Despite all these obstacles, the girl was able to quickly defeat her opponents with her shortened spells. Aside from that, Zeke noticed that the assassin leader had the level of a subordinate devil, which was even higher than his own. Even without a magical dark sword, going up against such an opponent was a bit illogical. In the end, the main character's fears were justified, so he was unable to keep track of the enemy, who successfully attacked him from the back. Assassin immediately noted that Zeke's skills were weak for the level he was babbling, and began to concentrate the magic in his hands for his next attack. After that, a very powerful explosion sounded at the place where our hero used to stand, causing the guy's sword to fly off to the other side. Zeke's partners all stopped for a moment because they began to worry about his fate after being hit so hard. As a result, the protagonist could not stay on his feet and simply flew off to the side, crashing hard into the wall that stood in his way. One of the assassins turned to the captain and emphasized that Estelade was very close by, but he wasn't about to pay attention to that detail. The leader was certain that there was no way Zeke could somehow pull out the holy sword. He thought that was the end of it, so he suggested that his comrades stop and deal with other problems. The warriors had already begun to encircle Snoke and Hans from all sides, because they weren't going to waste any more of their time on those they were going to kill anyway. The core, as they called Lila, the assassins were still going to take the living. The captain wanted to say what on earth they should do about this chameleon in Estelade, but for some reason he stopped abruptly. He began to feel the presence of some strange energy that hadn't been here during their entire battle. The chief assassin turned around with consternation because he began to realize why the situation around him had changed so suddenly. To the surprise of everyone around him, the protagonist still managed to pull out Estelade, who was now emitting an incredibly strong energy. The Order members only had time to see a blindingly bright flash of light before Zeke massacred them. A brief wheeze was heard from the opponents, after which they simply slumped lifelessly to the ground. Snoke and Hans sat fearfully on the ground and tried to turn to their mentor to find out what was even going on. Lila was also shocked at such an unexpected turn of events, so she looked at Zeke in silence. It seems that no one could believe that our hero had actually managed to pull off the sacred Estelade. It was also quite difficult for the guy himself to realize the whole situation because, in his head, it was an absolute absurdity. All of the assassins were still lying on the floor, which meant that they had been residually neutralized after all. The protagonist himself looked at the sacred sword with apprehension, because he had never before thought that he would be able to pull off such a stunt. All of this was due to Zeke being able to hear the faction captain's words, that he wouldn't be able to get his hands on Estelade anyway. The moment his opponents had their backs to the guy, he decided to test his luck and grasped the hilt of the blade tightly. The protagonist was very angry, so he couldn't fight his urge to charge the assassin with all his might right on the back of his head. Zeke didn't believe until the end that he would actually be able to pull Estelade out, because he never even dreamed that he would be able to use this weapon. At that moment, Lila finally found the strength to express all her emotions at what she had seen. She seemed startled, so she excitedly asked why our hero had pulled out the blade. The protagonist felt that this question was definitely not appropriate, because if he didn't, they would all be long dead. In fact, the girl had no idea how Zeke had managed to do it, and the guy himself knew perfectly well that only a decent person could get him out. Lila abruptly stopped talking because she realized that our hero himself was aware of all these aspects. She didn't really believe that the guy was worthy of such an honor, but he didn't doubt the purity and nobility of his soul. Eventually, the protagonist decided to end this conversation by simply sticking his sword in the same spot where it had stood before. The girl couldn't understand why Zeke was putting the weapon back, but he explained that he wasn't going to use it because it didn't suit him. She immediately noted that the guy spoke as if he already knew how Estelade showed himself in battle. The protagonist himself thought that none of this mattered anymore, because he was going to get himself another sword anyway. Now that's when Lila began to suspect that the guy was going to get the demonic sword Tornium for himself. Zeke merely replied briefly that the girl had guessed everything on her own. Leaving the sword alone, the lad went to his partners and was glad that they had survived the fierce fight. He was about to move on because their goal was not here, and meanwhile Lila didn't seem to like it all at all. The girl swiftly approached the protagonist without words and abruptly grabbed him under the arm. Zeke didn't resist and watched with interest to see what his acquaintance was about to do. She just brought the guy over to the sacred sword again and asked him to get it after all. But our hero didn't understand what it was all for. Lila didn't explain anything and just said she'd rather take Estelade than the dark Tornium. Zeke still didn't want to do it because the weapon already had its owner. But the girl still insisted that the guy had chosen the path of goodness for himself a long time ago, so he should take Estelade. The protagonist believed that even with virtue, there was no law ordering him to take exactly the sacred sword with him. The girl was silent for a few seconds, realizing that she was going to have a very hard time agreeing with the stubborn Zeke. She squeezed the guy's hand even tighter and emphasized that he just wasn't allowed to do that. Lila once again looked with a piercing look directly into our hero's eyes and asked him to take Estelade specifically. The boy thought for a second because he suspected there was something very important about it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain that pierced his entire body at once. The protagonist immediately took his hand away from Lila because he couldn't understand the reason why all this happened. It turned out that the pain was in the very finger that held the fate-changing key, which was definitely not a good sign. Meanwhile, Estelad suddenly began to release his energy, though no one had touched him so far. In the next second, a golden vortex formed around our heroes, but the protagonist still didn't realize what was happening. The bright tornado grew larger and larger, causing Hans and Snoke to fear for Sir Zeke's fate. There was nothing they could do about it, so they only observed this very strange phenomenon. Zeke suspected his acquaintance might have done it, so he decided to ask her directly about it. The girl lowered her gaze and replied uncertainly that it wasn't her magic. She suspected it was the sacred sword trying to forcibly transport them to some other place. The protagonist now realized that he had taken this situation far, that now he had no turning back. Then he decided to turn to his wards, who continued to stand near the golden vortex until now. Zeke explained that he would stay here for the time being, and if he didn't show up, the guy should be the first to head back to town and wait at the inn. Hans was particularly reluctant to make such terms, because he realized that their partner could get hurt without help. Plus, there was the problem that only Sir Zeke could open the door, but our hero suggested the boys use the way Lila had come. The girl noticed that that road was also blocked, but immediately, with the help of a spell, she decided to give the guys one thing. In the next second, a precious ring with a beautiful red stone flew out of the powerful flow of energy. Hans immediately ran closer to catch this piece of jewelry in time. Lila explained that the passage would definitely open if they took the thing along with them. The main character remarked with a smile that the girl always seemed to have all the essentials with her at all times. Gradually, the vortex began to dissipate, and with it our heroes disappeared. Lastly, Hans asked Sir Zeke to be careful in that unknown place where Estelad had taken them. The guy asked his comrades not to worry about him, but instead to take care of his own safety. Eventually, Zeke and Lila vanished into thin air, and all that was left in front of the boys was the sacred sword itself. Snoke hoped the protagonist would be all right, and Hans tried to cheer his friend up at least a little. The boys then decided to talk about what they would do while they waited for their mentor to return. Hans immediately looked around and seemed to find something to occupy himself and his comrade, almost instantly. The young man looked at the corpses of the assassins who might have stored some wealth. He suggested that Snoke just rob all these guys because he suspected they had quite a bit of money. As a result, they were able to accumulate a whole mountain of coins, as well as several healing potions. The guys did not become ceremonious, so they took off the opponents even their robes. Hans suspected that Sir Zeke would be pleased with the work they had done, for they had found so many useful things. Snoke suspected they wouldn't carry that many coins away, so his companion thought about putting it all in a magic box. At this point, the boy was distracted by Estelada's holy sword, and wondered if he could still lift that blade. He swallowed excitedly and reflected that perhaps he should try at least once. Snoke had already noticed that his comrade was up to something, and guessed that he would also want to test his strength. Hans explained that he was only going to try to touch the sacred weapon, and then grasped the hilt of the Estelad tightly. He concentrated all his strength in his hands because he definitely didn't want to miss the opportunity to seize the legendary weapon. Snoke also hoped that his friend would succeed and stood by his side, supporting the young man. Suddenly, the guy heard some strange noises in the hallway, which immediately made him look away from his comrade. After a second, Hans also reacted to the stranger's presence and pulled away from his main target. The boys tensed up and stared toward one of the entrances, where the stranger's footsteps were coming from. It turned out to be the assassins who had already come to the aid of their comrades. Hans immediately panicked, but turned to his friend anyway and asked him to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. The boys had no time to do anything when the assassins already rushed forward, holding a considerable number of daggers in their hands. Eventually, they realized that they had no choice but to simply run away from their rivals. The members of the order couldn't believe that some boys had managed to kill their captain, and suspected that there was something wrong here. They quickly surrounded our heroes and planned not to kill them for the time being, because it is possible to get the necessary information out of the guys. The boys realized that they wouldn't be able to just escape, and Snoke was getting even more nervous because he had heard that they were suspected of killing fellow assassins. Hans was panicking just as much and was desperately trying to find some solution to the situation. Eventually, the guy passed to the conclusion that they needed to fight, so he asked his comrade to stop his back. He quickly drew his sword and began to quickly charge at his opponents, who had not expected such sudden movements. Still, Hans wasn't really able to defeat the assassins because they weren't that easy. Meanwhile, Snoke and Noam put all their strength into it, and with the help of magic began to lift the huge stones. The guy didn't stand on ceremony and launched all those huge cobblestones at his enemies, hopefully managing to tie up at least one of them by the legs. This assassin still had time to react to the attack and block the blow with his sword. The young man couldn't believe that someone had managed to repel such a powerful attack with an ordinary blade. Meanwhile, Hans saw that the whole space was closed, so it was hard for his partner to use his power to the fullest. He realized that if things continued at this pace, there wasn't going to be a good ending for the two of them. During his musings, the guy didn't notice that someone was attacking from the side and managed to cut his arm deeply. His opponent then kicked Hans squarely in the chest, and Hans couldn't believe he had taken the fight off so easily. As a result, the young man flew far to the side because the assassin put all his power into this kick. The other order members immediately rushed to their comrade's aid and were about to quickly deal with the helpless Hans. Snoke looked on in horror at all this, but could not help his comrade because he still held the stone shield. Meanwhile, the guy still found the strength to pull himself together and continue the battle with his opponents. At the last moment, Hans finally raised his sword to defend himself from the assassin's attack. At the same time, the man, seeing the guy's low level of strength, made sure that it wasn't the captain being killed after all. Hans had been thinking all this time that they couldn't continue this fight because the difference in strength was too great. At that moment, he was just beside Estelid, who was still standing in his seat. The boy immediately remembered how effective this holy sword had been against the past group of assassins. He hoped that if he could get his hands on this weapon, he could replicate Sir Zeke's own attack. Hans, hopeful that his plan would work, gathered his remaining strength and shoved one of his opponents away from him. He bought himself some time, so he managed to run up to Estelid, not stopping to think that this was the only way he could save himself and Snoke. The guy looked carefully at his target and tried to calm down a bit, because he now had such a responsibility in front of him. The assassins decided to watch him attempt the impossible, and were certain that the level of a young man like Hans would never be accepted by Estelade. The rest of the order just laughed, and a frightened Snoke was very worried about his comrade. Even the young man himself agreed with his opponents because he didn't think he could get his hands on the sacred weapon. He had no other choice anyway, so he had to at least try. The familiar voice of Zeke, who had always taught him to follow through, immediately rang in the boy's head. The protagonist taught his subordinate that surrendering, even just by dying, would always have time. Then they were sitting around the campfire, and Zeke was saying that no matter what, the guy had to rise up by all means before he died. The mentor told me to ignore the fact that there might not even be hope, because even the slightest chance could work to your advantage. Remembering all these instructions from our hero, Hans put all his strength into one last time to snatch their last chance at salvation. Eventually, Estelade gradually succumbed to the young man's persistent efforts, and little by little began to shift his position. After a few seconds, Hans managed to pull the sacred sword completely out of the stone to protect himself and his friend. The assassins froze in mute shock because they didn't expect Estelade to pick some ordinary boy at all. Snoke looked at his friend with hope and admiration in his eyes, who had managed to create such a miracle after all. Meanwhile, Hans himself couldn't get used to the strange feeling that came immediately after he took the weapon in his hands. He suspected it was because Estelade's power was seeping into every cell of his body. Only now did the assassins come to their senses and realize that they couldn't let Hans have time to get used to the sword. Snoke and Noam were also trying to shout to their partner so that he could swing his new weapon in time to attack his opponents first. The young man obeyed his companions and gripped the hilt of the sacred sword tightly, raising it high above his head and waiting for an attack from the assassins. The opponents had already jumped high into the air and swung their blades to deliver fatal blows to Hans. Obviously, the guy wasn't going to give up that easily, so he swung his sword to retaliate against his opponents. At the same time, the golden vortex had already transported the protagonist and Lila to the right place. Zeke looked around and immediately noticed that everything was in the same place they had found before the move. Lila immediately used her powers to explore the area they had gotten to. The girl sighed heavily and disappointedly informed our hero that even teleportation didn't work in this place. So all they had to do was walk around. After that, our hero silently went on to further explore the building in which they seemed to be alone. Only now did Zeke realize that it would be a good idea to ask what the girl herself had forgotten in the ruins and why those pursuers had followed her. Lila was quiet for a while because she didn't seem to particularly want to answer those questions. Our hero didn't like the fact that the girl was trying to keep silent again, so he emphasized that, whoever he was, but still he saved her life. Then Lila replied briefly that she herself didn't know the exact reasons for the chase, and the guy suggested that the problem might have been lurking in her memories. She immediately agreed with the protagonist's speculation, but suspected there was more to it. Zeke suddenly stopped in place and grabbed his arm again, causing his body to once again be pierced with incredible pain. Lila saw that something was wrong with the guy, so she asked if he was okay, and the guy explained through force that his arm was hurting badly. She noticed that our hero didn't have any wounds and couldn't understand the reason why he felt so bad so abruptly. Zeke still continued to feel as if his fingers were burning with fire. The girl speculated that the problem might have been inside the main character's body, since there was no sign on the outside. Layla tried to search to see if something could have gotten stuck in the limb, and finally noticed some important detail. The boy immediately looked at his hand in surprise, not realizing what it could possibly be hiding. Only now did he realize that it was the fingernail that held the key that distorted fate that was to blame. Meanwhile, Hans, who had just gained new strength, continued to fight valiantly against his opponents. The assassins only had time to dodge the numerous blows and could not attack back. Before the undeniable power of Estelid, the assassins scattered, their confidence replaced by animal fear as they realized that their skills were insignificant for such a confrontation. As a result, Hans was still able to defeat these opponents, and was now trying to calm his breathing after such powerful attacks. Because of Estelid's power, the guy felt as if he could defeat anyone who came to these ruins. Meanwhile, the assassins were holding on to their lives with their last strength, but it was no use at all. The young man thought that these guys were not worthy opponents for him now, but he also realized that he needed to calm down and soberly assess the situation. He remembered hearing Sir Zeke say hundreds of times that excitement was a fatal factor during a real battle. Hans held onto his heart to calm its beating at least a little, and tried to keep his composure. Meanwhile, the leader of the assassin group realized that the situation looked too lousy, so he decided to use a backup plan. He took out a bottle of an unknown potion from his pocket to use right now. Snoke, who was standing off to the side, saw that their opponent was about to do something not so good. He immediately shouted to his comrade to be more careful because the battle was still unfinished. The boy turned around and saw a monster in front of him that looked too much like the one he had already met in Ospirin. A smug smile appeared on the altered assassin's face because he was now confident that he could stand up to Hans. In turn, the young man himself still could not keep his composure and began to panic when he saw such an intimidating opponent. Meanwhile, the assassin, taking advantage of the moment of confusion, wasted no time and attacked the panicked young man. Hans didn't wait for the critical moment and, gripping the holy sword firmly, swung to attack the enemy in return. In one sharp movement, he sliced the air in front of him, causing the assassin to simply not be able to approach him. The monster had to cover his face with his hand because another bright flash of light appeared because of this attack. He had to fight back as hard as he could to keep from flying back from such a powerful blow. Eventually, a massive explosion sounded, causing even Hans to struggle to stay on his feet. The guy noted with satisfaction that the strike was crisp and powerful, and the sphere of light was stable. He looked closer into the smoke that remained after the explosion and saw that there was still a massive shadow standing there. As it turned out, the monster didn't even flinch from the blow and didn't receive a single injury, so it was ready to continue their fight. In fact, Hans had already calmed down and was not particularly shocked by this development. The young man realized that he would never be as good as Sir Zeke, who would tear the place apart in one fell swoop. He assessed the situation and concluded that in any case, compared to those assassins, this monster was much stronger now. Hans believed that Sir Zeke was higher than the heavens themselves, so he couldn't mistreat such a noble man. The guy stood firmly in his place, even though the monster was coming at him again at full speed. The monster let out a chilling roar and was about to bring its powerful paw down on Hans. At the last moment, the young man managed to get Estelid in front of him in time to block a punch from his opponent. The guy, despite being so tense, felt that he should be able to do well now. He was going to use the skills Sir Zeke had taught Hans because he had failed because of his ability. Assassin was beginning to suspect that the young man was up to something after all, to change the course of their battle. The tension between them grew so high that both of them had to recoil in opposite directions. Eventually, the leader of the faction could not stand this overwhelming atmosphere and began shouting insults in Hans's direction. The young man realized that he had managed to get his enemy emotional, which played into his hands and opened the way for the next attack. In the next instant, Hans made one precise strike with Estelid, which simply severed the monster's head. The leader's head hit the floor with a thud, and his men recoiled in horror, realizing that they were now next. The young man's eyes flashed with cold fire as he turned sharply toward the remaining assassins. He didn't hesitate, and with a few sharp moves, he quickly disposed of the remaining opponents. All this time, Hans kept the advice of the protagonist, who talked about learning the enemy's weaknesses first. It seemed like the young man was only following orders from Zeke, who wasn't even around, but he was still helping his subordinate. The guy wasn't going to stop, so he continued to masterfully wield the sacred sword. He remembered that enemies should always be beaten to a pulp when given the opportunity. After that, Hans was able to stop for at least a second to catch his breath from such an intense fight. He looked around once more to make sure that all the opponents had been defeated after all. Hans then raised his sword high into the air in joy and joyfully announced that they had succeeded in defeating the assassins. Snoke immediately began to praise his comrade, for he showed that he was indeed worthy of his sacred weapon. It turned out that another of the assassins was still alive, and declared that this was not yet a residual victory for the young man. He stated in an ominous voice that the guys would die anyway, despite the fact that they had managed to win this battle. This member of the Order was sure they would disappear along with all the nightmares found in this cursed city. The guys were not on a joke afraid, because the words of their opponents sounded too convincing. Meanwhile, the protagonist was finally able to get the fate-changing key out of his finger, so the pain finally went away. Lila looked apprehensively at the strange thing the boy now held in his hands. Our hero immediately inquired as to what his companion knew about this artifact. The girl only answered that one fact troubled her, but now she was no longer sure of her conjectures. Zeke seemed to guess that she knew about the key before, but it was hard to tell anything from Lilu's strange reaction. Then the guy only clutched tightly in his hand the artifact that was the cause of all the events that were now happening to him. He felt as if the thing was pointing their way and assumed they needed to go straight. The protagonist suspected that the two of them and Lila would have to travel quite a long way on foot. The guy hinted with a smile that they could spend that time having her clarify any questions he had. He was glad to learn even something insignificant. So he asked Lila to tell him everything she knew. Looking away, the girl agreed to answer questions that would be amenable to the knowledge she had. The protagonist was pleased with this attitude, so he proposed to his companion to continue his journey further. For a while, they walked silently further down the deserted corridors, pondering what they could discuss. Lila turned to the guy and wondered if the guy had decided what he wanted to ask her. Our hero had already roughly figured it out, so the girl asked to finally start this conversation, but emphasized that she would answer exactly 3 questions. Zeke didn't appreciate his partner restricting him so much because he wanted to know a lot of things, and Lila had already considered not answering at all. The guy wondered what would happen if the girl couldn't answer his question because he suspected she had some memory problems. Lila immediately averted her gaze in embarrassment and quietly confirmed the main character's words. She asked Zeke not to worry about it because anything that doesn't get answered, she won't count towards those 3 questions. Eventually, the guy decided to agree to these terms, and the first thing he decided to do was ask what his partner's real name was. The girl was surprised by such a question, because she had mentioned before that her name was Lila. All this time, the protagonist thought it was just a pseudonym she made up hastily when he asked about her name for the first time. Zeke then assumed her name was Core, just like what the guys who knew her for their target called her. But Lila irritably dismissed that assumption. The girl once again replied briefly that her name was actually Lila, but it was clear from the look on her face that there was something wrong with that after all. The protagonist looked at his partner carefully and tried to figure out how he should interpret that answer. To his senses, what the assassins called her Core had some other meaning. Zeke assumed the problem was that the girl just wanted to give up her real name, or it didn't exist in the first place. Our hero felt that he still had something important, so planned that second question where not Layla a little stronger, and asked how she knew all the things she had told so far. To this question, the girl knew a clear answer and said it was all from her dreams. Zeke didn't seem to expect to hear such a response at all, and wanted to clarify what Lila meant. The girl said that she used to dream about the future of 2 people she didn't know. One of these heroes held the sacred sword, was a fighter of the sun protecting the world. The other, however, waved a dark magic sword, arrogant of the same world, demonic lord of might. The main character was shocked when he heard such stories from his partner, because it was all about his 2 lives. Lila went on to say that in her dream it was as if she had felt what these characters had seen and felt. The boy inquired how the strange dream ended, but the girl replied that the ending was always different. In some variants, this confrontation was won by the Overlord, and in some moments, by the Sun Fighter. In addition to this, there were even such variants of events when both opponents simply die, and once they are surprised because a completely different future opens up before them. But either way, their future ends in a conflict between the Sun Fighter and the Demon Lord of Might. Zeke then decided to ask if there was more specific information about just such a future. But Vela didn't know the details due to her memory not being complete. Our hero immediately inquired as to why the girl's memories were incomplete, but the girl noted that 3 questions seemed to have ended already. The guy immediately stopped his partner and became indignant because he still had one more question to ask. Lila couldn't understand where the guy had gotten such an obsession with questions, and assumed he was in the same situation as her. She guessed that our hero had also seen his future and gotten information about it, which was the reason he was trying so hard not to become a demon lord and Zeke more. The protagonist only now realized that all this time, the girl had been thinking just that. He realized that this fact was similar to what he had been thinking all along about Lila being reborn. From the girl's story, Zeke realized that this was all very similar to their past history with Glenzenard. Maybe if she saw many options for the future, it means that, in general, there is a lot of potential in the future. The guy came to the conclusion that before rebirth, among all these countless future options, he reached the option where he simply died. The protagonist was annoyed that such bad luck had caught up with him, and Lila couldn't understand why his mood had changed so quickly. Zeke stopped and reminded him again that he still had one more question. The girl inquired if he had chosen a topic of interest, and he approached and explained that he wanted to find out a little information about the girl herself. For a second, Lila tensed up a bit because she couldn't guess what the main character would want to ask. Zeke thought nothing of it and merely decided to ask what his partner's favorite color was. Such a simple question made Lila cringe, because she certainly hadn't expected something like this. The protagonist repeated his question once more, and already thought that the girl couldn't even remember such an obvious fact about herself. His partner finally replied that she loved the color white. Though she still didn't understand the point of the question, Zeke actually inquired about this fact, to confirm why exactly she was called Lilo, and because the petals of this flower are also white in color. The guy decided to end this interrogation at this point, and set out to further explore the building. He also added that it wasn't even a question, just a little simple curiosity. Our hero decided to remain confirmed that she managed to see many variants of the future, but did not remember everything in detail. Then he brought it all up to the fact that the girl should now be afraid of him becoming the demon lord, Zeke Moore. Lila said nothing to the boy's provocation and only looked at him intently. Turns out the girl had no fear of the main character becoming a villain, which was pretty surprising. At the same time, Lila couldn't confirm her thoughts, because maybe Zeke is only going down one road from the future ones she's seen, or he's going down a completely new path. The problem was that among all the options, the girl didn't see Zeke holding the sacred estelade in his hands. The protagonist realized that just the fact that he drew his sword directed him to a future that Lila hadn't seen in her dreams. The girl confirmed this and, pointing a finger at her partner, emphasized that Zeke would just have to take Estelad after they returned. The boy turned away and replied that he liked Tornium anyway, and Lila couldn't stand our hero's stubbornness any longer. At this point, the protagonist stopped abruptly and asked the girl to wait a bit. The fate-altering key began to react strangely to the situation around it again. Zeke noted that something else was starting from this point, because they had reached some sort of fork in the cave. In addition, some entities that didn't look particularly friendly began to emerge from the darkness. Meanwhile, the city continued its peaceful life and had no idea that somewhere nearby, such important events were taking place. One of the assassins had been watching all of this from a nearby cliff and was now guessing that not all of his comrades were able to survive the collision. He concluded with displeasure in his voice that the result of their operation was not at all satisfactory. The subordinates apologized for their failure and explained that the search party had not been able to return from their mission in the ruins after all, and communication with them had been lost. The man did not expect things to develop this way, so he wondered how to solve the problem. He informed the assassins that the first stage of their assignment had already failed, so they should proceed immediately to the second stage. The ringleader stood motionless while his hate-burning eyes slowly glided over the city's buildings. He realized that the residents of the resort town must be having a good time, unaware of anything. An intimidating smile appeared on his face as their team was about to disturb all this peace. Meanwhile, Hans and Snoke had already returned to their hotels and were now trying to sleep to recover from the recent events. Snoke still couldn't settle down, so he asked if his comrade had already fallen asleep. Turns out the guy was still awake and just had his eyes closed, so he asked what his friend wanted. Snoke was still worried because he wasn't sure Sir Zeke was really going to be okay, but Hans was calm because they hadn't seen their mentor suffer or lose yet. The young man agreed with his comrade, but his soul was still tormented by doubts. He wasn't at ease with the fact that a full 24 hours had passed and Zeke still hadn't returned, causing Hans himself to tense up a bit as well. The guy pointed out that their worries won't change anything anyway, so it would be best to save their strength for later now, because they don't know what might happen in the future. He was sure Sir Zeke could handle all the problems on his own, and they didn't need to get involved in all of this, and added that the mentor had a pretty strong companion. Eventually, Snoke agreed with his and was finally able to calm down a bit. He also confessed that he was still thinking about those words that came through the ruins, but Hans couldn't understand what he was talking about. The guy explained that one of the Black Hoods had said before he died that terrible nightmares would find this town. Snoke hoped it was said by the assassin just to scare them a little before his unjust death. Hans agreed that it would be very good if it turned out to be true, and wanted to talk to his comrade some more. He asked what his friend would do if a life-threatening situation suddenly arose when nightmares did indeed strike this town. Snoke admitted that he is even scared to imagine such a situation. in which his partner may find himself sooner or later. He finally replied that he would try to help all the people around him anyway. The guy felt that he and Novum had to do their duty together and simply couldn't leave people in a dire situation and run away. Hans averted his gaze and confirmed that this was how one should act in situations like this. He realized that now that he had been chosen by the sacred sword, there was no escape route from this cursed city. Suddenly, the boys jumped up from their beds because they heard horrible screams outside their hotel window. They immediately ran straight away to see what was going on outside because those sounds were too alarming for them. Hans's eyes filled with horror when he saw what was really going on in the city. It turned out that the monsters had already invaded the village, so everything around was ablaze with the fire of a merciless battle. The ordinary citizens were incredibly frightened and tried to flee from these huge, furious monsters. The boys began to suspect that the assassin they had killed in the ruins had spoken of this very nightmare before his death. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his partner continued to make their way deep into the uncharted dark dungeon. Suddenly, Zeke began to feel someone else's presence nearby, which immediately made him wary. The boy gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, for he suspected he should have prepared himself to face his opponent. Lila also sensed something amiss, and immediately lifted her head up to see which side the danger was from. Turns out there was some very nasty growth on the ceiling that was a potential threat. The bubbles on it were starting to bubble up more and more, which didn't look particularly safe. Eventually, some sort of creature burst out of this and immediately headed towards our heroes. But Zeke managed to react in time and attack back. An explosion sounded behind our hero's back that left nothing of this opponent. Zeke couldn't tell what the entity was because it felt like it was cutting through the air, and Lila noted that another group of enemies were advancing on them. They were now facing quite a number of mysterious entities that were ready to attack our heroes at any moment. The guy managed to dodge the monster's first strike, so now he had a chance to counterattack. The protagonist was not at all afraid of the fact that so many opponents were coming at them at the same time, because he could easily deal with several entities at once. Then, one of the monsters released a rather powerful attack that flew straight at Lila, who was still unable to group up. Eventually, the girl finally came to her senses and began using abbreviated spells to deal with her enemies. In the next second, magic projectiles flew into the bodies of several monsters, leaving through holes in their bodies. The protagonist noticed that there was no end to the monsters, so he couldn't even taste the flavor of the fight. He wondered if his partner knew any information about these guys, but nothing came to her mind. Zeke realized that this was only complicating an already difficult situation because they didn't even know where this mysterious tunnel led. He asked Lila how much longer they had to hang around here, because they'd better get back soon. The girl couldn't answer that question, so she asked if the protagonist was worried about his students who stayed outside. Zeke wasn't particularly worried because he had trained the boys enough that they were now following his instructions well. He only thought they were both dreaming silly dreams, which might even be a little dangerous. But Lila couldn't understand what he was talking about. The girl immediately remembered that back then in the bar, the main character had said slightly different things. Zeke understood what Lila was implying, and as he cut through another opponent, he remembered that Hans and Snoke had always wanted to be heroes. Lila was surprised that young men with such grandiose dreams would submit to Zeke so easily. Our hero didn't see this as a problem because he was sure there was no one who knew as much about heroes as he did himself. The girl didn't bother to be ceremonious and started just crushing the entities with her feet, which all this time wasn't ending. She, after listening to her partner, had implied that his underlings should act quickly if they had such dreams. Zeke answered nothing to his companion's words and only looked at her intently. At the same time, the fire was increasingly enveloping the city, the fate of which was now in the hands of Snoke and Hans. The boy, who was also an ordinary local resident, was desperately trying to escape the clutches of one of the huge monsters. He was running so hard that he couldn't keep up with his speed and just tripped, falling hard to the ground. The child couldn't do anything about his fate, so he just looked at the monster with his huge eyes that were brimming with tears and fear. Suddenly, someone decided to come to his aid after all, and shielded him from this incredibly scary creature. As it turned out, it was Hans, who couldn't stand by when he saw that something very bad was about to be done to an ordinary kid. Although the monster's strike was very strong, the guy was still able to resist it and defend himself with his blade. The events are once again transferred to the main character, who still continued to fight against a large number of dark entities. In any case, he and his partner had managed to get further, and now they were in the shadow base, where everything was just swarming with them. Lila began to concentrate her energy again and asked the guy to get out of her way so she wouldn't hurt him. She began to recite spells, and several huge spheres of thunderstorms appeared around her that were to destroy any opponent. When the girl finished reading the right words, everything around flashed with light, and the shadowy entities simply dissolved. Even the protagonist almost fell under the hot hand of his partner, but at the last moment managed to bounce back from a powerful lightning strike. In the end, in just a second, Lila was able to get rid of all those dangerous monsters. It seems that this was just a normal trick for Lila, so she carefully fixed her hair and confirmed that she was able to deal with her opponents. The protagonist suspected that his partner had deliberately tried to hurt him, but the latter didn't see it as a problem because it didn't hurt all that much. Meanwhile, the fate-changing key continued to guide our hero and, for some reason, glowed sharply bright. Lila assumed it signified that they were almost to their destination, and Zeke confirmed that he could sense something deep within this cave. Our heroes didn't waste any time and hurried forward to find out where the artifact was trying to lead them. Eventually, they came to the right place, but Zeke couldn't figure out what it even was. In front of them stood a strange sword that looked like a tree embedded in stone. The protagonist definitely didn't expect to see another blade here and couldn't even guess what it all could mean. Suddenly, he noticed that the key had started to move on its own, and he just decided to let it out of his hands to see what would happen next. In the end, that small twig headed towards the sword as if it was the missing part of it. In the next moment, the fate-changing key had indeed fused with this weapon and became one of its many branches. The protagonist and his partner watched with wonder in their eyes as the sword simply absorbed the artifact. Meanwhile, the blade, which had now fully recovered its own strength, glowed with a bright green light. Zeke couldn't understand what it was, but his partner couldn't help it in any way, because she hadn't seen anything like it in her visions. Meanwhile, the sword began to shake, as if to hint that someone should pick it up. Lila also thought that the weapon itself beckoned to our hero, so she asked him to try to get his hands on this unknown blade. Zeke began to guess that this sword was the main body from which the key that distorted fate had broken away. He finally decided to take his partner's advice and gripped the wooden hilt of this blade tightly. The boy immediately noticed that the weapon was warm for some reason, though all the other swords were always cold when he first touched them. All this time, the protagonist never left the feeling that it was as if he was holding a real human hand. Suddenly, Zeke felt an even stranger sensation that made him tense up a bit. The protagonist immediately thought that something similar to a spell had been used against him. In the next second, his entire body began to be enveloped in mana, strengthening their bond with the sword in their hands. As a result, a massive explosion sounded, causing Lila to have to cover herself with her arms to avoid any injuries. The girl looked apprehensively in the direction where her partner was standing to make sure he wasn't hurt. Turns out Zeke was fine, and it was all due to the fact that he had just made contact with the weapon in his hands. The protagonist also exhaled in relief, because he didn't realize that the sword could cause such an explosion. He looked at this very interesting weapon with a smile and now thought his behavior was rather surprising. At the same time, Hans continued to desperately confront his opponent, who obviously had much more strength, and asked the rescued boy to run away from here faster. The child ran from the battlefield in tears and thanked the brave hero for saving his life. It was already too hard for the young man to keep resisting the pressure from the monster, so something had to change in their fight. With one precise blow, Hans managed to flip the monster's arm away from him and blade his body. Blood rushed from the monster's throat, its strength drained, leaving only hoarse death rattles. The guy immediately turned to his partner and asked him to first evacuate the people who were outside the city gates. The knights who stood guard over the city also tried to confront the monsters, but it was almost an impossible task for them. All the while, the settlement was being attacked by new hordes of ferocious monsters that were not going to spare anyone in their path. Hans also saw that the monsters were getting closer and closer to the city, and realized that the situation was continuing to deteriorate. After a while, Snoke came running to him, informing him that he had already evacuated everyone outside the city gates, and Hans immediately asked to block the entrance itself. The boy obeyed his comrade and immediately used Novum's power to fulfill his request. He lifted several massive rocks from the ground into the air to use them to force the main gate. Instantly, he directed all the cobblestones to one place, stacking them in a huge pile that was simply unrealistic to pass. The monsters, upon seeing this, immediately angrily began pounding on the rocks that prevented them from continuing their atrocities on the locals. Hans praised his comrade for a great job and suggested he start with those opponents already inside. The guy quickly began to kill each monster with his holy sword, and he did so successfully. The rest of the enemies were dealt with by Snoke, who pierced them through with his huge stone spikes. Knights also did not stand aside and helped our heroes to deal with all these monsters. Snoke quickly surveyed the area after the sweep, and reported that there were now no monsters inside the castle. Now the young man could take a little break because half of their plan was already done. Plus, while they were fighting back, the support troops had already arrived here, so now it was possible to steadily stop the monsters. But there was still no relief in Hans's eyes, for he was still filled with the feeling that their troubles would not end so easily here. Plus, he guessed that the very nightmare that the guy from the ruins had told them about was happening now. At that moment, our hero's fears were justified, and behind his back, there was an explosion that scattered the stone barricade in different directions. Everyone immediately turned around to see what had happened at the scene of the sudden explosion. All they could do was see new hordes of monsters rushing in with renewed vigor. In the blink of an eye, the knights formed into a battle formation to quickly stop the new attack on their castle and prevent the monsters from gaining the initiative. Meanwhile, some sort of blade flew out of the crowd of advancing enemies and headed straight towards the warriors. He moved with such speed that the knights simply did not have time to react to this lightning-fast attack. Our heroes watched in horror as one by one their new partners fell to the ground and didn't know what to do next. At this moment, one of the Black Hoods, who was the leader of this whole nightmare, appeared among the crowd of monsters and fire. After massacring the knights, he had lowered his weapon and was now looking intently at the boys, whom for some reason he was in no hurry to attack. Turns out this assassin was just coming for the guy who held the sacred Estellate in his hands. Hans certainly didn't expect to hear that he was one of the Black Hood's main targets. The person who was hiding behind the robe asked who this guy who managed to get his hands on the legendary sword was. For a few seconds they stood facing each other, scrutinizing who their potential opponent was. Hans realized that this mysterious assassin was already aware of the sword he was holding. It was now obvious that this warrior in the robe was also on the side of that squad from the ruins. Only now did Hans realize that he had made a serious miscalculation and immediately turned around to see what was happening to his partners. It turns out that many knights could no longer resist the infiltrating monsters and were getting very seriously injured by them. For the monsters, ordinary humans were no problem at all, so they quickly dealt with any target that blocked their path. The boy was now convinced that this was the very nightmare the dying Black Hood had told him about. He looked around, and the reality around him seemed like the real most nightmarish hell. The knights were not going to give up so easily, so they tried to stop the new army of monsters that was advancing on their city so fast. Some of them threw themselves directly at the leader of this entire horde, but he didn't seem to be afraid of his enemies at all. The Black Hood continued to stand still and only threw his heavy gaze at the warriors before brutally massacring them. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and began to fill it with his dark magic. With one swift movement, the assassin was able to instantly decapitate all the knights that had swarmed towards him. One of the city's defenders managed to survive after all, and couldn't believe that the opponent was able to do something like this to all of his comrades. Meanwhile, Black Hood wasted no time in swinging his weapon to take out the last knight. Also at this moment, the soldier was surrounded by huge monsters that didn't even give him a chance to escape. The knight was helplessly petrified, and his body was gripped by a chilling horror at the realization of his imminent doom. Then Snoke intervened in the situation, asking the warrior to duck so he could use his earth magic. In the next second, the stone spikes simply pierced through all those giant monsters that couldn't resist such power. Hans also came to the rescue, so he asked his comrade to save at least one opponent for him. Guy quickly picked up the knight's weapon from the ground and handed it to him so the warrior could continue his battle. Recovering from all of this, the soldier immediately thanked Snoke for saving his life. The young man asked everyone to pull themselves together because right now every person was counting on them. And Noam backed up his master's words with his squeak. In the next second, Hans already threw himself at the new monsters and called out to Snoke for help. The knights were a bit shocked at how the guy still hadn't lost faith and didn't even know what to do next. They watched as Hans fearlessly went first into battle and dealt with every enemy in his path. Snoke, keeping his distance, used his magic to protect his comrade from the back. Then a stone hawk appeared from the ground, ready to destroy every rival who dared to sneak into the city. After seeing this, a spark of hope flashed in the eyes of the knights that they could defeat all these monsters. The leader of the knights finally raised his sword into the air, and, in an attempt to support his soldiers, ordered them to put all their fear aside. He asked the warriors to remember that brave Hans and Snoke were fighting alongside them, so they must also protect the residents. Feeling a new burst of strength, the knights bravely threw themselves into battle and dealt harshly with monsters and Black Hoods alike. The leader of this, she-white on the settlement only, watched as his team began to lose again. His eyes immediately lit up with anger and discontent, because up to this point, he had been confident in the strength of his subordinates. Black Hood turned in the other direction and saw Hans there, fighting one of the monsters and completely unaware that his back was completely exposed. The guy continued to wield his weapon masterfully, so the monster couldn't resist him for a couple minutes. At this moment, he finally sensed that someone was about to attack him from behind. and quickly turned around to react in time to the unexpected blow. The young man had a well-trained reaction, so he was successfully able to defend himself against the opponent's attacker with the help of Estelade. The Black Hood's strength was quite powerful, so Hans had to try his best to withstand this blow. Now the assassin froze for a moment because he was shocked that the guy could stand up to him after all. The assassin's eyes ran frantically over Hans's figure, because he still couldn't believe that some kid could gain such abilities. The Black Hood was angry that some ordinary boy had to get his hands on the legendary Estelade. The events now shift to the ruins where the breathless bodies of the defeated assassins still lay. In the place where Estelade used to be, the golden vortex that once took our heroes has reappeared. Zeke and Lila were finally able to return from the unknown location and now marveled that they had just gone back to the very beginning when they had taken that strange sword. The girl noted that she had been talking about it from the beginning, but our hero suspected it was only due to shaky intuition and higher magic. Lila immediately emphasized that it wasn't magic because this sword has a special connection to this particular place. So, there is the ability to move back and forth. The protagonist was surprised and wondered how the girl knew this important information. Her partner only briefly replied that she felt it all somewhere subliminally. Zeke couldn't understand why the sword had first summoned them and then sent them back to their original location, and tried to speculate as to what it was. At that moment, the guy raised his head sharply because he heard that something strange was happening on the surface. He immediately guessed that someone was storming an entire city at this time. The protagonist wanted to announce that the first thing they would do was go out and look at the situation, but he couldn't finish because he saw what was happening in the hall around him. He hadn't expected to see so many rival bodies here and assumed it was Hans and Snoke who had decided to try so hard. Pondering what had happened here, Zeke immediately guessed what his wards might have conjured up. He quickly turned around to check if the legendary sword was in its place. Zeke certainly didn't expect the guys to actually get a stellate. Our hero immediately thought about the fact that this is the work of Hans, but previously did not even guess that the sacred sword will really choose this guy. Guy asked Lila to go outside as soon as possible, to test all his hunches. For some reason, the girl froze in place and was very frightened, so Zeke immediately inquired as to what had happened. She was starting to blame herself for everything that was going on, but the guy didn't even see any reason for it. Then the girl explained that the Black Hoods had come looking for her specifically. Lila was sure that the city was now being attacked to capture her, even though their main target wasn't even in this place. The protagonist didn't see the point of it at all, because the assassins hardly started a war in the city just to find some girl. Now the girl was starting to feel a little embarrassed at her own speculation, but still not reassured. Zeke couldn't understand how anyone could make such a fuss just to catch one single person. He glanced carefully at his partner and tried to figure out why she was so nervous. Our hero began to suspect that maybe it was all because she was too important a person. Eventually, the guy decided to be the first to speak up and pull Lila out of all these troubling thoughts. Zeke decided to take all the blame and stated that it was all because of him, and asked his companion not to think about such things. He also added that people who attack an entire city to catch one were complete idiots. Our hero decided to end this conversation and wanted to go up first and check everything out, to be sure of the reasons why the attackers were doing all this. Lila, meanwhile, was certain that these were not the same people they had met down here, and wished she still had full strength. Zeke stated with a smile that everything was fine, but they had limited time anyway, so they needed to act quickly. The guy also smugly added that he was now completely invulnerable, which would be their advantage. At the same time, the city was already succumbing to new and more powerful attacks, and only ruins remained of the buildings themselves. The protagonist immediately thought about the fact that he was even a little bored with such views. He used to see something like this every day when he lived as a demon lord. Zeke and Lila almost immediately met the Black Hoods, whose leader instantly ordered their capture. The assassin ordered his subordinates to cut off Yadra's limbs if such a thing was necessary, but to leave her alive anyway. Lila immediately reacted to the threat and began to concentrate her energy for a powerful attack. The protagonist immediately stood in front of her and blocked the girl's path because he didn't want her to risk her life in this fight. No one could understand what Zeke was doing, who seemed to be completely oblivious to the fact that his opponents were so intimidating. The leader immediately informed his warriors that they could kill the guy who came along with the core. Meanwhile, Lila asked the guy to back off because it was just her business. Our hero stated that there was no need to use candles unnecessarily, even if the girl's mood was uplifted and confident. But the girl didn't understand what her partner meant. Zeke didn't bother to explain anything and simply began preparing his new sword for his first combat encounter. The assassins didn't wait any longer and also bared their blades to take out the guy and get the girl they wanted. The protagonist was only too happy to engage in another clash, so a cheeky grin appeared on his face. He felt it would be just a small warm-up before his main meal. The black-hooded warriors still continued to advance, even though Zeke had already used the strength of his weapons. Eventually, the protagonist's mana reached its goal, and now the assassins realized what fate awaited them. Lila was shocked when she saw the results of her partner's attack that had her so eager to fight. Even the leader of the Black Hood squad couldn't believe what the protagonist was able to do to his subordinates. When the smoke from Zeke's strike cleared, everyone around them saw that all that was left of the group of assassins was a crater, and their bodies weren't even around. The guy himself was very pleased that he was able to achieve such a result. The main detail was that he didn't use any super special techniques, but only infused magic in full, which gave more power to this attack. Zeke only regretted that such a thing could only be performed a few times now due to the mana limit. The leader of the Black Hoods tensed up when he saw such a powerful opponent and asked who our hero was. The guy didn't bother to answer that question and wondered what these guys had forgotten in a town where life was going very well without them. The assassin reached into his pocket to pull out his last trump card and tried to distract our hero by asking about his relationship with the core. Zeke had already been taught these tricks, so he quickly snatched up what his opponent was about to use. As a result, this item was simply torn apart, so the assassin would definitely not be able to use it. The protagonist realized that with this, the Black Hood wanted to signal to his allies, so he asked who this person was. The Black Hood definitely didn't see this coming and began to panic because he had no more options left to defeat Zeke. Our hero asked his opponent not to do useless things, because without a signal, he will find his opponents anywhere. Lila had now quieted her fear a bit and was calmly watching the guy deal with the villains who were trying to grab her. Zeke stated with confidence in his voice that this was definitely not a battle that would last long. The assassins realized that they would not stand against such a strong warrior, so they decided to simply retreat to save their lives. The protagonist was not going to let his opponents go so easily, so he immediately rushed in pursuit of them. The Black Hoods guessed that the guy was going to use the same technique again, so they tried to speed up to avoid being attacked. Now events return to Hans and Snoke, who have so far fought alongside the knights of this city. Hans has had to put a lot of effort into holding on against his opponents so far. He knew that somehow he had to change the situation to his favor, so he gripped the hilt of the sword in his hands tightly. In the end, with one precise movement, he managed to swing Black Hood's sword away from him. The opponent even had to retreat a bit because otherwise the young man could immediately attack him. He stated angrily that the sacred sword was definitely not something that Hans would have forever. The guy thought the assassin was just jealous of him and suggested that he just accept the fact that he had managed to get a stellied. He believed that he had just originally taken what was derelict, only that was all. So it was already settled. Besides, Hans felt that the one wearing that dark garb was definitely not suitable for a sacred sword. A smile appeared on Black Hood's face, for it had been a very long time since he had seen such a daring opponent. Finally, he demanded the brave to give his name, but Hans was in no hurry to do so. The assassin explained that he was just curious as to the name of the one who had been approved to take possession of Estelade, and introduced himself as Imolida. The young man began to question whether he should give his name in response. The Black Hood realized that his opponent wasn't going to answer his questions, and now simply left him no choice. Hans realized that his opponent would not be ceremonious anymore, so he quickly jumped back to avoid being hit. Eventually, the attack just went to the floor, so cracks began to appear on the ground. The young man was frightened because he realized that if it wasn't for his reaction, there would be nothing left of him by now. Meanwhile, the Black Hood inquired how many more stripes the valiant knight needed to give his noble name. Snoke noticed what was going on in his comrade's mind, so he decided to help him fight this assassin. His opponent didn't seem to be afraid of such an attack, and continued to stand still, watching the cobblestones flying towards him. A sinister smirk reappeared on his face that denoted nothing but confidence in his abilities. He quickly used his power to tie all the stones with some magical threads. Snoke was shocked when he saw such skill, because he had never seen someone cut through cobblestone so easily before. Meanwhile, the Black Hood wasn't going to stop there, and continued to control the threads. Hans immediately asked his partner to run away from here as fast as possible to avoid being attacked by the opponent. The assassin directed the threads towards the young man to finish him off quickly. Snoke hadn't had time to react to his comrade's warning, so now he froze in place and simply waited for the inevitable collision. At the last instant, Hans managed to cover the boy with his body, and with Estelide's help stopped the threads. The young man had to work up the nerve to resist this tricky move of their opponent. In the end, the power of the holy sword was enough to cut these magical fibers. The assassin was very unhappy that the young man still had enough power to resist even the strongest of techniques. Hans asked if his friend was okay, and the man thanked him for saving his life. At that moment, the young man noticed some strange threads dangling from the hero's sword. Hans was also puzzled because he couldn't figure out what it even was. Eventually, taking a closer look, he came to the conclusion that it was a thread, but definitely not any ordinary thread. The guy decided to ask his comrade what those fibers were made of, because his hands were still buzzing from that tension. Snoke looked closely at the sword and confirmed that it was an unusual thread. He said that it was called the Death of Swords, because it extracted alloys of various metals, and it was also very thin, smooth, hard, and sharp. Meanwhile, the assassin had already clutched the threads in his hand to continue their battle and finally deal with his main target. In the next second, the sharp, shiny threads were once again embedded in a stellid. Hans hadn't expected such decisive action from his opponent, so at the very last moment he managed to strain to keep the sword from his hands. The threads were so strong that the guy had to grit his teeth and held on with his last strength. In the end, the young man was still able to break the magical threads that held back his sword. He immediately rushed forward to catch Imollid off guard and had Snoke cover him from the back. The mage quickly obeyed his comrade and aimed several sharp stones at the Black Hood. The assassin, of course, was not confused and quickly made another net of threads around himself to protect himself from the cobblestones. With one sharp sweep of his arm, he cut through the huge rocks that were flying at full speed at him in a second. Hans immediately took advantage, and among the pile of rocks, tried to get close to his opponent, but the threads were still very tight. The guy realized that the Black Hood was terribly strong, so it would take effort to hurt him in any way. A sharp cry for help caused the young man to look away from his opponent to see what was happening behind his back. It turned out that some knights still could not cope with the huge monsters and, like fluff, flying away from their powerful blows. In addition, not all the locals had time to find shelter for themselves, so they also had to run away from the monsters to save their lives. Some were much less lucky, and the monsters grabbed them without giving them a chance to escape. Hans realized that something had to be done about it, so he sent his friend to help the commoners, leaving himself without cover. Snoke didn't really want to throw his comrade, but the latter promised that he'd be sure to think of something. Eventually, the guy decided to trust Hans and ran to help other people. Imollid thought that this would be the right time to finally finish off that insolent man with the sacred sword. It felt like he had just filled his threads with even more mana because they lit up with purple fire. As a result, a deafening rumble tore through the air, and where Hans had been standing a second ago, there was a massive explosion. The guy didn't have time to react to this threat, so he helplessly flew aside, breaking a mountain of wooden crates with his body. Leaning on his sword, the young man immediately tried to stand up, despite the intense pain that accompanied his every movement. He turned around and saw some guys who were really scared about something. Hans took a closer look and realized that these people reminded him too much of someone. The guy remembered that these were the same guys they'd gotten into fights with at camp. They had also mocked his and Snoke's dream of being heroes then, and now there was nothing left of the bravery of the bullies themselves. Hans had kept his attention on these guys for too long that he hadn't even noticed that the nasty guy was quite close. Imollid decided to deal with the extra witnesses quickly, so he directed the threads towards the guys who were just passing by. The guys were so scared that they didn't even try to run away and just covered themselves with their hands, hoping for a miracle. Hans, despite his grievances, decided to defend the bullies, even though it was incredibly difficult for him to restrain his opponent alone. The young man was already too vulnerable, so in one fell swoop, Imollid wrapped sharp threads around his arm, rendering it non-fighting. The guys behind Hans's back froze in horror, because they didn't know what to do in such a situation. Their rescuer turned out to be very honorable, so he tried to bring the guys to their senses to get them out of here as quickly as possible. The boys wasted no more time and followed Hans's words to save their lives. Imollid mockingly said that such a noble act brought tears to his eyes and assumed that they were some important people to the young man. Hans explained that it was a long shot because he had just rescued the splinters who had once wanted to fight him. The Black Hood was very surprised by this behavior from the guy, but he just didn't want to take on the sin of murder. Now the assassin had found the reason why the sacred Estelade had chosen this particular fellow. Hans noted that this was precisely the reason why his opponent would never hold a holy weapon. He believed that whoever picked up the weapon was the owner of it, and Imollid agreed with him on that aspect. The assassin hinted that the man who picked up the dead man's belongings was also their owner, causing Hans to begin to realize that his business was bad. The boy felt that he no longer had the strength to move and suspected that he was going to die right there. Suddenly, he felt some sharp relief, and the slightest bit of hope immediately appeared in his eyes. Some unknown force cut all the threads that bound his arm. The young man immediately turned around to find the man who had been his savior in this hopeless fight. Imollid also did not expect someone foreign to interfere in this almost won battle. Somewhere nearby, a powerful explosion sounded, causing all the monsters to scatter in different directions. A powerful stream of mana of unknown origin was also flying towards Black Hood himself. Eventually, the assassin was simply knocked off his feet by a sudden jolt and carried forward several meters. Meanwhile, Hans met the man who had prevented him from losing this fight with a smile. It turned out to be Sir Zeke, who was able to get to his subordinate's aid just in time. Now, most of the monsters were breathlessly lying on the ground and no longer posed any threat. Hans couldn't stop being happy that his mentor had managed to return after all. The protagonist immediately decided to wonder why the young man was holding the sacred estelade in his hands. The guy simply replied that he had tried to get the sword and succeeded, but Zeke still had a hard time believing it. Lila realized that this was the type of weapon that could distinguish its wielder, so it was very strange that it could be drawn by two people at once. Zeke was just noting that this holy sword was a bit out of his league, so he didn't see a problem with Hans wielding it. The protagonist congratulated his ward because he was now one step closer to becoming a hero, now that he was holding the holy sword. The young man was a little embarrassed by his mentor's praise and thanked him for such nice words. Still, there was no denying Zeke that they had somehow disrupted the sword's ability to choose its wielder. Our heroes were talking so much that they didn't notice the giant, who suddenly decided to attack them. It turns out that Imolida was controlling this monster and made this strike purposefully. The protagonist realized that it only seemed so at first glance that the opponent attacked their entire team at once. Zeke, in turn, managed to bounce back in time to avoid any injuries. Now he looked around to see what the situation was with his partners. The boy suspected that the Black Hood's primary target was probably Lila. He decided to ask Hans if this man was the leader of the faction that attacked the city, and the latter confirmed his speculation, because this assassin was stronger than those cloaks in the ruins. Zeke then pointed his sword towards his opponent and directly asked what purpose he had in mind. Imolida did not answer the protagonist's question and ordered his subordinates to kill all these people. The monsters immediately began to rise from the ground and marched forward with renewed vigor to do their master's bidding. Despite their many wounds, they still headed into battle. Lila was their main target, so all the monsters jumped on her at once, which was too dangerous. The girl realized that she couldn't just deal with them like that, so she was going to use a powerful technique to defend herself. Before she could even think about her defenses, Zeke appeared in front of her, unable to afford to stand by when his partner's life was in such serious jeopardy. After a moment, the heads of monsters began to fall to the ground, which our hero cut down with one powerful blow. Meanwhile, Imolida thought that now was the most opportune moment to finish off that pesky warrior. He quickly used his magic threads that he had managed to hide in the monsters' bodies. The protagonist was not yet aware of this technique of his opponent, so he did not have time to react to the danger. Thin threads dug into the steel of the sword and deftly snatched it out of the hands of Zeke, who hadn't expected this turn of events. After that, the Black Hood strapped the rest of the guy's body, completely immobilizing him. Lila was more than a little frightened when she saw what their dastardly enemy had done to her partner. The threads dug even more into the protagonist's body before Imolida was about to make one last dash. The Black Hood was already sure that this was the end for Zeke, so he yanked his arm sharply to tear him into small pieces. He froze in place because he sensed that the protagonist didn't seem to care at all about the sharp threads. Zeke both stood his ground and continued to stand without any wounds getting in his way. Imolida was confident in his powers, so he couldn't believe his own eyes when he saw something like this. Moreover, the lad grasped with his bare hands at these, as it seemed before, deadly threads to break his fetters. The assassin continued to watch with suspense to see what would happen next. The protagonist asked if his opponent really believed he could win so easily. Instantly, he severed all the threads that were constricting his body and could now continue their confrontation without any problems. Imolida immediately released more threads to try and disarm Zeke. Our hero masterfully caught them with his bare hands and was about to teach his opponent a lesson. At the same time, the assassin was beginning to realize more and more that simple methods would not work against such a strong opponent. Zeke wondered if the Black Hood had thought about the fact that he could move so fast with just the power of that sword. With one precise jerk, the boy showed that this was far from the case. He threw all the threads right under his feet, filling them with mana, causing a small explosion. Imolida had to cover herself with her hand to avoid getting rock shards right in her face. Zeke, meanwhile, hiding in the smoke, began to get closer to his opponent. On the face of our hero all this time was a calm smile, because he was sure that the outcome of this fight has already been decided. The assassin didn't seem to expect the guy to be able to shorten the distance between them so quickly. Zeke didn't stand on ceremony and punched Black Hood right in the stomach with all his might. Afterward, the protagonist grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air, still also showing that he didn't need any sword to win. Our hero noted that the assassin wasn't entirely wrong when he thought the sword was important to Zeke, but still didn't guess the weapon's effect on his power. It was simple, because the blade only gave the guy the ability to use his own magic power to its fullest. But even if the sword wasn't in hand, Zeke's mana wasn't going anywhere, so he could finish off his enemies with his bare hands. As was his tradition, the protagonist asked if Imalid enjoyed the sweet taste of a little hope for his victory. The protagonist squeezed his opponent's neck with all his might, causing him to choke to death. The next day, all enemies immediately fled the city, leaving it in ruins and failing to accomplish their goals. The workers did not wait for something, and from the very morning started to rebuild the destroyed buildings. Our heroes went to their hotel, which also managed to suffer after the night attack. Zeke sat next to his sword, the origin of which he still couldn't figure out. Guy spent a lot of time thinking about what this mysterious weapon was. He felt that there was something unusual about this blade. Even though it hadn't been in his hands that long, it still felt like it was Zeke's power that had awakened it. Zeke came to the conclusion that he could understand something new if he continued to use the sword. But then the flow of his thoughts was interrupted by an alien presence. The protagonist immediately allowed the unexpected guest into his room. Turns out it was Lila, who was very surprised at the guy's reaction because she didn't even have time to knock on the door. She sat down next to the main character, who immediately wondered why the girl had decided to stop by his place. Lila recalled Zeke's earlier burning desire to know some important information. The protagonist couldn't understand why all of a sudden she brought it up, because he had a feeling that they had already finished this conversation. In any case, Lila was going to tell absolutely everything she knew. But it wasn't that simple, because the girl emphasized that she would have some condition. At the same time, the city was bustling with work, and some buildings already had some framework for further construction. The mayor oversaw the restoration, but still wasn't sure that every section of the city could be restored to its original appearance. Plus, he was worried about the fact that now no one would come to see the sights in a city that was being attacked by monsters. One of the guys turned to the old man and was going to calm him down a bit. The young man suggested that he try to attract new tourists with the history that was now an integral part of their settlement. He explained that the horrors that attacked their town were scary, but heroes showed up to help them get rid of all those monsters. The guy was burning with the idea that they could spread the story around and make a statue of the saviors that they would put right in the center of town. The mayor agreed that it was a good idea because this way they would glorify those who helped them to the world and repay the heroes for their kindness. Another youth added that they could come up with nicknames for the characters so that tourists could easily recognize them. The old man got very excited because it was a great idea. He suggested giving the name Earth Warrior to the kid who used the power of the earth, Snoke. For Lila, who used magic skillfully, the nickname Warrior of Magic would be appropriate. To Hans, the one who slashed with a shining sword, they would give the title Sun Warrior. Paying homage to the overwhelming power of the one they called Zeke, they chose the nickname Force Warrior for him. Events returned to the hotel, where Zeke wasn't exactly pleased that the girl decided to put conditions on him. Lila decided to ask if our hero would continue to use the sword they had managed to find in the dungeon. The guy didn't give a definite answer because he wasn't sure of his residual decision yet. He spoke of his speculation that the sword itself gives power to whoever uses it, as it does to Estelid and Tornium. Then the girl wondered which sword of the three was stronger, because Zeke had already had a chance to try them all out. The protagonist replied briefly that it was this unknown blade that gave him great power. Layla calmed down a bit because she now realized that there was no point in the guy using Tornium. She finally decided to name her condition, under which she would be willing to tell our hero any information. The girl again asked Zeke not to even look in Tornium's direction if he already had such a strong weapon. The protagonist didn't see the problem because, back when he saw that sword, he was no longer going to take the demonic blade in his hands. In that case, the guy wondered what kind of interesting question to ask the girl. Lila only remained patiently silent and waited to see what topic our hero would want to talk about. The guy realized that asking who the girl was would be a very abstract question, and the one emphasized that her memory was unstable, so it would be silly. Zeke then asked since when she had vague memories. But it was hard for the girl to say for sure because when she woke up, she was already running away from her pursuers. At that moment, Lila no longer remembered anything about who was chasing her or why. The girl had no thoughts about it at all, but her legs were still carrying her forward at full speed. All she felt was a strong desire that these pursuers just wouldn't catch her. All that remained in Lila's mind were only vague memories of the future. It was for this reason that the girl had been hiding in the ruins all this time, to avoid falling into the hands of her enemies. Tears started to form in her eyes because she had no idea that the Black Hoods would find her in a place like this. Nor did Lila think these people would plunge the city into such chaos just to find her alone. The protagonist understood that it was very hard for her to remember all these events, so he handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Though it was a fairly simple gesture, it seemed to mean a lot to Lila. Zeke emphasized what he had said before about how all of this horror was definitely not the girl's own fault. For a few seconds, Lila just stayed silent because she hadn't felt such warm support from a stranger before. She admitted that she didn't even think our hero would comfort her, and the man reminded her that he was a bad guy who had committed to living the good life. It cheered the girl up a bit, so she forgot about her problems, at least for a second. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked why Lila was an Ospirin, and she explained that she wanted to see if her memories were accurate. Of all the characters from her dreams, the closest in territory was the vampire. Zeke noted that she was wrong if by vampire she meant Joachim, whom he had also changed. The girl couldn't understand what our hero meant, so he explained that this guy wasn't going by the name vampire right now. Now, this man was only Count Joachim Dracula, who was able to get this title because of the death of his entire family. Lila realized that somehow the protagonist was able to change the future, so now her memories didn't match reality. Zeke only nodded and briefly confirmed the fact that he had managed to do something like that. The main character explained that after what happened, that guy would never be the vampire the girl thought he was. In truth, Lila couldn't understand Zeke's reason for taking such a step. The boy explained that he had promised to live a good life, but if Joachim Dracul did turn bad, he would have to kill his own comrade. Our hero in no way wished to do something like that to someone he had managed to become so close to. It seems that Lila still wasn't completely convinced that the guy really wasn't going to become Zeke Moore. Guy assured his partner that he had not the slightest desire to return to the side of evil again, because he wanted to keep his promise. The girl calmed down after this answer and asked if our hero was interested in knowing anything else. Zeke thought for a couple seconds, but finally made sure he asked everything he wanted to ask. Still, the protagonist had some thought that he wanted to discuss with Lila. He remembered what the girl had said earlier about how he would be called brave. It all happened in a tavern in this town when they went there after their little date. Then Lila asked our hero to go by the name Brave instead of Moore if he ever wanted to change his last name. It was still strange for a guy after his dark past to hear that people could call him that way. The protagonist decided to wonder why his companion decided to choose such a name. Absolute silence hung between them for a few seconds as Lila pondered her answer to that question. The girl repeated aloud again the name Zeke the Brave, which she asked our hero to take. She admitted that the guy would actually get that nickname in the future when he became a famous warrior. Zeke was shocked that he could become famous as a real hero. Even Lila herself didn't really believe in such a development, because her memory wasn't accurate and didn't give any information how a guy would come to such a title. In any case, there was definitely a time period in which Zeke the Brave became a brave warrior. Now all the puzzles in the main character's head came together, and he began to understand a little bit what was going on at all. Eventually, the guy declared that he needed to never use the name Brave again. But Lila didn't care at all about his choice. Our hero inquired if he had used Estelade in such a scenario, but the girl had no recollection of it. Zeke realized that he wasn't brave right now, so he couldn't figure out how he had managed to get his hands on Estelade. Still, some conjecture arose in the boy's mind on the subject. The girl immediately wondered what the protagonist thought about it. Zeke didn't have time to say anything because, at that moment, Hans and Snoke entered the room, ready to go. Our hero noted that his subordinates were very timely and quickly rose from his seat. He held out his hand and asked Hans to give him Estelade to test some theory. The young man was immediately frightened and was in no hurry to give up his weapon, which he now treasured so much. Zeke asked not to react so violently and explained that he needed to check something out, and Lila was immediately interested in what was about to happen. The protagonist just wanted to see if he could get his hands on Estelade now, because everything changed after he got his hands on the key that distorts fate. To some extent, this is just speculation, but in any case, the key that warps fate clearly has something to do with Estelade. Hans calmed down, after all, and held out that very sacred sword to the protagonist. The protagonist gripped the hilt tightly to begin testing his hunches about Estelade. Everyone held their breath as they watched what their mentor was about to do. Zeke also expected something unusual to happen when he took the sacred weapon in his hands. Our hero continued to hold his sword calmly, but in the end, nothing unusual happened. Eventually, all the guys came to the conclusion that Estelade was still obeying Zeke without any changes. Lila watched the scene emotionlessly and thought about how the guys were real goofballs. Zeke then handed the sword back to Hans and asked him to take good care of the sacred weapon that now belonged to him. The protagonist stated that it was indeed time to hit the road, so he went to pack his things. Before he left, Zeke remembered that he had another important conversation to have with Lila. He reported that he had another interesting offer for the girl to go with them. After some time on the road, our heroes decided to make another camp somewhere in the middle of the forest. Hans and Snoke were already sleeping sweetly, for they were very tired after being a little weaned from the long journey. Meanwhile, Lila and Zeke were sitting around the fire because they couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to them lately. The protagonist turned around and noted that apparently the guys were indeed tired, and the girl wasn't surprised by that. She thought the journey here had been too hard because they had managed to run into a ferocious predator. Zeke didn't see it as a problem because he thought this battle was just part of the guys' training. Our hero also decided to go to bed early to prepare for tomorrow. Lila asked him to wait a bit because she wanted to know when he would tell her about his offer. The guy suggested they talk about it tomorrow because they'd have plenty of time to do it. He guessed that Lila was also tired, so he suggested that she go to bed as well. The protagonist couldn't sleep that fast, so he decided to ask his partner about something. Zeke remembered the moment when they had first met and engaged in battle. The boy wondered why Lila had looked at him one last time then with some strange look. The girl didn't really know herself, and simply replied that there was such an atmosphere at the time that made her do it. The protagonist wasn't surprised by this answer, because he suspected from the beginning that she would say something like that. Lila recalled with resentment that the guy had decided to pick a fight with her afterward for some reason. Zeke calmly explained that at the time he was still suspicious of the girl. She was surprised that she was the one who became suspicious, not the one who would become a demon lord in the future. The main character yawned and suggested the girl ask him something if she wanted to. Zeke promised to answer while he was still awake, and Layla wondered what she could possibly be interested in. The girl turned to ask our hero about his proposal, but for some reason did not finish her question. It turned out that the guy had already fallen asleep, so he didn't have time to say anything at all about his mysterious idea. Lila didn't expect the protagonist to fall asleep at the most interesting part of their conversation. She took another look at the sleeping boy who had fallen into slumber so quickly. After a while, the protagonist woke up to someone calling him, only now he was wearing armor for some reason. Suddenly, Ane Lubella was beside him, looking very different. The fellow was not surprised at such surprises around him, and immediately inquired if his companion had slept well. The unknown warrior, who was already warming himself near the fire, was glad that his partner was finally awake. Their conversation was interrupted by someone arguing loudly about elves being unsuitable for some job. The old man mage was proving that he had more physical strength than the elfess, but of course she didn't think so. The warrior immediately asked our hero to stop this couple if he finally woke up, because even such a strong man was not able to do it. Zeke stepped closer to his partners, who hadn't noticed his presence because of their morning argument. The protagonist clapped his hands loudly for attention and asked his comrades to finally calm down. He offered to prepare for tomorrow and set off, reminding them that the old man and the elfess were the ones in charge of the food today. Ine Lubella noted that our hero works hard every morning to appease these two, but he is used to this fate. The girl wished him strength for all this and thought the guy was doing a great job of managing a team with such strong characters. Our hero explained that he was aided by a guarantee from Saint Karuna, in the form of the priestess herself, though he was confident in his abilities without it. Ane Lubella has promised to reprimand her guarantee more if it does give Zeke confidence. After that, the protagonist woke up again in a cold sweat, not realizing what he had just seen. He immediately jumped up from his sleeping bag, for he was not in the least frightened by this strange dream. The boy looked around and saw that it was the same Lila who was around, not Ane Lubella and strangers. On the other side lay Hans and Snoke, who were not worried about anything at all and continued to sleep sweetly. A flustered Zeke grabbed his head and tried to figure out what vision he had just seen. Meanwhile, the mysterious sword began to glow much brighter, as if to make it clear that it was the cause.